Good morning everyone and welcome to Whilton Mill for round 3 of this year's Club 100 Senior Sprint Championship. Very well known circuit here of course to many of the drivers for our heavyweights this morning and then the lightweights later on this afternoon. My name is Andrew Mather, great to be back in the Club 100 paddock for well, in the commentary perspective, what feels quite a long time. I think it's the first one that we've done, Jacob, since the back end of 2024. As I say, Jacob Harris is alongside me. Jacob, the circuit that we're on today, it's the international layout. It's a good one, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Good morning, everybody. The better of the two layouts, if you ask me, around Whilton Mill. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, 12 turns, as it says, 26 foot of elevation, and 1,200 metres of brilliant racing. Forecast for today, overcast. I was told there was global warming. There isn't. It's 11 degrees here at Whilton Mill and reasonably chilly around, slight wind, and not quite the sunny scenes that we've seen across the country over the past week or so, Andrew.
Yeah, central England keeps going back and forward between deciding it's summertime and we've gone back to early springtime today. Coats, definitely the order of the day, but no rain at the moment here. So it should be pretty grippy conditions for the drivers out there and cooler temperatures that let the Rotax 125 Evo engines on our Club 100 karts sing. If this is your first time watching a Club 100 broadcast, welcome. Great to have you with us. You can get involved, send in your comments on the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting here today. Again, if it's your first time here, a bit of a rundown of how the day will work. The first part of the day will be for the heavyweights. The second part of the day will be for the lightweights. Slightly different to previous years. It's no longer a straight 50-50 split, mainly because we've got so many graduating junior drivers going up to the seniors because they're a bit younger, they're a bit lighter. It means the majority of them go into the lightweight. So it's more like 35% of the day is for the heavyweights. The rest of it, 65%, is for the lights. But essentially for everybody, it's the same. 3 heats, 1 from the front of the grid, 1 from the middle of the grid, 1 from the back of the grid, and then after those heats, we'll have an intermediate classification or something of that description, and that will then set the grids for the C, B, and A finals for the heavyweights. When we get to those lightweights, because there are so many of them, we'll even have a D final later on today. You're not missing anything out on track right now. A 30-minute extra test session for the really keen ones is ongoing at the moment. We'll tell you though who's fastest in that session. Charlie Foster is currently fastest on a 55.707. Daniel Dzianski looking quick as well. Eden James, Marcel Kimilevsky, who's been doing strongly also. That's your top 4. We should mention as well, everyone races 3 times, as we say, through the heats. We also have our classes as well. C1s, drivers with known and proven racing exploits, whether that be in Club 100 or other top-end karting or car series. C2s for the ones in the middle. And then the C3s, those are your rookies. So C3s will start their races from the back of the field, but it'll still be that same rotation of like that little mini-grid at the back. They'll start 1 heat from the front, 1 from the middle, 1 from the back. Jacob, your experience, more recent experience than mine in sprints, you're very familiar with the format, and particularly for the heavyweights. How does that play on your mind going into a round like this?
Well, the first thing I'll mention is there's a 4th class within the heavyweights
class,
yes,
super heavyweights.
Which is super heavyweights for those who weigh a little bit more than the rest of the grid. I believe heavyweights race at a minimum of 90 kilograms fully kitted up, and super heavyweights I think is 98, correct me if I'm wrong there, Andrew. So you'll see a couple of green plates knocking about. Those signify a super heavyweight, and the red number plates are the C1, C2s and 3s, I believe, all run with blue number plates. Another caveat, just from what you're mentioning there before I get around to answering your question, Andrew, the test session can be shared, so the names mentioned at the top of the timing sheet might not necessarily be the names of the people who set those rapid lap times, not to detract anything from Charlie Foster. I'm sure he's very much on the pace today. To go back to what you asked though, Andrew, yes, last 3 years I've raced in heavyweight sprints with many of the drivers that are on show today, and it's a challenge. It's certainly now a little bit of a different challenge. We spoke a little bit to Tim Penny in the paddock show, which you'll see shortly. These slightly bigger heats, slightly bigger groups of drivers in the heats, and so you need to taper your expectations a little bit. It used to be a case of getting to the very front.
Yeah.
Tim was saying now it seems to be more of a get to the top 5 to get yourself a good position in the A final. Now there's a bit more competition in these heats. We shall see how that prediction fares across the course of the day. Now that, as you can see, the drivers are coming into the pits for the end of this half an hour test session, we'll be shortly getting going for Heat 1.
Absolutely. Heat 1 for the heavyweights and super heavyweights coming right up. So, first race of the day for Club 100 Senior Sprints here at Whilton Mill. There will be some practice laps ahead of these heats as well, just to give drivers a bit of reconnaissance, particularly for those drivers who perhaps didn't run in the extra paid test session that we've just seen the culmination of. But we'll bring the grid of 18 drivers to you. Some good drivers in this one, a good mix of C1s, C2s, super heavyweights, and a couple of novices as well as C3s ready for this one. We will see Scott Parker on the front row of the grid for this one. Very experienced front row with Adam Naffer alongside on that front row. Yeah, let's have a look at the grid graphic then for this first heat of the day. 9 heats in total for the heavyweights and super heavyweights. Again, all of them race in 3 of them. So for Scott Parker and Adam Naffer, this is their race from the front of the grid to kick off the day. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra and Adam Hadfield start on row number 2. It's Adam Britton and Paul Williams going from row number 3. Sam White and Sam Iddles go from the 4th row of the grid. The first of the super heavyweights there, Lenny Wood, starts on row 5 and is joined by Tim Penny. Luke Fletcher and Alexander Lamon will be on the 6th row of the grid, with Tom Edwards and Jordan Hawkins next up on row 7. Dennis Lizienski and Matt Salmon, they start on the 8th row of the grid. On row 9 we find Ben Niblett and Tom Spence. Those are your 2 novices, the 2 C3s on this grid. That is your field of 18 in total for this one. Jacob, how does going out in Heat 1 feel for a driver?
It depends if you were in the half an hour test beforehand, to be honest with you, Andrew.
Yeah.
If you've just jumped out of a car, you're very much in the groove and ready to get going. For those who weren't in there, there's the practice laps that you mentioned, and it's quite important to get your eye in as early as possible with those 3 or 4 laps you're granted at the start of the heat. And you're certainly looking around you as well, thinking who was in that test, who's the benchmark that I want to set myself up against in this one. And we got a couple of names who indeed were. Adam Naffer, in fact, set the 5th fastest lap time in that test. So yeah, lining up in grid 2. A few people will probably be looking to him to think if I can keep up with him in the practice, then I'll fare well in the race. Absolutely.
Keep your comments coming in. Good morning to Tyler Ringwood, who's cheering on the Pike family today. Dan and Grocott. Morning, Dan, who's tuning in from Lanzarote. Good luck to the Zesty Drink Racing boys, and particularly fair play to... Actually, no, Dan's going to be an hour ahead if he's in Lanzarote. I know it's very early in the morning, but I do have a challenge for our viewers and for those here at the track today. I was looking at some of the numbers, as I do, of the broadcasts and the viewership. We had a lot of streams and broadcasts at Glanny Gore about a month ago, didn't we? We had some for the cadets and juniors. We had one for seniors.
And we had a BUKC one.
And we had a BUKC one as well. We had 2 BUKC ones, in fact. And seniors, you lost. You were the lowest in terms of viewership per hour. So come on, I say the cadets and juniors, it's understandable. There's lots of them, and there's lots of parents, and there's lots of aunties and uncles and grandparents, and everybody wants to tune in and watch them. So I'll give you a pass on that one. But seniors, you can't be being beaten by the students. Most of them won't be up at this time of day.
No, it's shocking. No one watches the BKC stream as well. We know, Andrew. Not since you and I got rid.
Since we stepped out. But yeah, no. Keep your comments coming in. Do share the stream out. Do give it a like, and make sure that you've pressed that subscribe button as well for Alpha Live, if you haven't done so already. I like this as well. I've only got one list of comments today. It's not like British Champs where I've got 2, 3, many sets of comments. So it's all here on the Alpha Live YouTube for you to follow. As I say, waiting for the first set of drivers to come out. If you're just joining us, you've not missed any of the action here at Whilton Mill. The first of these 9 heats will be ongoing. Don't worry as well, you can see a few carts moving in the background. That's another event going on the Mill circuit. It's a real hive of activity here at Whilton Mill today. We've got our event here on the full circuit. We've got, I think, some younger drivers training going on and some sessions on the Little Mill circuit just in the background. And then right over that tree line as well, you've got some form of Ford Cars event on that we were having a nosy look at earlier on today. But that was electric cars, so they won't be making that much noise and won't be disturbing us here.
No, and to be honest with you, even though we did have a little poke around before we started streaming, I have no idea what they were doing.
No idea at all.
Load of cones set up in the middle of a field and a car.
Drivers are in carts, getting ready to, or just tuning themselves, zoning in. We've done a paddock show recording earlier on this morning, which you guys will see at lunchtime. One of the things that we were discussing, Jacob, with the drivers was when I raced sprints, which is many years ago now, because drivers know this place so well. I often say this is the hardest circuit to get a good result at because everybody brings their A game for Whilton Mill.
Interesting.
Or at least tries to.
I've never really thought of it like that. There's a couple of tracks that we go to regularly. Obviously, Buckmore is usually on the calendar twice. There's another couple of favourites that we tend to go to every year. Although I know the calendar's changed up quite a bit this year, so perhaps I won't start naming things that I might have forgotten or off the calendar.
My excuse for running well here is that Buckmore, yes, we go to it a lot, but it was 2.5 hours down the road for me. So at least this one's quite local or quite central to the drivers. So whether it's running in these events, they get other opportunities across the year to give the track a try.
Yes, and not to mention our other series run here quite often as well.
Yeah.
Not only the BUKC, of which you'll see some drivers who competed in the BUKC racing today, most notably Adam Nather, who was out for Sheffield not 2 weeks ago at Clay Pigeon. But we also have experience rounds here. Quite often what we'll do is run a BUKC test day, for example, and then after that run an experience round. So yeah, there's lots of opportunity to get practice in. Does that level the playing field? Is that what you're trying to say?
I think it does. I say it's a good few years since I raced round here, and it was before the new chicane and before Dunlop tyres and before various other things as well. But I always used to reminisce about this place that if you didn't have your A game here, at other circuits that maybe we go to once every 2 years, somewhere like a Glannygore, for example, 90% of your potential would still get you an A final. If you did 90% of your potential here at Whilton Mill, you might not even make the top 10 in the B final. It was my previous experience of it to a degree. Yeah, so I was quite regularly away from my 90% potential.
So my personal experience with Whilton Mill is I couldn't get it right. I don't know what it was, but I couldn't hook up a great lap time. And that for me was the reason why I never really went too well around here. Other places I seem to be able to. But now you're supposing that it's perhaps that the other places I was just on had slightly more of a chance because other people had as little practice as I had. the egotistical side of me wants to stick with my original point
Let
of
us
view
know
on
in the
this.
comments. Is my theory complete rubbish? Or, well, there we go. Hello to Andrew McWilliam and Blair McWilliam. They're on their way to the circuit listening to us as we're talking through the heavyweights. Don't worry, if you're just tuning in, you're not missing anything at the moment. We're just going through some reconnaissance laps for the drivers for this first race of the day. We will have enough time, though, to give a bit of a quick rundown again of that grid. So Scott Parker and Adam Naffer will be on the front row. Both of them C1s, both there denoted with the red number plates. Good morning to Elliot Alt, who's out on circuit, one of our observers round the track, helping with the officiating of the event. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra and Adam Hatfield are on row number 2. So Bocanegra and Hatfield on that one. Adam Britton and Paul Williams row 3. Sam White and Sam Adels on row 4, Lenny Wood and Tim Penny on row 5, Luke Fletcher and Alexander Lamin on row 6, Tom Edwards and Jordan Hawkins row 7, Dennis Lizianski and Matt Salmon row 8, and then 2 C3 drivers, the 2 novices, Ben Niblett and Tom Spence, start at the back. Pace Kart picks up the field, and for those new to Club 100, Jacob, what at this stage are you looking to do? Prepare for the race. What can you do when you're now at this pace speed behind the pace cart?
All you can do, Andrew, is find where you're supposed to be starting. Look for that helmet, or the back of the helmet that you picked out in the pit lane as the driver starting ahead of you. Get yourself nice and calm. There is a notion that as you're rolling around at this slow speed, either go full throttle or not at all, as that keeps the carb clear. Yep. Not a lot of people know that. I think that's a little known one. Whether or not it makes a difference, though, I could not tell you. It's certainly what I always try. But yeah, focus. Make sure you're as close to the car in front as you can be without loading them. By loading, I mean making contact with them and pushing them forward as they drive around slowly. And make sure you're ready for go time. Get an idea of what your row of the grid is like, how close everyone else is keeping to the driver in front of you, and then once you're around the final corner, eyes on the lights and accelerate with the rest of your group. Hopefully you get a good getaway and stay within the tram lines is the important one as well. You'll see 2 lanes across the start finish. You need to stay within those. Anyone caught escaping those tram lines before the start finish line will get a 2-place penalty.
Still very early in the championship, of course, but for the record books, Adam Naffer entering this round 9th in the championship, Scott Parker 14th. Keep an eye on Adam Hadfield, and kart number 28 in this race has had a good year so far in C2. 15th place overall in the standings. Into the tram lines then, looking to those lights for 7 minutes here, and away we go for round 3 of Club 100 Senior Sprints in 2025. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Adam Naffer down to originally 4th place, is fighting back now for 3rd, but Scott Parker has the lead in the early stages, up into Christmas corner for the first time. Tim Penny trying to make his way through there in the black suit, the white shoulders with a little bit of reddish pink on the sides. Another one of our C1s starting in the middle of the pack. Good opportunity here for Tim Penny to get a good start to the day. But a clean start there, Jacob, from our first set of heavyweights. That's what we like to see.
Yes, clean at the front, a little bit of contact at Christmas corner, but otherwise excellent. Good start from Adam Britton. He started 5th overall, but as you can see now, he is coming round in 2nd place. He's got Adam Naffer behind him. I think those two used to race endurance together, so it shouldn't be too much drama if they were to start squabbling, I'd imagine. Scott Parker leads them round up the hill for the 2nd time, and let's see if Adam tries to line up the other Adam for a move. No, he doesn't at the top of the hill. We got lots of squabbling further back there, and side by side there is the 41 of Jordan Hawkins going to the inside of Paul Williams, I think.
Yeah, good move there by Jordan Hawkins. As out onto the grass there. It's not Luke Fletcher in the red, black and white helmet, possibly running a bit wide. First penalty is in. And the award winner of first slap on the wrist of the day is Lenny Wood.
Adam Britton dropping quite far back compared to where he was. I said there wouldn't be too much trouble between him and the other Adam, but looks like in getting past him, Adam Natha has sent Adam Britton flying back down the order.
Yeah, as through went Adam Hadfield in number 28, and Edgar Almendarez Bocanegra also got through there in the number 54. But yes, Lenny Wood, karts number 45, ABC bumper pass penalty, so Lenny Wood will drop a number of positions when we get to the end of this race. Tim Penny has a go there at Adam Britton. Wasn't quite able to pull that move off. And this is often the nature of sprint racing, isn't it, Jacob? That if you make a move and it's not successful, before you know it, you're on the defensive.
He's actually battling Sam White there. Adam Britton's a little further up the road. Not sure if Sam White got past him.
No, it's Tim Penny's still there in between them.
Yes, but I think it was him that we saw him battling in the Warwick University suit. Quite a lot of Adams in this race. I've come to notice Adam Natha, Adam Hadfield, and Adam Britton. It would help if they're a bit spread out in the grid, but yes, Adam Natha winning the battle of the Adams so far, but Adam Hadfield keeping good pace in third. Looks like Adam Natha is going to start challenging Scott Parker for the lead of this one, coming down the hill.
Another penalty's just rolled in. It's for Paul Williams for forcing a driver wide. It's been called out on circuit, so it's the experienced faces picking up the place deductions in this first race. Good recovery so far from Adam Natha after that difficult start. Can be very tricky to start on the driver's right here on a rolling start, because it is a fairly quick entry into turn one, and then you can get nipped to the inside on turn two and not quite able to flow off the corner out of Oblivion and through Fine Lady to give the corners their proper corner names. But the end of the fourth lap, Parker still leads from Natha. Hadfield there in third, and the chasing pack of Bocanegra, Britton and Penny, and up the inside goes Adam Natha. Nice move, textbook move as we call them there, into Christmas corner. Not too much defence from Scott Parker on that occasion, Jacob.
No, fairly straightforward. I think Adam sat behind him for a lap, figured out where he was quicker, and it's looked to be the first part of the lap, which sets you up nicely for a move at Christmas corner. Scott did seem to get a little bit of a gap on him in the second half of the lap, though, and you can see he's still very close. It'll be interesting to see if he tries to get that place back at the top of the hill. He'll see 2 minutes left on the timer, and 2 minutes left, Andrew, that's business time for me. You don't want to leave things till the last lap, especially not for the lead. You can just defend all the way around if you are in the lead. The 37 there, Ben Niblett, looks to have been spun around as we rejoin this battle, and it's now a top three. Andrew, Adam Hadfield is very much involved with this.
Yeah, Adam Hadfield, who has had a couple of heat wins so far this season. What a piece at the rounds at Buckmore Park and Gleneagor, completed earlier in the season. Adam Natha has got himself on the board in terms of heat victories as well so far. He's back at round number one. Close to call which of these three drivers is going to start the day with a race victory. Latest penalty to come up on our boards is for Ben Niblett. For those looking at the live timing, refreshed and updated time live timing as well, provided by the team at Alpha Timing. Maybe wondering, why has Ben Niblett got Rog? Is he a Roger Federer fan? Is that a penalisable offence? No. Restart on grass is the penalty there. When you go off the circuit, if you are on the grass, and there's a fair amount of grass around this circuit, it's a bit old school in that manner. You've got to pull the kart back onto circuit, back onto terra firma, or back onto the concrete or the tarmac, and then get going again. So that's the issue that's befallen Ben Niblett. A little bit too eager to get restarted. We had a little look at Lenny Wood there, having a battle like Sir Paul Williams back in this fight for the lead.
there's plenty of battling going on in this one, Andrew. There's the fight for the lead. I'm pretty sure I saw 4th, 5th and 6th going 3 abreast up to Christmas Corner in the back of a shot a moment ago. And yes, we saw Lenny Wood leading Luke Fletcher.
Oh, there is Lenny Wood.
Yes, he's no longer leading them. Adam Nathan seems to have got a little bit of a gap, and this is the last lap now, so he's looking set for this one as we come up the hill. Scott Parker's got just about enough on Adam Hadfield, I think, and yeah, there you are in the background, Adam Britton diving to the inside of Edgar Armanderas Bocanegra, and he's got ahead of him as well, so Adam Britton up to 4th place, Tim Penny still there in 6th, and there's another battle behind them that Sam White looks to be leading at the moment.
Yeah, good hustling here from Adam Britton. He's going backwards in the early stages of this race, but he's settled down and could be on for some good points here. Meanwhile, battle for the race win. Adam Naffer just got to get off the toe of the boot, and he should be fine through the new chicane, out of the final corner, and Adam Naffer is going to record his 2nd heats win of the season so far. First one of the day. Nicely done from Naffer. That's a great conversion from the front row into points. Will be championship points awarded for these heats as well, we should remember. Scott Parker's 2nd place. Likewise, that's exactly what you want to do when you have a front row start for the first heat of the day. Got to get those points on the board. 3rd was Adam Hadfield. Another good result there for Adam Hadfield, who I think on balance is probably looking for the consistency across the heats. He's, as I say, had heat wins so far this season, but also has had some 8ths, some 9ths, some unfortunate results as well. So that's a good positive start for Adam Hadfield. We'll be looking to get another one of those good top 5, solid top 5 results in later on today. Adam Britton P4, Edgar Armandares Bocanegra P5, Tim Penny completing the top 6 there. 6 solid drives to start the day, Jacob.
Yeah, exactly what those top 5 would have wanted from those top 5 grid positions, and we're already getting ready for heat number 2.
Heat 2 then for the heavyweights, the super heavyweights. Some reconnaissance laps for the drivers. Kick us off here. Gives us plenty of time to go through the grid for this one. Gerard Moore and Stephen Westwood will form the front row of the grid. Steve Bosley and Joe Wright go from row 2. Miguel Hall and Richard Newton, current points leader in super heavyweight, start on row number 3. Marcel Kimalevsky's in this one as well, who will be on the 4th row of the grid and has had a stellar start to his C2 season. He's got Anwar Barul Smith, the former champion, in this competition alongside him, with Alex Pritchard and Sam Pike completing the top 10. Lucas Clever and Henry Lopez Gracie there on row number 6. It's then an all super heavyweights row 7 with Nick Klin and Martin Robinson. Kieran Hyde Moody and Vinod Hirani go from the 8th row of the grid, and then again a couple of C3s, novices to the championship this year, at the back of the field. Alexandros Guerrero and Oliver Hall. Should note that Alexandros Guerrero has had a very strong start to the C3 campaign and is currently your C3 points leader. In fact, you've got every single class points leader heading into today in this race. Beryl Smith in C1, Kimalevsky in C2, Guerrero, as mentioned, in C3, and then, yeah, Richard Newton in super heavyweight. So this should be a pretty strong heat here, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 5 red plates in general, 5 C1s means a strong field, not to mention, obviously, leading contender to be in a red plate next season, leading C2, and who knows, if Alexandros Guerrero keeps on improving the way he has been doing, maybe he'll have a red plate himself as well next year. So, yeah. Hot contest, this one, looking like, as they amble round for a few warm-up laps. I did see, to be fair, most of these drivers knocking about in the pre-event test for half an hour. I know, we saw Anwar was out. Alex is usually in it. Sam Pike we spoke to as part of the paddock show as well. Steve Bosley, I think, I saw having a go too. So yes, they won't all necessarily need these laps, but it's always helpful as well to acclimatise to that specific kart. You asked in the previous heat, what are you doing in these few laps? And yeah, sometimes if you're driving around for half an hour in one specific go-kart, you need a couple of laps, as are shown on the screen, to get used to the slightly different characteristics. And I say slightly because obviously these karts are set up absolutely identically, but as is the way with the mechanical world, that doesn't always mean
tolerances are a thing.
Exactly.
And for those perhaps new to Club 100, the specification of these Bill ART chassis Rotax Max 125cc powered karts, the technical specifications all the same, and the karts are tuned and balanced, as it were, with a couple of settings that the testers can use to effectively hit a target delta time, or a target time per lap. But yeah, it does mean that you might get a subtle difference. One could be suiting a driver's skills in a different way. I always knew I liked ones that had a good amount of grunt out of the corners, probably because I braked a little bit too hard. But the real skill is the drivers who can get the performance out. The potential performance that's in every single one of these cars is the same level of potential performance, and be able to get it out of a variety of different bits of machinery. A bit of housekeeping as well. Anwar Barul-Smith goes into this round with a 7-point lead. Hasn't been outside of the top 3 in any race, either a heat or a final so far this season. That 7-point lead is over the Holmes brothers, who we will see later on today, of course. Miguel Hall just doing a little bit of last-minute tyre warming. Over the old tarmac then, that's the old layout here at Whilton Mill. Into the tram lines, ready to go for heat number 2. 7 minutes on the clock. Once again, green light illuminates and away we go. Good start for Gerard Moore. Stephen Westwood trying to hold in there from grid 2. Done a pretty good job of it. Yes, has lost one place to Steve Bosley, but he's alongside Miguel Hall as they run up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Anwar Barul-Smith in the middle of it all there. Oh, as across the grass goes one driver from around 7th or 8th place there. A decent start for Gerard Moore. Good start here for the C2 driver.
Ooh,
great opportunity.
Big off there, Andrew.
As a spin down at the bottom of the hill through the Ashby hairpin. Often a difficult corner to get right. You're downhill. Gravity's working against you. Very easy to come a cropper there. Is that Joe Wright possibly in the number 31? We'll confirm that in a moment's time. But a solid start there for Gerard Moore. Yes, he's got the attentions of Steve Bosley there in kart number 44. But when you're a C2 driver at the front of the field, that is exactly what you want.
Yeah, ideal lap 1 for Gerard. Let's see if he can make it an ideal lap 2. I think he'll have to defend going up to Christmas Corner if he wants it to be as very wide. There goes Lucas Cleaver. Gerard has defended at the top of the hill, and as has someone else, but Alex Pritchard makes his way past regardless.
Yeah, I think that was on Lucas Cleaver in the number 77. It was Joe Wright who had the problem down at Ashby Corner on that first lap. Joe Wright has now got back on circuit, but is running a long way down the order. There's quite a few messages in at the start of this one. Alexandros Guerrero has already had 2 ABC penalties on lap 1, so not a good start there. Here's a move for the lead. Through goes Bosley. Miguel Hall trying to get in there as well. Oh, they're all tripping over one another through the new chicane, and look at that, round the outside goes Stephen Westwood past Miguel Hall. Anwar Barul-Smith is now wheel to wheel with Westwood and uses the track direction to his advantage. Great stuff there from Anwar Barul-Smith to make his way up to 3rd.
Yeah, Gerard Moore still very much in the mix though. Anwar Barul-Smith will be looking to overtake him very shortly, and in battling this top 5 have really closed the field. This is now what, a top 8, 9 who are all bumper to bumper. Steve Bosley leads it though. Gerard Moore on his bumper, having been overtaken on the previous lap through the boot. Anwar thinks about a move into the downhill left-hander thinks better of it. Let's see what happens in the boot this time round.
A flurry of contact warnings in early on here. Moore and Bosley have both had one. Pritchard, Guerrero's had a track limit warning as well. Track limit warning for Lucas Clever. Steve Bosley has had a curb warning as well. That will probably have been for one of the larger curbs through the latter part of the circuit. Oh, as Bosley's a bit wide there, feels that he was encouraged into that, and well, is quite happy to let 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers through. Tries to close the door, and Henry Lopez Gracie there in the number 40, and the cone goes flying courtesy of Stephen Westwood, who is side by side with Miguel Hall. Well, this is quite an elbows out second heat of the day. Lopez Gracie down the inside. The number 42 of Richard Newton's there as well in the red suit with the white and black helmet. He just nudged the tyres into a different position there as well, has Richard Newton. Marcin Kimalewski's also in this scrap, but what it is doing with all of those drivers trading the same piece of real estate, it's allowing this top 4 to break away now, side by side between Kimalewski in the number 55 and Sam Pike there in the number 52. Don't worry, not going to make any Dad's Army jokes today. Another penalty for Alexandros Guerrero, as here's a move for the lead, Jacob.
Yeah, Amal Burrell-Smith up the inside of Gerard Moore. Miguel Hall there holding third from Stephen Westwood, just in behind them, and Lucas Clever a little bit back in 5th. I will say this chasing pack there, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Steve Bosley did quite well, because I think at one point he dropped as far down as 10th place, and then managed to get his head straight and recover to come round in 6th place overall. Obviously not where you'd want to be, having started the lap in 1st, but not as bad as it could have been. He did correct halfway through that.
Apologies for the timing tower, or being on screen at the moment, as we recap at the end. There it is, at the end of the 5th lap. Anwar Burrell-Smith leading this race. Gerard Moore P2, Miguel Hall, Stephen Westwood, Lucas Clever. There's your top 5. It's not going to be that way for much longer, though. If Miguel Hall's got anything to say about that, down the inside of Gerard Moore, they're still side by side through the kick, and into the grass goes Miguel Hall. Hits both cones, denoting the limit there through the exit of Inkermans. Yellow flag is going to be out there for the replacement of that cone, and for anyone in the second half of the field, they're going to come round Inkerman's corner and go, hang on a minute, how's that big sizable traffic cone got to drivers left?
It's a common scene at Whilton Mill, Andrew. If you go up the inside of Christmas Corner and you do not get the move done, you are side by side for the left-hand kick straight afterwards.
Yep.
And realistically, if you're on the outside, I think you need to see that position there. Otherwise, you'll find yourself, as Miguel Hall did, on the grass on the exit. If you are ahead, absolutely, yes, you have the right to take the corner first. If you're not ahead, then I think that's one in the driver's briefing we'd be told to give up the corner, as the yellow flags are still out this time around.
Yeah, that's to cover all the way down to Inkermans. Lucas Clever's been able to move up through the order.
And indeed, penalty, Andrew. Gerard Moore forcing a driver wide. The observer judged that Miguel Hall was more than alongside. He was indeed ahead and deserved a little bit more room on that corner. Miguel Hall still going around in 5th, as Lucas Clever now has overtaken Gerard Moore for 2nd place on track.
Yeah, has indeed. Gerard Moore could be going back.
Great move there from Miguel.
Lovely.
Yeah,
that was lovely from Miguel Hall, who could just see that there was going to be an opening on Stephen Westwood. Stephen Westwood, without doing too much wrong, has lost 3 places there onto the final lap of this race. This is going to be provisional with a capital P, this result, because there are quite a few penalties in this one. And Marlborough Burrell-Smith continues to lead. Westwood down the inside of Bosley. Westwood, I don't think, is going to be able to take position on that occasion. But mentioning Lucas Clever, as I say, this is, I'm just looking through, I don't think there's been a penalty for Lucas Clever. So this could be a best heats result of the year so far for Lucas, and by quite some margin. I think his best result so far this year has been a 6th place in one of the heats at Glanny Gores For this man, though, Anwar Barul Smith, it's going to be another heat victory. His 4th of the season so far, and a good start to the number 3 seeds day. 2nd place for Lucas Clever. 3rd on the road for Gerard Moore, but that's before penalties have been applied. Miguel Hall, Henry Lopez-Gracie, both in the top 5. Steve Bosley, Stephen Westwood, Alex Pritchard, Richard Newton, and Marcel Kirillevsky, all in the top 10. Alexandros Guerrero did finish the race, but was shown the black flag. Could be in a bit of bother there. 11th on the road. That result will not stand. Vinod Hirani 12th. Kieran Hyde-Moody 13th. Martin Robinson, Sam Pike complete the top 15. Joe Wright, Oliver Hall, and Nick Klin in the top 18. Very scrappy affair there for heat number 2. Some things to think about for some of the drivers in that one. We'll move on though. Heat 3 is next. All right, Heat 3, last of the first rotation. Take you through the grid for this one. This is the last one where we will have practice laps. Luke Phillips and Matt Jones are on row number 1. George English and Stuart Kirk start on row 2. It's Charlie Newman and Glenn Orford on row number 3. Anthony Lambert and Charles Koch start on the 4th row of the grid, completing the top 10. The start of this one is Vijay Patel and Mikey Nichols. Row 6, Jake Hicklin has just had a little bit of an issue down at Ashby Hairpin, and has got an issue as well in that he's joined by Joe Holmes on row number 6, expected champion to come flying through. And immediately behind him, he's got the other Holmes, Kurt Holmes, the runner-up in the championship last year, brother of Joe, starts on row 7, has Aaron Jones for company, Jeff Chapman, and the single novice in this race, Mike Devlin, completes the 16-strong field.
Yeah, it's an interesting grid, this one, Andrew. The likes of Luke Phillips, Matt Jones and George English in the top 3 will be looking at this and thinking there's 3 C1s further back in the grid. Mikey Nichols, Joe Holmes and Kurt Holmes will be looking to get as far forward as possible. They'll all be thinking, how far up the road can I get? If I can get too far up the road for them to catch, even if they've got a couple of tenths on me per lap, I can still win this one. I can still get good points on the board. I can still convert my front grid into a positive result. The problem is, Andrew, they'll all be thinking that.
Yeah.
And they'll all want to be at the front, setting those good lap times, getting themselves away. You'll see the more experienced drivers, and certainly the C1s, and we saw it when Adam Naffer overtook Scott Parker earlier. The working together aspect.
Yes.
The little thumbs up, the little point and go. The less experienced drivers need to adopt those mentalities in races like these if they're going to succeed. Sometimes the first lap just goes the way of the drivers towards the back, and all of a sudden your man starting on the 6th or 7th row dives up the inside of a gaggle of karts who are battling a bit too hard and finds themselves in the top 5. But it'd be interesting to see how this one pans out.
We're talking a lot about the track and how it races today. Another one that I often found around here back in the day was it can, in terms of racing around here, it's a circuit of margins. Working together can be very, very effective round here. I think of a circuit like Clay Pigeon, it's really hard to break away from the rest of the field, whereas here you can get a group of 2 or 3 of you organised and stay organised quite quickly. If there's a bit of trouble in the ranks behind you, you can break away. You've got to be very disciplined though around Whilton Mill. So just getting those little bump drafts, whether it be up the hill to Christmas Corner, even down here into Ashby Corner. There's a lot of corners round this circuit where good bit of traction off the exit of turns, a bit of bump drafting, almost like micro bump drafting, can be very effective indeed. So for the drivers, heading into formation now. It's just one driver. I thought Joe Holmes had gone for a kart change. Has done. Slots in at the back of the field. That is his prerogative and right to take that change. So he'll have used those practice laps, not been fully happy with his machinery, and has elected to go for one of the other karts available, or the first kart available in pit lane. Now the trouble is though, he will have a cooler kart in terms of temperatures, brakes, tyres and engine. Let's see what he can do from the back of the field. Let's see what Phillips, Jones and English can achieve with this great opportunity from the front. Away we go. 7 minutes are underway. That's a very good start for the number 63 of Luke Phillips. George English is up to P2. Matt Jones in the old Lotus F1 race suit there is in third place. I've just upset anybody with a memory back to the old proper team Lotus back 1994 earlier, but that race suit is about 10 years old now. Sorry everybody. 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Been a solid start. I can already see Joe Holmes though, Jacob, up to probably around 8th place.
He and Mikey Nichols are making good progress. Mikey's in front of Joe at the minute. You just see them coming through shot there. Joe won't be in too much of a hurry to get past Mikey. He's a very capable driver and will be looking to cut through as many of the drivers ahead as possible as well. What he'll likely do, and what we've seen him do before, is sit behind someone who's doing that, and when presented with an opportunity, dial up the inside of them both. But great start from the front three. Luke Phillips leads this one. George English second place. Matt Jones down one position, but should be happy with that.
Yeah, solid start. That's what they were looking for. Newman and Kirk there, two of the super heavies, 4th and 5th. Glenn Orford just behind, but it's Nichols and Joe Holmes I think they need to be aware of. There's Kurt Holmes as well in the mainly white race suit with the highlighter yellow details on the side.
Joe diving up the inside of Mikey just as I finish, explaining that he might want to sit behind him for a couple of laps. Thanks for that. He's now eyeing up Glenn Orford, probably coming up the hill. Realised he had a bit better of a kart underneath him and thought he'd be best placed ahead of Mikey Nichols. Let's see how quickly he can get past Glenn Orford and Stuart Kirk ahead of him now and start challenging for those top positions. 5 minutes still to go at this one. I imagine there's going to be a little look, and Joe's in fact up the inside of Glenn already on the exit of Oblivion.
Is indeed. Joe Holmes took a clean sweep through his 3 heats at Clanigore in the previous round of the championship. It's going to be a tall order for him to repeat that feat today, but if we've seen Joe Holmes enough over the years, we know you do not write Joe Holmes off for any race victory, because he just has this meticulous way of making positions up through the field. That's him past Stuart Kirk now for 5th place, still with 4.25 minutes remaining on the clock. Plenty of time for the reigning champion to come back through the field. 4 minutes to go. Phillips still leads from English, Jones, Newman, Joe Holmes, Stuart Kirk, Mikey Nichols, Kurt Holmes, Glenn Orford and Charles Cope, the top 10. Here's where there could be a bit of stress though for Matt Jones. Oh, Joe Holmes down the inside, 3 wide. Matt Jones turned in. I just don't think he was aware that he had both Newman and Holmes on his inside. He's a bit unhappy about that, of course.
The other Holmes brother making decent progress as well. Kirk got past Glenn Orford on that last lap. He's now ahead of Mikey Nichols and I believe Stuart Kirk in the background there. She should be up to 6th place. He's now got Matt Jones for company. There he is, the number 12 and the number 2.
Yeah, they're gaining points for this all the time. Remember, it's 25 championship points for a heat win, 23 for second, 21 for third, and then a point less for each position down the field. That is a tally that's been subtly altered for 2025. Joe Holmes wants another haul of 25 championship points, but he has to wait this moment. Doesn't go for the move yet past George English. The proximity of Luke Phillips, I think, will have been holding him up a little bit there. Now there's a gap ahead of second place to slot into. Beautifully done by Joe Holmes down the hill into Ashby Corner. tricky corner to get the braking right. Downhill, all the weight's going to the front axle. Only one single inboard brake on the rear axle with these machines.
Kurt's made up a place on this lap as well. He's dispatched Matt Jones for 5th and will be eyeing up Charlie Newnham there in the background. I think I've just seen him cut up the inside through the boot. We'll see, yeah, there he is, 4th place for Kurt. He'll be looking to join that battle for the front 3, which Joe has just got to the front of in turn 1.
Don't often see moves into turn 1. You also don't often see drives through the field from the back of the grid in these heats. But if there's one man who's going to do it, his name is going to be Joe Holmes in this heavyweight category. He's got to the front of the order, and this would be a very good result in the context of the day. That, remember, this is Joe Holmes' race starts from the back of the field. He'll have better grid slots for the 2nd and 3rd rounds of the heats. The fact that he'll be accumulating a good number of points from this first round from the back of the grid, whereas his rivals will have to do their lower half, lower third of the grid starts later on. Really starts to put the pressure on other heat winners like Anwar Barrell-Smith, like Adam Naffer, when they have that challenge of starting a little bit lower down the order later on in the day.
Mikey Nichols there in the background, making a move on Charlie Newman. Has got the job done, I believe. And yes, indeed, at the back of your shot, you can see as Kurt Holmes goes for 3rd place on George English. I was going to say we're on the penultimate lap, and I think the remaining question was, can Luke Phillips and George English keep Kurt behind? George can't. It's now up to Luke to hold on to that 2nd place, but the other Holmes brother is coming.
Yep, is indeed. Kurt Holmes actually also took a clean sweep through his heats. Round 1 at Brookmore Park. We didn't have a live broadcast for that one. If you have missed any of the action so far today, or any of the action from round number 2 at Clanigore, remember you can watch it all back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for free. Make sure you've subscribed. Kurt Holmes looking to subscribe for a way into P2. Luke Phillips defends to the inside. Kurt Holmes trying to get the switch back. Beautifully done round the outside. Knew he'd have the advantage of the left-hander kink after Christmas. Used it to perfection to gain another position. This is still going to be a good haul of points for Luke Phillips. He can hold there in 3rd place. Be one of the best results we've seen for Luke Phillips so far this season. In fact, the best result that we've seen so far this season for Luke Phillips. But Joe Holmes on his way to another victory, another heat win. It'll be his 5th of the season so far. Make it 4 in a row if you include the 3 at GYG. He'll be looking, of course, to make amends in the final. That's where things didn't go his way in round number 2, but a good start for Joe Holmes. Kurt Holmes makes it a brotherly 1-2. Luke Phillips, best result of the year so far there in 3rd. George English also records a best result of the season so far with that 4th place. Solid points for Mikey Nichols in 5th. A decent run as well there for Charlie Newman, the top super heavyweights in 6th. We've got to move quickly though. Round 2 of the heats. Heat 4 is next. Let's whiz through the grid then for heat number 4. Matt Salmon will be on pole position. Alexander Lammin alongside on the front row. Tom Edwards and Dennis Lizienski on row 2. Martin Robinson and Adam Hadfield on row 3. Row 4, Miguel Hall and Scott Parker. Steve Bosley and Stephen Westwood go from row 5. Sam Pike and Alex Pritchard on row 6. They're ahead of Marcin Kimalewski and Sam White on row 7. Anwar Barrell-Smith has his race start from the back of the field. Is on row 8 alongside Oliver Hall. Ben Niblett completes the 17-strong field. Hall and Niblett at the back of the field because they are C3 rookies. So we've just seen Joe Holmes have a race win pretty much the back of the field. When we're talking about that pressure on other drivers, here's a good example of it because Anwar Barrell-Smith has now got to come through the field. We are racing, we are underway for 7 minutes. Apologies for a little technical issue there. Can assure you that coming up the hill, it's one driver, Steve Bosley, out wide a long way into the grass. It's Alexander Lamin who leads this race in the number 21 kart in the black suit and the white helmet, heading down to Ashby Corner now. Another driver off. That's going to be a restart on the grass for that driver there. That may have been one of our novices in the early throws of this race, Jacob. Looks like Scott Parker making
Stephen
moves.
Westwood as well, down into the left-hander. Apologies for the technical issues, not being able to bring you the certain angles that we usually would. Miguel Hall's got himself up to 3rd place from 7th. Scott Parker in 4th. Great starts from both of those. Tom Edwards dropping back down. Anwar Burrell-Smith and Alex Pritchard, I think, going side by side into turn one. Anwar up the inside of Tom Edwards, actually making up a couple of places there. And indeed, yes, at the back is, I think that was Matt Salmon that was possibly backwards earlier on. Alex Pritchard up the inside of Tom Edwards there at Christmas Corner in your shot.
It was one of the rookies, the novices, who span here at Ashby Corner one lap ago and then had the restart on the grass. In fact, both of the novices, Oliver Hall and Ben Niblett, have both spun on the first lap and had a restart on the grass. It's through there. Goes Anwar Burrell-Smith.
Up the inside of Scott Parker for 4th place, and head down now, charging back towards the front 3. You can see there coming through the picture. Good start from Alexander Lamin. 2nd place converted into a 1st. Adam Hadfield continues to have a good day. He started 6th, currently running 2nd in this one. He's got Miguel Hall for company in 3rd though, and surely we'll have Anwar, Scott and Alex 4th, 5th and 6th charging up to the back of them as well.
Yeah, it's a key phase of the race. As Pritchard goes for one on Parker there, and they're still side by side as they come towards Inkerman's. Got to give each other room. Thumbs up there from Alex Pritchard to Scott Parker.
Westwood, I think, tried to go up the inside of Tom Edwards there. The only beneficiary of that was Sam White, who managed to pick up 2 places. A little bit of a coming together, I think, between Westwood and Edwards.
I had a little chat with Sam White earlier that you can watch on the Paddock Show later on at the lunch break. And if you're at the circuit, if you want to have a chat with us, do make sure that you're in and around the podium area after the A final. We'll be heading out immediately from that A final to do a little bit of chat, a little bit of recording with the drivers.
Anwar Burrell-Smith's got massive gap on Alex Pritchard now. I know he was fighting with Scott Parker at the start of the previous lap, but it looks like Anwar is going to join the battle at the front between these 3, especially if they keep battling as they're doing. Here's Miguel Hall. It looks like he's lost out a significant chunk of time. Anwar right on his bump and now not able to make a move just yet. But Adam Hadfield to the front of this one.
Yeah, and that's what we mean in terms of a battle round here can actually lose you a lot of time very, very quickly. Anwar Burrell-Smith has been able to close back in, and it's now a top 4 fighting for this race. Hadfield from Lamin, then Miguel Hall there, Anwar Burrell-Smith in the green and white suit. Hadfield is going to go defensive. Here comes Anwar Burrell-Smith, went left, went right, went back to the right and is down the inside of Miguel Hall, has taken 3rd place. This is a very good response from Anwar Burrell-Smith, who's just seen Joe Holmes take a race victory from a similar part of the grid. Anwar Burrell-Smith knows in this fight that's going to go through the whole season, as we've seen it do so before, in these heats, with these championship points, even at this early stage of the season, it's all about matching your rivals, keeping the points on your side, as well as taking those grid positions in the finals later on today. 2.25 minutes remaining then for Adam Hadfield to try and hold on here ahead of Alexander Lamin. Very experienced driver is Alexander Lamin, has been doing Club 100 sprints the best part of a decade now. Anwar Burrell-Smith, though, is looking for a way through. Miguel Hall still there as well. Miguel Hall not able to get alongside Anwar Burrell-Smith, and Alex Pritchard closing in on this group here, Jacob. Could be a good result here for Pritchard.
Yeah, the battling is certainly helping Alex Pritchard out, but it's helping Adam Hadfield out as well. He's got a little bit of a gap now. You can see 2 or 3 kart lengths back to Alex Lamin, who went defensive there and should have gone defensive again, because Anwar Burrell-Smith is up the inside and will be charging after that race. There's Alex Pritchard side by side with Miguel Hall, and I think he's up to 4th, Andrew.
Yeah, good stuff here from Alex Pritchard. He had a chat to me earlier on today, and he said when he goes flying past Joe Holmes, he assured me he was going to give the cameras a little wave. We'll see whether he does that first part of that sequence of play later on today, of course.
And he gave a big wave there to Miguel Hall, and very much let's go get these guys instruction there, as joining the back of this Scott Parker and Sam White. Hadfield, though, has this lap and the next lap to try and stay ahead of Anwar Burrell-Smith. Anwar's not close enough to make anything. Up the inside there from Alex Pritchard. Great move. Miguel Hall looks to try and follow him through on Alex Lamin, but he's on the outside and won't be able to do so there. Can he switch back to the inside? Doesn't look like he is quite capable of doing so. So yes, Hadfield leads from Burrell-Smith, who will likely be making a move up to Christmas Corner, unless he can get some sort of undercut here through the boot, which he can't. It will be the last lap, though. Hadfield will go defensive.
Or does he want to go defensive? Because if he goes defensive, a second place is a good result. If he defends too much, he could fall back towards that group of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th.
White line it, Adam. Go on. There it is.
Yeah,
that's
he's going
what
to
we
take
like
that
to
option.
see.
Anwar Burrell-Smith. Oh, tries to do the Mansell style dummy and makes it work. No, back comes Hadfield. Has another go at Burrell-Smith. Side by side, down into Ashby, and look at Pritchard approaching there in 3rd place. Now Anwar Burrell-Smith has got the move done. That was a great sequence of play between both Burrell-Smith and Hadfield. But this is the problem for Hadfield now. Alex Pritchard sets in the opportunity to go up to 2nd place and has taken that opening to take some more points. Anwar Burrell-Smith, through the boot, has answered the question brilliantly of could he match the result of Joe Holmes in the previous heat. From the back of the field, Anwar Burrell-Smith adds another heat victory to his tally. 2nd for Pritchard, 3rd for Adam Hadfield. Good effort there to try and hold off Anwar, and good points as well. Adam Hadfield could well be on his way to being in the A final later on this morning, with 2 strong results already on the board. Alexander Lamin, Miguel Hall, Scott Parker, Sam White, Marcel Kimilevsky, Steve Bosley and Sam Pike all in the top 10. Stephen Westwood, difficult race there, 11th and a penalty for forcing a driver wide. Dennis Lizensky, Tom Edwards, Matt Salmon, Martin Robinson all in the top 15, and then the 2 novices, Oliver Hall and Ben Niblett. So, I was wondering why we were holding for the whistle being blown. 1 kart over the line at the end there was Ben Niblett. That's all of our runners over the line for Heat 4. Heat 5 is next.
Heavyweight heat number 5 then. Let's have a look who we've got on the grid for this one. Row number 1 will be Vinod Hirani and Henry Lopez Gracie. Row number 2, Nick Klein and Kieran Hyde Moody. Line up on row 3, Kurt Holmes looking to improve on his 2nd place from his first heat. Joe Wright is alongside him. Charlie Newman is on 7th, grid 7. Paul Williams, grid 8. Edgar Almendarez Bocanegra is in 9th with Amnatha for company on row 5. Row 6 is Matt Jones and Mike Nichols, Vijay Patel and Anthony Lambert. On the next row, Rich Newton, Giles Coke and Tom Spence round out your grid of 17 for this one as we prepare for the lights to go green.
We do indeed. Good morning to Kim Ely cheering on Gerard Moore, and Cindy as well cheering on Martin. We're ready for another 7-minute heat. Away we go then. Good starts for both on the front row, but it's going to be early advantage to Henry Lopez Gracie. Vinod Hirani cuts to the inside with Kieran Hyde Moody there. black suit with the grey helmet. They're going to fight for second place into Christmas Corner for the first time. Kurt Holmes already on the move, beautifully up to 4th place there. Downhill towards Ashby for the first time. That's a great start for Henry Lopez Gracie. Jacob's already got probably 4, 5, 6, maybe more kart length lead.
Yeah, and Kurt Holmes up to 3rd place, just about got that move done eventually. Mike Nichols was in amongst it at Christmas Corner on that first lap. You see him there with Adam Nather, middle of the pack, along with Matt Jones in that Lotus suit. And Kurt Holmes 2nd place. Now, by the looks of things, up ahead of Vinod Hirani, who has started on pole position. So Kurt looking prime for this, but what gap Henry Lopez Gracie has. He's already 1.7 seconds ahead. That sets him up very nicely for this heat, regardless of whether Kurt catches him. Should be looking strong for a top 2. Lopez Gracie, excellent lap one from him, as we see Adam Nather making progress as well. He's got ahead of Michael Nichols there just before the end of that lap, and I think he's got ahead of Nick Klein as well.
Yeah, this is a really good chance for Henry Lopez Gracie to get a best result of the year so far. He's had a number of top 5s and 18th in the overall point standings at the start of the day. So solidly one of the regular A-final drivers at both Buckwell Park and GYG so far this season. But yeah, could very much be on the cards here for a first top 3 in the heat of the year, maybe even a win. He's got to hold off Kurt Holmes now, and that's the problem, that Kurt Holmes is going to bang in lap times like that. 57.178, half a second taken out of the race leader there on lap number 2. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, this is the fight with Hirani, Newman, Kieran Hyde-Moody in there as well. Newman down the inside, nicely takes position there from Vinod Hirani. Yeah,
the inside 2, making progress, the 2 C1s through the field.
Moving up through the order. I think there's a little issue perhaps with Vinod Hirani's transponder. I've not seen Vinod have an issue to put in a lap down. I'm going to assume that his... as he was across the grass there, was that Richard Newton going for a bit of a ride? No, he's running in a red suit today. Oh, that's all too
Adam
close.
Nather's round.
Adam Nather pinched round. Kieran Hyde-Moody was in the middle of all of that, and Miguel Hall was on the inside.
Mikey Nichols, sorry, Miguel Hall in the other heat. But there's Adam getting going now, and round goes someone else. That's Paul Williams. Yeah, for number 25.
Paul does very well to get that kart stopped before having an unscheduled meeting with the fence there.
Up the inside goes Matt Jones there as well in the Lotus suits. I think that's Richard Newton just ahead of him, is it?
Yes, it is. As a bit of a moment for Henry Lopez Gracie, who's now got Kurt Holmes to deal with. This is for the race lead. Kurt's having a little look there. I think just trying to psychologically work Henry Lopez Gracie out at the moment through the new chicane out of Paddock Corner. The curb has been lowered since the previous iteration of that corner. It's quite tricky to get onto it and have it pull you around the corner. Kurt Holmes knows he's got time on his side here. 3 minutes remaining on the clock to look to find a way of making this move and take the race lead. He's gone and put a 56.834 in as well, and with on a day, down the inside goes Kurt Holmes. Has he gone too far? No. Very good job there from Kurt Holmes. And just to come back to that point about fastest laps, if there is a tiebreaker required at the end of everybody's third heat, it goes to the fastest lap by a driver over the course of those 3 heats. And again, could sometimes be very, very close here at Whilton Mill. We saw in the SP60 heavyweights yesterday, difference between Ryan Sandel and Tim Penny for second place in the round was determined. They both had the same set of results across the races, which is determined by a fastest lap difference of 0.02 of a second. Very, very close here at Whilton Mill. So more laps like that from Kurt Holmes. That 56.834 could be very, very useful in terms of where he lines up on the grid for the final later on this morning.
Sounds like a question if we had a bigger lunch, Andrew, rather than who's the better driver.
Probably, yeah.
At that closer margin. Top front three in this one looking pretty comfortable though. Kurt Holmes, as you mentioned, has been pumping out the fast laps. He's in the lead of this one now and looks good for it. Henry Lopez-Gracie will be able to follow him round. Joe Wright's pretty comfortable there in third place with a big gap back to Charlie Newman as well. They will get 2 more laps out of this one, so it's the penultimate lap that they're going on to now. And yeah, there's that gap. You can see it spatially quite big now. And Charlie Newman holds on to 4th place with Mike Nichols for company. No penalties, I don't think, Andrew, for Adam Nather going round.
No, I think that could have been one where it's an argument of a racing incident and 3 karts into one, as opposed to one driver definitively at fault for that one. Also got to remember, it's in Club 100, it's just and we've both been observers, haven't we, mate, of trackside. It all comes at you very, very quickly. No replay cameras or CCTV cameras of the kind of thing that you see maybe at a British Championships level in over karts or anything like that. So there is that to take into account as well. 20 seconds remaining means we are going to be on the final lap this time around. Another new fastest lap of the heat so far from Kurt Holmes, 56.481. Not the fastest lap of the day so far. I think that's gone to Anwar Barul Smith at the moment. With 56.1. No, actually Joe Holmes has got the fastest lap of the day so far. Kieran Hyde-Moody looks like he's on the move. Yes,
he's up ahead of Charlie Newman and Mikey Nichols. You can see on screen there as well. Mikey Nichols has got the better of Charlie Newman, but has holds station as Kieran Hyde-Moody's jumped them both. So not a great lap for Newman. Hyde-Moody though up to 4th place and a solid result for him. But speaking of solid results, round comes Kurt Holmes for the final time. He's been sent fastest lap after fastest lap in this race, and through the final chicane for the last time, Kurt Holmes wins super heavyweight heat number 5. 2nd place goes to Henry Lopez-Gracie, where he started. Joe Wright a very comfortable 3rd. Then is Kieran Hyde-Moody coming home in 4th place. Mikey Nichols will pick up another 5th, I think. That's his second 5th place of the day. Richard Newton 6th place, Giles Coke in 7th, Charlie Newman 8th, Edgar Armendariz of Boccanegra will be 9th, Adam Nather recovers to 10th, stays off earlier on in the race, Nick Klein 11th, Vijay Patel 12th, Matt Jones the number 12 in 13th place, Tom Spence number 13 in 14th place, Paul Williams also had an off in that one, he was 15th, and I've lost the last 2 because the time is updated already for heat number 6. Here we go then for heat number 6 in the heavyweights, and our grade for this one will be Jeff Chapman on pole position, Jake Hickling alongside him, Joe Holmes, who we saw win earlier on row number 2 with Aaron Jones alongside. Jordan Hawkins and Lucas Clever are on row 3. Row 4, Stuart Kirk is joined by Adam Britton with Gerard Moore, who had a strong drive in his first heat. Luke Phillips is in 10th place. George English, row 6 with Luke Fletcher in the 66. Tim Penny and Sam Iddles are on a C1 row 7. Row 8 is Glenn Orford and the super heavyweight Lenny Wood. Alessandro Guerrero, who got a black flag earlier, needs a much better result from row 9. He's got that delve in for company there. 18 drivers in this one. They'll be getting going very, very shortly. In fact, they're getting going right now. The lights go green and away we go. Chapman leads them away. Holmes looks to follow him through into 2nd place. Good start from that side of the grid. Jordan Hawkins is 3rd, as is a bit scrappy behind them, as it usually is, going through oblivion. And Joe Holmes already to the front of this one. He's got the better of Jeff Chapman going up the hill into Christmas Corner.
Definite problems on that start for Lucas Clever. Lucas Clever was on the grass and effectively cutting the wrong side of the tyres through turn number 2. There's been a spinner towards the back of the field as well.
And there's Glenn
And
Orford
down at
off
Ashby.
on the grass, and the other one, Andrew, I didn't quite catch the number.
I think it was the number 67 of Mike Devlin, who is having issues. Joe Holmes, is he already to the front of the field? Yes, he is already to the front of the field. So Joe Holmes ruthlessly working his way through the order here.
Jordan Hawkins for company as well from 5th on the grid. Not a bad start from either of those two, as the 51, the pole sitter, comes through in 3rd, closely followed by Stuart Kirk, who's got it 7th.
Good morning to Don Balasaitis, who had a very good run on track last week. Oh, it's through there. That's the power of the Jaffa Cakes. I've just had one, Tim, and it's promoted you up to 7th place. But yeah, just want to say hello to Don Balasaitis. Very good run on the road last week in the Cadet and Junior Championship at Shennington. He was cheering on Henry Lopez Gracie in the previous race. Pretty happy with that one. Keep the comments coming in on the YouTube stream on Alpha Live's channel. Let us know who you're supporting. There'll be plenty of people supporting Jeff Chapman here. But we've got to give Jeff Chapman special credit because he's got a beautifully customised suit with an Alpha Live logo on it. That does gain you points in this commentary box at least.
Up to Jeff. There
Up
he
to
is.
Jeff and accounted for as well.
Exactly what we like to see. He defends here from Stuart Kirk. Stuart not able to find a way around the outside, but they're going to battle this one all the way down the hill, Andrew. To the inside goes Stuart Kirk, and still can't get the move done. Good defence from Chapman. The battle will rage on, though, I think, throughout this race as they challenge for the last podium place in this heat. I think they'd be better off working together at this stage of the race, if I'm brutally honest. You got a chasing pack of the likes of Jared Moore and Tim Penny in behind them, but very different lines through most of the corners. Usually means battle. We'll see how they get on over the next couple of laps. George English actually leads the charge from 5th place behind these two. There he is in the orange helmet. He's got Tim Penny with him. Jared Moore now in 7th place. Looks to be defending that from Adam Britton, who's dived up the inside of Christmas Corner and not made it work. In fact, he's gone round, and there's someone else who's joined him for good measure as well. Plenty of carts at the inside. Adam drops right down to the back of the order. Not quite sure what went wrong with that overtaking manoeuvre, but I can be sure it went wrong.
Yeah, as someone's lost control as well, just coming down the hill again into Ashby Corner. Very, very easy to do. There is Chapman ahead of Kirk, with English and Penny closing in with 3 1/4 minutes to go. Over the curb, through the new chicane. Look at the gap that Holmes and Hawkins have got at this moment. Stuart Kirk, who's a loyal servant to the super heavyweights over the past couple of years, is always towards the front of that category. Is through into 5th place, has moved Tim Penny.
A little scratch on the back of his head there as he comes up the hill. This Tim, as he lines up our 2 super heavyweight drivers, Chapman and Kirk, for size. Those two have been they haven't actually been batting. They took my advice over a lap or two ago, and I think they've maybe been trying to work together. Stuart Kirk hasn't been too feisty fighting this one, but hasn't done them many favours now, and Kirk goes up the inside into the boot, decides he's going to put his fate in his own hands, I think, Andrew.
Yeah, that's a really good, nice move from Stu. It's a bit difficult to see from that angle just how hard that move is, because it's quite a short braking zone into the initial part of the boot. You almost stab on the brakes. You want the back of the cart to deliberately start spinning in a way to get that slide in and hop over the curb. So yeah, it's a very, very tricky place to get an overtake done, particularly on the inside. So I rate that move from Stuart Kirk. Down the hill once again. Chapman holding in 4th place. Tim Penny seems keen to get the move done here. Has a half little look on the approach to the infield section through Osius now. You want to apex late to get the speed off. And onto the back straight here. Tim Penny's going to have a go now into the boot. Chapman will try to hold his nose in there, but no, Tim Penny is through and into 4th place, and through now comes George English as well. So George English up into the top 5. 2 laps to go. Joe Holmes, we haven't seen too much of him. He's 1.4 seconds clear of Jordan Hawkins. Stuart Kirk there in 3rd place. This could be a really big result here for Stuart. Going to be one of the contenders you would feel in the super heavyweights. I'm just referring, his best result so far in a heat this season was 9th at Glanigore. So Stuart Kirk looking to smash that best so far in this 2025 season. Spin on a yellow for the number 67. That is Mike Devlin. Now, Mike Devlin is 18th anyway at the moment, though, so that's not going to change his position. As here's a scrap going on between Jake Hicklin, as there, Penny down the inside has got 3rd off Kirk.
Yep, 3 laps in a row. We've seen 3 overtakes on the entry to the boot. You're right, Andrew. Very short braking zone, which makes that overtaking manoeuvre quite hard. I think the thing that makes it possible is that you brake quite early. You're braking for not long, but you are braking quite early. And if you can be late on the brakes there and still hook up that inside curb, that's what gets the job done. And we've seen Tim do it twice. We saw Stuart do it just before him as well. But Tim Penny now up into 3rd place. It's still, as you said, Andrew, going to be a best heat result for Stuart Kirk. 4th is a lot better than 9th, which is what he's managed so far this season, so we'll be happy with that. And certainly with 2 C1s ahead of him, I think that's a respectable result for this 27. But here we have our number 1, Joe Holmes, fastest lap, number 1 plate on his car, the reigning champion. He's won 1 heat already, and here he's about to make it 2. Over the line comes Joe Holmes and wins heavyweight heat number 6. Jordan Hawkins, a stellar drive from him. Less than 2 seconds down the road, follows him home for 2nd. And there we have Tim Penny coming home for 3rd, Stuart Kirk 4th. George English will be finishing 5th. Jeff Chapman 6th, Jared Moore 7th, Lucas Clever in 8th. Can Glenn Orford hold on to 9th? Yes, he can. Jake Hicklin will be 10th. Adam Britton home in 11th after that little mishap we saw earlier. Stuart Fletcher is in 12th. Sam Oddles is in 13th. Aaron Jones and Lenny Wood 14th and 15th. Luke Phillips 16th. Mike Devlin 17th. And Alexandros Guerrero hasn't fared too much better in this one. He's 18th now, our C3 leader.
Yeah, tough day for the points leader. Let's move then into the 3rd and final round of heats. Heat 7 is next. Time to go then for the drivers in their 3rd and final round of heats. Before we get to those finals, Giles Coke and Mikey Nichols on the front row, Alex Pritchard and Sam White on row 2. It's Anthony Lambert first of the super heavyweights on row 3 alongside Dennis Lizensky. Row 4, it's an all super heavyweight affair with Martin Robertson and Matt Salmon, Tom Edwards and Alexander Lamon on row 5. Stephen Westwood's had a trying day so far. He's on row 6 and is joined by another of the C1, Steve Bosley. Miguel Hall and Charlie Newman start on row 7. Scott Parker has the run from the back that everybody has to do in his format is on row 8, joined by the single novice in this grid, Ben Nimblett. So 7 minutes once again on the clock. All over to Giles Coke to get us started for this one with Mikey Nichols alongside on the front row. We are away and racing once again, and it's a good start for Giles Coke. Alex Pritchard's had a decent run from the grid as well, as already up into 2nd place. Mikey Nichols down to 3rd. Pritchard goes for the race lead. Has he got the speed right through the second part of the corner? Yes, he has. Bold stuff there from Alex Pritchard, who takes the early advantage in this 7th heat. Remember, for all of these drivers, this is their last heat. So if they've had good results so far, they can confirm their places in the A final with a run here in this one to bag some more points. For anyone who's had a difficult day so far, they've still got an opportunity to pull themselves up into perhaps a B final, maybe even right up into the A final with a strong result. At end of the first lap, it's going to be Alex Pritchard leading here. Charles Koch P2, Mikey Nichols, Sam White and Dennis Lizensky all in the top 5. Good start for Alexander Lammen, up 4 places to 6th. Steve Bosley's had a bright start as well, up 5 places to 7th. And it's not a surprise to see Miguel Hall and Scott Parker, 2 of the C1s. They've gained 4 and 5 places respectively, both into the top 10, Jacob.
Yep, Sam White up to 3rd there going down the hill. I want to say great start from Alex Pritchard at the front. I know you've said it already, but he did exactly what Joe did from his 3rd in the grid. 2nd place after the first couple of corners and take 1st up into Christmas. And he's now built up a bit of a gap back to Giles Koch. And Sam White, I think, is the order there for 2nd and 3rd. Do bear with us. We are working to resolve some slight technical issues, which is why we've got a one-camera view of the circuit at the moment. But luckily, it's the one camera that you can see all the action from. And here they come again up into view into Christmas Corner. Alex Pritchard, significant lead. Charles Koch, defensive from Sam White. And that's Dennis Lizensky having a little look at Sam White, and Mikey Nichols coming back at him. Had been given the opportunity to do so. Mikey Nichols gets the cut back there, but he's going to be on the outside for the left-hander, the double left-hander as well. So Mikey Nichols quite sensibly cedes that position, but is right on Dennis's bumper now. The pack behind them, Miguel Hall has worked to the front of. Steve Bosley appears to have had some sort of mishap there, because he's gone missing. We're not quite sure where he is. Scott Parker and Stephen Westwood also in this one. Sorry, Steve Bosley's so far ahead of these that he hasn't had a mishap at all. He's had quite the opposite and is charged right up to the back of this pack here.
Indeed, there he is in the blue suit with the white helmet. Boz on the back. Driver number 44 is currently the fastest driver in this heat, a 57.262.
Indeed, so fast that I couldn't keep up with where he was on track. Good couple of laps for Steve Bosley, now on the back of Mikey Nichols and Dennis Lizensky.
Mikey Nichols down the inside of Lizensky for P4 there by the looks of it. That Hall, Parker, Westwood trio though is quite useful, because 3 quick drivers there can work together. Well, I say work together. Scott Parker's having a little go into the boot, round and through the heel. I think it's still up for grabs what the official corner name that part of the circuit is. Back at the front of the field, though, Charles Koch has really closed in. That was a nice last lap from Charles Koch, a 56.857. It's going to start putting Alex Pritchard under a bit of pressure here. Alex Pritchard has not had a heat win so far this season. No, that's still very early in the season, and it will come at some point. There's a bit of a question mark as to whether that first P1 in a heat and 25-point score is going to come for Alex Pritchard in this particular race. He's got to respond now to the pace, not the attack yet, of Giles Koch. Hasn't made a big move on Pritchard as of yet.
I think he knows he's there now, though, Andrew. I think might have been a little love tap there, and he'll certainly be able to see him coming down the straight now. Does Alex have a little look behind him? He does indeed have a good look behind him to see Giles Koch, and he's bumper to bumper going through the first couple of corners. Alex looks to have gotten a slightly better drive out of there as Giles has a decent look to the inside. Sam White very much with these guys as well, and Mikey Nichols now in fourth will be hoping to join them. Steve Bosley quite quick as well in 6th place, isn't out of this one completely either.
Yeah, I think Giles didn't quite get an A-star run through Oblivion and Fine Lady there. He was just moving to the right to cover off any kind of thought of a move by Sam White. Scott Parker again has a little look down the inside of Miguel Hall. What's the pace like for them at the moment? They're in the high 57s. Yeah, they're not really catching Alexander Lammen at the moment. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, Hall, Parker and Westwood all marooned in the middle of the order at the moment.
Pritchard has responded at the front and sets a pretty solid lap on there, 56.8, built himself a bit more of a gap now as we return to the front. Yep, there you can see, in fact, Mikey Nichols up the inside of Sam White there for third place. This is the penultimate lap. If there's going to be any moves for that lead and take away Alex Pritchard's first heat win of the season, then it's got to be soon. Giles Coke trying to put in a decent lap time here to get back up on that bumper. Mikey Nichols will be hoping to get close as well. He might just run out of time with that couple of kart lengths back to him. Giles Coke, though, close enough coming through the boot to be maybe thinking about Christmas corner.
20 seconds to go as we say. Pritchard gets a good exit out of the final corner. That's going to give him a bit of breathing room through Oblivion. Wrapping round the second turn, flat out through Fine Lady as well. Coke is not going to be in striking distance there. This has been a good performance from Alex Pritchard to dig deep for that middle phase of the race where Giles Coke had some very, very good speed indeed. Mikey Nichols in third place there. Hoping for another opportunity to gain some more points. This crucial stage of the round for the sprinters as, Nichols does have a go, but no, that was never going to work really into Oziers. That's going to give Sam White the opportunity now, potentially, into the next couple of corners. Denis Lezensky, that's a beautiful move from Lezensky, round the outside into the entry to the boot. That is fantastic. Up to fourth place for Alex Pritchard, though. A win. P1 takes his first heat win of the season in round 3. Giles Coke's P2. I think that is another best result of the year so far for one of our heavyweights. Mikey Nichols third, fourth for Denis Lezensky, fifth for Sam White, Steve Bosley, Alexander Lamin, Miguel Hall, Scott Parker and Stephen Westwood all in the top 10. A flurry of super heavyweights. The lower third of the field. Matt Salmon, the first of them, ahead of Charlie Newman. Tom Edwards in 13th. 14th for Martin Robinson. Anthony Lambert and Ben Niblett complete the 16 finishers. Apologies for the technical issues. The team are working hard to get everything back up to full operating mode. We can now roll through for heat number 8. Penultimate grid for this one. Hopefully we can bring you the grid. There it is. Anwar Barul Smith starts on pole position. Sam Pike alongside on the front row. Tim Penny and Glenn Orford on row 2. Marcel Kimilevsky and Kieran Hyde-Moody go from row number 3. On the fourth row of the grid, it'll be Lucas Clever and Jordan Hawkins and Lucas Clever on row 4. Joe Holmes and Jake Hinklin on row 5. Adam Naffer and Edgar Amandaris Bocanegra on that 6th row of the grid. Adam Britton, Joe Wright, Gerald Moore, Luke Phillips, Oliver Hall and Alexandros Guerrero completing the 18 runners. I think there's slight confusion on my brain there, as I think we have got all 18 drivers out on there. Conflicting information, but never mind that. We're green light. We're 7 minutes underway. And Anwar Barul Smith takes that early advantage. Jacob leads on the way up to Christmas the first time.
Yeah, they want this to be as clean as possible, as will Tim Penny in second place there. Joe Holmes already up to 5th and will be hunting those two down. Looking to defend their positions going into this corner here, where Marcel Chimlewski has lost out to Joe Holmes actually for 4th place with his carts off at the back. We think it's Kieran Hyde-Moody perhaps who's lost out there. And all change at the front, or rather just behind the front. Anwar Burrell Smith and Tim Penny remain in 1st and 2nd, but that man with the number 1 plate is coming through and putting some pressure now on the number 52 of Sam Pike.
Yeah, Oliver Hall's gone round on the entry to the boot, the number 79. It was Kieran Hyde-Moody in trouble at Ashby Corner on that first lap of the race. He's managed to get already back ahead of Joe Wright. And the penalty, Alexandros Guerrero again, ABC takeout penalty. And that's the 4th penalty for Guerrero today on ABCs alone. Is having a tricky time out there on circuit. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. This is going to be an intriguing battle because you've got Beryl Smith and Holmes, both having very strong days so far. And that old adage of they can't both win this race. So who's going to lose their streak of results going into this 8th and penultimate heat? Again, for all of the drivers out on circuit at the moment, this is their last one. They won't run in heat number 9. I tell you what, Kurt Holmes could have an opportunity here to pick up the pieces of any battles that we see across the course of the next 5 minutes, Jacob.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can get a good result in the next one. Joe looking to the inside of Sam Pike there, but not going for it in the end. He'll want to be past him sooner rather than later if he's going to win this one. Will Josie has another look now going down the hill. Not to say that Sam Pike isn't a very, very capable driver. Indeed, he is. But Joe now goes for the move. Not quite sure about that one, and neither was he. He hasn't made it work at all. And Anwar and Tim continue to drive away in 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, that was some good driving from Sam Pike to hold the speed round the outside. He's going to just jump out of the way of the reigning champion.
Penalty for Luke Phillips and ABC takeout. We've already had a couple of those been dished out already to Alexandros Guerrero earlier on. That might have been where Kieran Hyde Moody found himself on the grass. But yes, Joe Holmes has lost out significant amount of time from that failed overtake. He just about managed to keep Marcel Kimileski behind him, but there's a queue forming now behind those two of Adam Britton, Adam Naffer, Glenn Orford, Lucas Clever, all looking to pick up the pieces of any battle that happens over that 3rd, 4th and 5th place.
Having 2 and 2 and hopefully not getting 5 here. I think that Luke Phillips ABC takeout penalty might be in relation to Gerard Moore, because Gerard Moore has just fallen down the order to 17th place, a loss of 7. Phillips also lost out on that previous completed lap, but they will have been around the same point of the circuit. Apologies if I've read that situation incorrectly. You know that Phillips has got that ABC takeout penalty. That is a fact. Here is the fight for 3rd place. Joe Holmes has taken quite a while to get through past the former Warwick BUKC driver. This is their home circuit. They all know it very, very well. Kimileski had a go there as well to follow Holmes through, get up to 4th place himself, but Holmes now in 3rd place. And that could be quite a key moment, I feel, in this race, Jacob, because Joe Holmes not quite able to get through at the same rate that we've seen him do previously in the day, and he's now pretty much 2 seconds behind Tim Penny and Anwar, 2 very quick drivers with only 2.5 minutes to play.
Exactly, as Anwar knocked over a cone there, Andrew. Remains to be seen if that will get spotted by an observer, but pretty conclusive view of it on the live stream there, which CLUB100 don't take into account, by the way. Yeah, well, let's see what kind of lap times Joe can put in. Sam Pike remains behind him, having successfully defended from Kimileski, who's lost out now to Adam Naffer.
Has indeed. Adam Naffer, another driver who started his CLUB100 racing career in the British University's Karting Championship. Curb warning for Anwar Barul Smith.
So that'll potentially be for the
for that run through the final complex. Just a warning, no penalties. They all get a get out of jail free card in a way for cones and monster curbs. You see that time he just pulled back from it a little bit, gave it a little tickle, but
Tim Penny fastest lap. Sorry, last time round. It's now been taken by Marcel Kimileski, but closing in on Anwar with 2 laps to go at this one.
Indeed. Here is your fight for 4th place. Sam Pike in the number 52, Adam Naffer in the number 7. Down the inside goes Naffer. Oh, a bit too much speed. That's going to get tight through increments, and here comes Marcel Kimileski as well. Pike holds the inside line down into Ashby Corner. Good defence again there from Sam Pike. He's not giving these positions up lightly. In comes Glenn Orford as well in the orange and white helmet. Adam Britton needs a good result in this race. He's had a up and down day so far. It's a good one here if he's going to make the A final directly. There will be repechage positions from the C and B finals through into the higher reaches of the agenda later on in this. Whoa, as Lucas Clever. That was one of the alternative lines proposed sometimes for the new final corner, but it's not the official line through the final corner. So yeah, it's interesting to see how that one will be called. So Sam Pike is still holding on to these positions here for 4th place. Time is up. Anwar Barul Smith is going to take the race win and would, at least by my calculations, take pole position for the A final. Down and through Ashby Corner. This has been some performance from Anwar Barul Smith. Tim Penny's kept him honest in this race though. Through the final corner, Anwar Barul Smith does the clean sweep, has had 3 heats, has had 3 victories. Very good stuff indeed. Tim Penny P2, Joe Holmes 3rd in that one. Will be very high up the order for the A final grid later on today. Sam Pike holds on to 4th place ahead of Marcel Kimilevsky. Adam Naffa in 6th. Adam Britton, Lucas Clever, Alexandros Guerrero and Jordan Hawkins on the top 10 on the road, but that is before penalties have been applied, of course. Edgar Armandaris, Bocanegra, Luke Phillips, Joe Wright, Kieran Hyde Moody, Gerard Moore, Jake Hickling, Ben Orford and Oliver Hall completing the running order there. One more heat to go. Not quite there yet. I think we've still got a couple of drivers over the line. There they are. So something happened to Glenn Orford late on in that race. There's the whistle. Indicates that Heat 9 is up next. So here we go then for the last heat of this part of the day. Lenny Wood and Luke Fletcher are on the front row of the grid. Vijay Patel and Richard Newton on row 2. Sam Hills and Aaron Jones on row number 3. Kurt Holmes and Jeff Chapman form up the 4th row of the grid. It's Vinod Hirani and Nick Klin completing the top 10. Henry Lopez, Gracie and Paul Williams on row 6. Matt Jones and George Inglis on row 7. Adam Hadfield's had a good day so far. Starts on row 8 for this one alongside Stuart Kirk. Mike Devlin and Tom Spence, the 2 novices in this field. Do keep an eye on that row 7. I say Hadfield's had a very strong day. Stuart Kirk equalled the best result for a super heavyweight in a heat so far this season earlier on in round 2. The last part of these heats for the heavyweights and super heavyweights, 7 minutes are underway, and it's a good start for Lenny Wood on the pole side of the grid. Luke Fletcher looking to fight through his... No, Vijay Patel's been able to hold on to 2nd place. You don't often say that round this circuit. Kurt Holmes is already on the move. Kurt Holmes already up to P2 by the time they get through Christmas Corner, through Inkermans. Very good start indeed for Kurt Holmes, who I think could take 2nd place on the grid here for the final with a race victory in this one. I don't think he'll be able to take pole because Anwar's had 3 wins, but 2 wins and a 2nd place will do. Oh, it's round goes Lenny Wood. Round goes Lenny Wood. Now, was there a touch there between Kurt Holmes and Lenny Wood? It's been a pretty torrid day for the driver of number 45 so far. Sam Idols has come through as well to actually lead this one at the end of lap number 1. But how did you read that one, Jacob, down into Ozier's corner?
Quite tricky to tell from the camera angle that we were given, and it's often quite hard to tell in general at that corner for the observers. Kurt Holmes looks to the inside of Sam Idols and makes a very, very clean move. But yeah, it's quite hard to tell because the driver on the outside doesn't have a lot of grip round there. There just isn't a grip. There's often a lot of what they call marbles as well on the exit of that corner, so you very often can find yourself spinning around if you're not on the proper racing line. Nothing coming through on the timing system, so it looks like it was deemed to be clean.
And the other side of it into Aussies as well, no, when I've been looking at these incidents from an observer's perspective, you've got to let them race. And if Kurt's down the inside there and has got full control, and a driver, not saying that Lenny did turn in, make contact pod to pod, but if a driver does just turn in and then, conservation of momentum bounces off the side pod of another driver, you can see that happen from time to time. Nothing on the board, so Kurt Holmes continues in the lead of this race, ahead of Sam Adels there in the number 10.
You are right, Andrew. He can't get pole position in the A final. He had second place to Joe in his first heat and won his second. But yes, a win here should put him in second place, I think, on the A final grid. It looks like him and Sam are working together at the front of this one, as we briefly cut back to, I think, the battle for third place, which might be a bit more of a contest. I think Sam Idles will be happy to follow Kurt for the next couple of laps at least. We've still got 4 minutes left of this one, so not even at the halfway stage. Here we go though, further back, Richard Newton battling with Luke Fletcher.
Luke Fletcher had a little chat to in the pre-recorded paddock show from earlier on this morning. Do stick about at the lunch break for that. Once we get to the end of the A final, there will be a little bit of a tea break for you guys at home. And we'll start the paddock show. Oh, big chunky curve there from Richard Newton, as one of the test carts pulls into pit lane. One of the test that was Sam Taylor driving in the pacer down in the testers today.
Gave the track walk this morning.
He did, yeah.
For some of the drivers who quite enjoy a little preview of the track.
Here are your leaders, Kurt Holmes and Sam Idles there.
Sam Idles might get a cone or curb warning, as Anwar did in the previous heat for that one. A little nudge of the big orange on the inside of the new chicane there. Richard Newton holds on to third place despite that hairy moment that we saw on stream a good 40-50 seconds ago. Big gap back to him. In fact, Richard Newton's built out a little bit of a gap to Luke Fletcher, so has handled the rest of his lap reasonably well. Henry Lopez Gracie in fifth with Adam Hadfield. Adam Hadfield's had a good day. I think
very good day.
This result, if he can maintain a top six here, we'll see him through to the A final.
Oh, easily through to the A final. I think quite a way up the grid in the A final. He does go through there now. Oh, that was a definite cone. Yeah, for Sam Idles, or at least that was from our perspective. The reason why the cone's there, when we're here for British Kart Champs, you'll see that cone is not there, and you will see drivers go straight over the curb. That's perfectly fine in owner racing. It's their karts. They can do with it, well, obviously within the rules and regulations of the sporting guidelines. But it's your kart. You damage it, you pay for it. That's the beauty of CLUB100, is that you can come, race, and not have to worry about the maintenance bill, shall we say. But on the flip side of that, we want to keep the maintenance bill and the parity of the karts as equal as possible. So that's why that's cone there, to say to the drivers, no, you cannot use that bit. You cannot go over the curb and potentially damage the kart. Not necessarily for you, but for the next driver and the driver after that.
Exactly, yes. Just as we speak there, Adam Hadfield looking to make a move on. I think Luke Fletcher, Henry Lopez Gracie, has got ahead of him. Yeah, he's very much for the next driver.
Yeah.
Because the argument is, you damage your kart, you damage your kart.
Yeah.
But it could be that you tweak something that doesn't fully impact until 10 laps later. And 10 laps later in these go-karts means that someone else is in the seat.
Yep. Sam Idles has had a curb warning, to be clear. So, well picked up by the observers down there. I think it might be Barney down on that part of the course today. He's a very happy man after Crystal Palace's win in the FA Cup final yesterday. 25 seconds remaining in this race. Richard, how about the super heavyweights today? Just said earlier on that Stuart Kirk had equalled the best result in the heat for a super heavyweight in the last round with a 4th place. Well, Richard Newton might be about to beat that with 1 lap to go. Sam Idols has not given up on a race victory either. Kurt Holmes there, not needing to do too much defending through and into Christmas Corner. Adam Hadfield's up to 5th place ahead of Luke Fletcher, further cementing his position in the standings. Surely will be on the grid for the A final later on this afternoon. But can Sam Idols find a way through past last year's runner-up? This has been a very, very good drive from both of these competitors.
Looks like the gap is just a bit too much. Sam Idols will be happy, I think, with the 2nd place. He hasn't had the greatest of results in his first 2 heats. Kurt Holmes, however, has had a good day. He takes his 2nd heat victory of the round. A 2nd place as well should put him on the front row of the A final. Sam Idols follows him home for 2nd. Richard Newton does hold on to 3rd, a great result for him. Adam Hadfield 4th, another fantastic result for him as well. We'll be seeing him in the A final. Henry Lopez-Gracie in 5th, Luke Fletcher 6th, Jeff Chapman is another heavyweight, super heavyweight in 7th, number 12 in 8th. Matt Jones, Vijay Patel's 9th, Paul Williams 10th, George English 11th, and we've got Aaron Jones in 12th, 13th, Vinod Harani, Mike Devlin 14th, Stuart Kirk 15th, Tom Spence 16th, 17th Nick Klein, and Lenny Wood in 18th.
Absolutely. Bit of a pause now whilst the points are calculated. You know what I said about fastest laps earlier, and that they might be important?
Yes.
Well, I think they're going to come in. Bryn has spotted this before I did. Anwar had a penalty. I think this must have been quite late on, because I don't remember it coming up on our screens. Anwar got a +2 positions for exceeding track limits too many times in the previous race. That makes his results first, and 3rd. Joe Holmes's will be first, and 2nd.
Which puts him on pole for the A final from his brother Kurt, who we've just seen win that race. Anwar drops down to 3rd on the grid. Tim Penny will start 4th.
And the deciding factor was the fastest lap for Joe over Kurt. So the 55.870 that Joe did in the first round of heats at some stage over those 8 laps of heat number 3 gives Joe Holmes pole position. Now, to be clear, the points from the heats are straight into the championship points. It's not like some competitions where your heat points then get converted into a standings, and then those standings then get an array of championship points. That's not the case here. So Joe and Kurt will both go from this set of races with 73 championship points scored from a possible 75. Keep your comments coming in. Hello to Bryn Alban, as mentioned. Hello to others as well, chiming in on the comments. If you're enjoying the commentary at @MM across your social medias. I've just realised that I've not done the at @MM social medias this morning. Apologies. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on comms duty for you today. Jacob, give us the insights from a driver's perspective. Obviously, it's a bit of a lull here whilst the grids are being generated. What's going through the mind of a sprint driver at this stage of the day?
Please be in the A final, please be in the A final, please be in the A final. For those who kind of had a middling set of results, we mentioned Adam Hadfield in that last race, finishing 4th. He is indeed the lead C2 in the A final. He's got himself in 6th. Henry Lopez-Gracie also had a good day, though. Those two, 4th and 5th in that last heat, gets them 6th and 7th in the A final. I think if you found yourself in the B final, especially if you found yourself in the top half of that B final, you're looking at a repechage as you would be for the C final. We've got Tom Spence on pole position for that one coming out next. That's an 8-kart grid. It's mostly C3s, well, it's all C3s and super heavyweights in that one. Lenny Wood, an experienced C3, an experienced super heavyweight, looking to reprecharge from that one. Alexandros Guerrero, the lead of our C3, looking to reprecharge as well, starting from the back. But yeah, you're eyeing up who's alongside you, who's ahead of you, what you have to do to make your way up into either the B final or the A final, because that's your aim, I think.
Yeah.
Whatever final you're in, you want to be in the one above it. You might be happy with the B final, perhaps, if you're a C3 reasonably new, but we haven't actually got any C3s in the B final this time. So yeah, I think most people will be looking to reprecharge. Certainly the C1s we've got in the B final. Sam Idols will start the B final on pole. That second place there, I said, was his best result so far today. He hasn't had the best of it, but we're looking to convert that pole position into, if not a win, then certainly a top 4 to get into the A final, where he probably quite rightfully should be. Stephen Westwood hasn't had the best of it either. He's going to start 10th in the B final, and he's going to be eyeing up the likes of Joe Wright, Gerard Moore, Sam Pike, Stuart Kirk, Kieran Hyde-Moody, Charlie Newman and Jeff Chapman ahead of him, thinking, how many of those can I get ahead of? What can I do to get myself in the best possible position for the A final and recover from some quite poor heats this morning?
Yeah, it is achievable from there. As a reminder for those who've not watched one of these phases of the day for a while, or anyone who's brand new, when we talk about reprecharge places, it's the top 2 from the C final who proceed into the B final join the automatic qualifiers for that level at the back of the grid, and then for the B final reprecharge spots, it's the top 4 who proceed on to at the back of the grid for the A final. That's why if you're looking at the results sometimes on Alpha Timing, you'll see that the top 4 in a B final, for example, scored 0 points. That's because they will score their championship points in the A final, whereas 5th downwards, that's the end of their competitions for this particular round. Their days are locked off. Championship points are awarded. This is, of course, where the big points in the championship are given out as well. So we've been talking about 25 championship points available for a win in a heat in an A final. It's considerably more, 150 points for a win in an A final, 145 for second, 142 for third, and then again a sliding scale that goes all the way through the A final, into the B final, into the C final, as each driver knows their final position within the standings here at Whilton Mill today.
One other thing that certain drivers will be looking at, we've got 4 classes here today, the 4th one being super heavyweights. Usually the winner of super heavyweights is someone who's made it into the A final.
Yes.
And we've got one, Richard Newton, 3rd place in that last heat. Superb result for him, gets him onto 21st on the grid for the A final. That B final, though, has 3 super heavyweights in the top 6. Jeff Chapman starting 3rd, 4th. Charlie Newman and Stuart Kirk will be 6th. Each of those will be looking for a reprecharge position to challenge Richard Newton for that super heavyweight win today. Those guys will be very aware that there's other green plates around them, that there's a couple of red plates in that B final to be wary of, and there's a couple of quick C2 drivers as well. Kieran Hyde-Moody there starting in 5th, Dennis Lizensky in 2nd. They can't all go through to the A final. One super heavyweight, Richard Newton, has done enough already to get himself there. To win that super heavyweight, you need to be in the A final, and only one of them is confirmed to be so far.
So just waiting for the instruction to go for the C final. You're watching live coverage of Club 100, the senior championships, the sprints, the blue ribbon, the top level of racing here in Club 100. Big thanks to Whilton Mill and all the staff here who've laid the facilities on fantastically once again. The what I still call the new clubhouse. I know it was built probably about 7 years ago now, but I still consider it the new clubhouse. Big thanks to Motorsport UK as well for all of their support. If you want to get karting, this is a great step on the karting pathway to get involved. particularly for those who've not done outdoor karting before. We'll be talking a lot about junior graduates this afternoon when we get to the lightweights. So drivers who've got a little bit older aren't eligible for the younger years of the juniors, steps into the seniors, but many drivers as well moving through those ranks, going into owner karting as well, primarily within the Rotax ladder as well. Big thanks once again to Rotax, to Robinson Sport, to Jag Rotax as well for all of their support of the operations here at Club 100.
Not that we don't have graduates in this class.
We do, yeah.
Andrew,
Henry
Lopez Gracie, Edgar Amadeus Barcanegra, to name but a couple. There's a couple of lads who have come up from the junior ranks as the C final rolls out onto the grid. Pace cart. The round goes to the 76 of Anthony Lambert. A bit hot out of the tracks, pointed through there by James Small.
And let's get ready for it then. The Sprint Heavyweight C Final is next. So, the C Final upon us here for the heavyweights. The grid for this one, 2 places available into the next race. Tom Spence and Nick Klin start on the front row of the grid. Anthony Lambert and Mike Devlin on row 2. Oliver Hall and Ben Nimblett on the next row. Lenny Wood and Alexandros Guerrero complete the field of runners here. And away we go then. Longer races, of course. 12 minutes for the drivers to sort out who goes through to the B final. And it's a good start for Tom Spence from the front row. Has an early lead, nearly 3 wide as they go through Christmas Corner for the first time. I'd say that any of these drivers could make it through to the B final. Oh, onto the grass there goes one of the super heavyweights. It's a good start though for Tom Spence, and we'll like the fact that when he looks over his shoulder we'll see everybody else a long way behind here, Jacob. Straight away, I think we're going to be having the majority of this group knowing they've got to fight for second place and second place only.
Yeah, I mean, good start is saying one thing. I'd say great start, I think, because we can see there significant gap back to second place, and even second place has a decent gap back to third. Let's look to the timing screens. Tom Spence is a whole 2 seconds ahead of Anthony Lambert in second place, who himself has 7/10 gap back to Alexandros Guerrero. Not the best today for our C3 leader, but first man in contention to challenge for a repechage spot and start to make up for that this afternoon. To the inside, in fact, there it is, Alexandros Guerrero up the inside of Anthony Lambert for second place. Number 50 is off at the back, is another super heavyweight contender. Can't quite see who that was dropping down the order. It's It's either Nick Klein or it's Nick Klein. Yes, I've just seen Lenny Wood go through there. So Guerrero will try and hunt down Spence, who is still about 2 seconds ahead of these guys. A bit longer to catch up now than you would have had in the heats, as you quite rightfully said, Andrew. 12 minutes this one. Tom Spence's gap is 2.2 back to Alejandros Guerrero. But Guerrero was 6/10 quicker on that lap, so might develop later on in the race as Lenny Wood goes to the inside of Anthony Lambert to make it up to third place. I think Lenny and Alejandros, the two on the back row to start this one, would have been two of my picks for at least one of the repechage spaces. There are only two of them though, and Tom Spence is looking good for one of them at the moment. Let's see how the remaining 9.5 minutes of this race develops.
Indeed, side by side there, Oliver Hall making gains out on circuit, number 79 machine. So we've just over 9 minutes of this race to go. It's comfortable at the moment.
Guerrero's a lot closer to Tom Spence, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt. Okay. A little tap there from the 67. But yes, that 2.2 second lead is now 0.4. Huge lap from Guerrero. Lenny Wood on a similar pace to the race leader, but as we come up the hill, Guerrero is going to be challenging Spence very, very shortly. Lenny Wood's still got Anthony Lambert for company. Inside there goes Mike Devlin. Our race leaders, though, in fact, that might have been a change for the lead. It's an unfair change for the lead, and Alexandros Guerrero lets Tom Spence back through very kindly.
Yeah, and very much knows that you can't get a penalty in one of these. Well, you can get a penalty in one of these races, of course you can, but the effect is that if you get one, you will not go through to the B final. That's going to be the problem for Oliver Hall, who, if I've not mentioned already, has got a forcing driver wide penalty. So, yeah, contact warnings just come in for Alexandros Guerrero from what we can see on results.alphatime.co.uk/club100/live. That's the updated URL, as it were, for the live timing. Actually, live.alphatime.co.uk/club100 still works, but it redirects you. Anyway, back to the racing. But yeah, Oliver Hall can't go through now, even if Oliver, well, he can, as Guerrero has a look down the inside for the race lead. He just wants to secure this one in. Tom Spence points forward. Oliver Hall, to go through, would need to win on the road, and then all 7 other drivers also all get penalties of at least the same weighting. Could all negate each other out. That is very unlikely to happen. So Hall is out of contention. He's still racing for championship points, of course, 4th on the road. With Guerrero through, had a contact warning. That will have been a contact warning because he handed the place back on the previous lap. So if there'd been contact and he'd taken the lasting advantage from that contact, that would have been a penalty. Because he didn't take the lasting advantage, handed the place back, it's still a contact warning to let the driver know, yep, the observers saw that, weren't best pleased about it, but recognised that they gave position back.
A little nudge of the cone there, I couldn't quite see who it was, but yes, you're right, you can't make contact, that's against the rules, and just because you waved your hand to say sorry and even slowed down to let them back past doesn't mean you didn't break the rules, and so you get that little warning. This battle here is an interesting one. Lenny Wood, they're just about keeping ahead of I think Anthony Lambert, even though I just don't know, it's the 79 of Oliver Hall, which is super heavyweight C2, is he? And yes, confusing you on the time the screen shows a different number, but now Oliver Hall takes over. The reason I was going to say is interesting. They've got to catch up with Tom Spence if they want to be in the B final, and they just weren't quite lapping quick enough with Lenny Woods at the front of it, although he's back to the front of it now. They are quicker than Tom Spence, but they need to make up as much ground as they possibly can, lap by lap. And sat where Oliver Hall is, you're in two minds. Do I trust Lenny Wood to get on with it, or do I back myself as the quicker driver to be the man to hunt him down? And do I risk battling and losing out time to prove that?
Well, it's a tricky one for all involved, and we sit here in the commentary position with the benefit of, you know, multiple timing screens in front of us and all this data. I think the best thing to do for Lenny Wood, assuming Oliver Hall's got a little bit more pace here today, I think would actually be to let Oliver Hall go and see if he can chase Tom Spence down, because we know that Oliver Hall's got a penalty. So as long as you stay within that penalty range, you're going to get the position back anyway. But the trouble right now for me with Lenny Wood is that gap isn't really coming down to Tom Spence. It's staying at around 2.6 seconds between the drivers there. Yeah, very evenly matched last time round. 58.397 for Spence. That was a new personal best. 58.485 for Lenny Wood. And round goes Oliver Hall. Well, that decides that debate as to who should lead the train, because that mistake from Oliver Hall caps off a pretty difficult C final, puts Hall down to at least 7th place, and with that penalty still to be applied, that may be all she wrote for Oliver Hall on this occasion.
Big look over the shoulder from Tom Spence. That time round, he lost half a second to Lenny Wood on that lap. At that rate, Lenny Wood would catch him before the end of the race. I think Tom Spence needs to get his head down and get on with it. The other factor to that conversation we're having when there was 3 of them in this little battle, if Lenny Wood was to let, as it would, Oliver Hall go past him and say, okay, maybe you're the man to hunt down second place, the problem you open yourself up to there is the 3rd man in your chain, in this case, Mike Devlin, thinking, if he's not the man, then I am.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you find yourself at the back of a 3-cart train, and you want to be in front of the car, in front of that 3-cart train, and you've left yourself too much work to do. Is Alexandros Guerrero at the front of this one, pretty comfortable, setting pretty quick lap times, in fact a lot quicker than anyone else. He's the only man in the 56s, and you can see the only man on that part of the track is here comes Tom Spence now into view. Lenny Wood comes in behind him. We'll keep an eye on that. He only took a 10th out of Tom Spence. Tom Spence did indeed get his head down on that last lap as he comes through now. Tom Spence into shot, the number 13, doing a solid job of getting himself through to the B final. There's going to be 3 or 4 more laps after this one. As long as he keeps within a 10th of Lenny Wood's lap time, he'll be able to maintain the gap that he's got, which currently stands at 2 seconds. But yes, there's a lot of variance in the pace here in the C final, and Lenny Wood will hoping to be capitalising on that. Let's see what the gap is this time around. It's just down to 1.9. So yeah, Tom Spence doing what he needs to do.
Did a very good job indeed, potentially on his way to a first B final. Did not run at Buckmore Park. So his first round of the season was at Gleneagles in North Wales a few weeks ago. 9th in the C final on that occasion. So that's what we like to see, the drivers in the C final, particularly the newer drivers in the C final, them breaking through, moving forward, doing better and better as the season goes on. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock then, as here goes Mike Devlin. Doesn't quite commit to the move there on Lenny Wood through and into the boot. Time is running out for these two now to close down that gap. I mean, it is coming down, but not at as I often say, it's not at a rate that would worry Tom Spence. 1.5 seconds is now the gap, so they took 4/10 out that time around, but defensive work tends to slow a pack down. That wasn't too defensive from Lenny Wood.
Lenny Wood also has the conundrum now of, can I catch him in the remaining 2 laps? I think it's, yes, if Tom Spence makes a mistake, which is out of his hands, maybe his best bet now is defending from Mike Devlin and hoping that one of the 2 ahead of him has a penalty. Either way, it's out of his hands. The one thing that is in his hands is finishing ahead of Mike Devlin, so maybe that's his focus for now.
Maybe so indeed. On to the last lap then. Alexandros Guerrero on pace. Probably shouldn't have been in this C final, but has had quite a few penalties through heats for contact and the like. The good thing is he's raced cleanly in this one and is on his way to a C final victory. Tom Spence, as long as he can get round a nice clean lap here on the 13th tour of this 1.128 kilometre circuit, will surely be through as the second of the drivers to repechage into the B final. Down the back straight into the boots for the final time in this one. This is always a good feeling on a sprint day when you've had a difficult run through the heats. Free racing through these repechage spots. Alexandros Guerrero will be in the B final and is happy with that. Looking to continue his run of strong results in the C3 category. Out of the final corner comes Tom Spence, who gets over the line and just gets there. So Lenny Wood and Mike Devlin, their days will finish. They will think they needed one more lap there to get through. Oliver Hall, Nick Klin, Anthony Lambert and Ben Niblett. Finishing order there of that top 8.
Yep, round there comes Ben Niblett then to finish the C final, and now we head on to the B.
And yeah, decent race there, a quiet race. Guerrero getting things done, and will look to move through from the back of the field in that B final. And a fair credit to Tom Spence as well. I think when we look back at that race, the first lap, really key there for Tom Spence to be able to break away and then manage across the course of the next 12 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. We said it earlier about drivers who are starting at the front of a heat and they know they've got quicker drivers behind them. It's all about getting away those first few laps, building yourself up a buffer. Even if the quick drivers do catch up with you, you avoid getting sucked into a little gaggle of karts, midfield battle in behind them if you've already got yourself a bit of a gap. And that's exactly what Tom Spence had done. If he hadn't had such a clean first set of laps, he'd have been battling there with Mike Devlin and Lenny Wood over second place, but he got that gap initially. Didn't make a difference in terms of the race win. Alexandros Guerrero always had the pace to win, but Tom Spence has set himself up nicely. A few laps where he perhaps could have gone a bit faster towards the end there, but he didn't need to because he'd already put the work in.
So they'll have just stepped off to the left-hand side, those two drivers, Guerrero and Spence. The final bit of business is just to check weight to ensure that they've run that race legally, and it looks like they have. So having done one 12-minute race, you can see Alexandros there in the red suit and the white helmet, immediately switching across to another kart and going in again. And this can be quite a challenge, can't it, Jacob? That particularly around a track like Whilton Mill, which can be quite physical. You know, it's very corner dense in places. You've just done another 112 minutes, and you're immediately in again with not much of a breather.
Yeah, it's the stop-start nature of it as well. If you were to continuously do 25 minutes, as we see the UKC drivers do, then you're kind of in the groove and you don't start to feel the aches and bumps as much as you do when you have a little gap in between.
Yeah.
And they have the chance to
process.
And yeah, you can sometimes aching a little bit more. But yeah, we are ready now for our B final.
Here we go then, 24 drivers competing for 4 places in the A final. This is the B final. Let's have a look through the running order. Sam Hiddle starts on pole position. Dennis Lizensky alongside on the front row. Jeff Chapman and Charlie Newman know if they need to win, they want to win super heavyweight, they've got to get through. Kieran Hyde-Moody and Stuart Kirk starts on row number 3. They're ahead of Sam Pike and Gerard Moore. Joe Wright and Stephen Westwood completes the top 10. Matt Jones, Vijay Patel starts on the 6th row of the grid. They're ahead of Glenn Alford and Luke Fletcher on row 7. Vinod Hirani and Luke Phillips go from row 8. Tom Edwards and Matt Salmon will start this one from row number 9. Row 10, Jake Hicklin and Martin Robinson. Paul Williams and Aaron Jones on row 11. And then the 2 drivers from the C final qualifying through to confirm are Alexandros Guerrero and Tom Spence. This should be a lot of fun, this race. Strong drivers, super heavyweights have been running well today. You've got Stephen Westwood as well, lowest of the C1s, trying to come through from the 5th row of the grid. They're into the tram lines, eyes on those lights. 12 minutes are underway. Good start for Sam Hiddles, who had a good 3rd heat earlier on today. Oh, it's all getting a little bit close there, and Chapman's been run out wide. Maybe a chance for Kieran Hyde-Moody to get down the inside. It's Daniel Lizensky who closes the door there in the number 39. Do they all make it through Christmas Corner, through the first big braking zone? Yes, but not through Inkermans. Is that Jeff Chapman facing the wrong way in the accounted for liveried suit? I think it was. So already one of our front running super heavyweights in this B final, Jacob, gone. That's a real shame for Jeff Chapman.
Yeah, we mentioned in the interlude there the fight for the lead super heavyweight position. Whoever finishes highest in this one, super heavyweights, will A, likely be in the A final, and B, likely be on the podium for those. Through then, completing lap 1, Sam Iddles confirms he has held the lead, and indeed Dennis Lizensky has held a front row start as well. Kieran Hyde-Moody up from 5th into 3rd. Sam Pike holds that last repechage spot at the minute. He started 7th on the grid. Gerard Moore is in the conversation as well. Charlie Newman is at the front of the super heavyweight grouping. Stuart Kirk's not had the best start. He was 6th. He's now 15th. So he's currently 3rd in super heavyweights, but doesn't look like he's going to be challenging for super heavyweight win if he can't make up 11 positions.
Yeah, it's looking tough from back there at the moment. Lizensky under a bit of pressure here from Kieran Hyde-Moore. There's been some progress for our drivers from the C final as well. Tom Spence and Alexandros Guerrero clearly tuned in with the circuit, of course. They've both gained 8 and 6 places respectively. Will they start to tire with the high level of pace that we will see for the remaining 10 minutes of this race? Dennis Lizensky looks like he's got things back into a rhythm. He was a bit deep through Christmas last time around. That was a better run that we just saw here on lap number 3. Meanwhile, here is the fight for 10th place.
Glenn Orford.
Glenn Orford has a spin. Bottom of Ashby again. That's that weight transfer that we were talking about earlier on. So easy to do when you're right on the limits of adhesion here at Whilton Mill. There is Luke Fletcher, who has got a penalty. ABC takeout penalty has just popped up on our screens. Who else have we got in this mix? I think we've got the likes of... Is that Guerrero? Yes, it is. Alexandros Guerrero is tearing through the field here. So may well could be on his way to another C3 round victory as down the order steps Glenn Orford. What else have you spotted out there, Jacob?
Tom Spence is going with Alexandros Guerrero. He couldn't keep up with him in the C final, but he's doing just as well, if not slightly better than him in this one as well. The two of them, 12th and 13th, having started 23rd and 24th. Great stuff from our two coming through from the C final, and indeed the lead for the C3.
Change for the lead in the race as well. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Sam Iddles here, but through has gone Dennis Lizensky. So a change in the wind, perhaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. This is what we like to see. 4 places available in the A final. Too many drivers in this front pack to all go through to the A final. We're going to have a proper race on here for the next 8 minutes of this one. Keep an eye on Kieran Hyde-Moody there in the matte grey helmet. Cart number 49. Been very impressed with Kieran's improvements over the past, I'd say, 9 months or so. He's another one of the drivers who's come through from the more entry-level championships. Done some CLUB100 experience races. Have done some SP40 and SP60 style racing as well. This is where the drivers really like to cut their teeth in sprints. He's had good results in sprints previously. He continues to be a driver running with an upward trajectory, if you ask me. Lizensky dealing with the pressure right now, though, Jacob.
Yes.
It's looking good.
All 5 of these drivers in that front 5 will be thinking, I could win this race.
Yes.
But more importantly, they'll all be thinking, I should be going through to the A final here. They'll all think that, as I said, they can get to the front of this group of 5, but getting to the front isn't the aim, it's just being in the group of 4 who repechages. Gerard Moore makes a move up into that group of 4 now at the expense of Sam Iddles. Our C1 contender here is now down to 5th. Dennis Lizensky gets a bit of a gap up the front. Kyle Hyde-Moody now in 2nd place as Gerard Moore has a little look at Sam Pike for 3rd. But yes, 5 drivers are all in this gaggle. Joe Wright as well, not to be written off, coming in behind them. There's only 4 places in the A final up for grabs.
Indeed, it's going to be an interesting lap now for Sam Idols to see if he can just get things back together, start to see that pace that we saw in this third round of heats earlier on today. Looks like Paul Williams' day is done in terms of major competition. He's got an ABC bump and pass penalty. That's at least 4 positions. So even if Paul Williams was to win this race on the road, which unfortunately for Paul is looking unlikely, he's down in P21 at the minute and still wouldn't repechage through with that penalty applied. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Lizensky has a lead of about a second. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, looking pretty good here. Kieran Hyde-Moody in second place, trying to break off the front of this pack of 3. Some tidy driving. I'd still keep an eye on Joe Wright, Stephen Westwood. Yes, 2 to 3 seconds behind. But if this pack start fighting, round this place, a 2 to 3 second gap can disappear very, very quickly. 5 minutes remaining on the clock. A couple of position changes further down the order. Matt Salmon has been moving up through the ranks. This is now P19. Stuart Kirk has also just got past Vijay Patel for 16th place. Doesn't look like at the moment, though, Jacob, that we're going to see any more super heavyweights going through and joining Richard Newton in that A final.
Not at this moment. Charlie Newman, the only one I think realistically in with a shot at the moment. Dennis Lizensky looking over his shoulder there again, and I had to look over his shoulder a lap ago as well. He's probably thinking, why aren't they fighting?
Yeah.
The 4 behind him just aren't fighting, and they're closing in on him. Actually, he did well to build up a little bit of a gap, but that gap was a second. It was 0.75 last time round. It's 0.54 this time. There's 4 minutes left of this one, so they don't need to start fighting. Indeed, Sam Pike gets a good run out of that corner, and Kyle Hyde-Moody goes a little defensive. It doesn't need to. I think they've accepted this phase of the race. They work together, close in on Dennis Lizensky, because all that they're doing by letting Dennis drive off into the distance is reducing that 4 opportunities down to 3, essentially,
exactly, yeah.
If they start fighting amongst each other. And they all know that the chances of 5 into 4 means you've got an 80% chance of going through to the A final. 4 into 3 means it drops down to 75.
And a little shield as well.
Exactly.
A little trophy to take home as well for the B final. Kieran Hyde-Moody has led this line very well these past couple of laps to pull Lizensky back. Lizensky is going to have to think about this very, very carefully, because he doesn't want to identify himself as the weak link in this 5. That's what happened to Sam Idols not that long ago, as Kieran Hyde-Moody's on the attack. They're side by side. There's a little bit of a touch there through the corner. Sam Pike gets into the back. Gerard Moore is now kicking up some of the dirt. This could be Sam Idols' chance to get back into the top 4. Down the inside into Ashby Corner, but hasn't got the move done yet. Dennis Lizensky defended that one hard. She's within his rights to do. He doesn't do that too much. Kieran Hyde-Moody there in second place. And actually what that's done, it's disrupted the group of 5. That's not good news if you're Gerard Moore. So he's now outside the top 5. It could just be these 2 now. Lizensky, Hyde-Moody and Pike, if they've got their tactical brains on, should just run this one to the end and book 3 of those 4 places to the A final and leave Idols and Moore to scrap out over that 4th and final place.
Yeah, as I said, Gerard Moore would have been sat in that group of 5 thinking, I could win this one, I could be in the top 4, 80% chance of getting through the A final. It's now looking more like 50-50, him or Sam Idols, which is in the position that you want to be in, certainly not with less than 2 minutes left of the final. Kieran Hyde-Moody looks like he's going to have another go at that race win. Will he risk it, or will he simply sit behind and go for the A final? I think he's got a little bit of a gap back to Sam Pike. I think he might have another go at the top of the hill next time around. We're going to get another 2 laps after this, so they'll be going on to the penultimate lap. Now, Gerard Moore gets a contact warning for all those goings on earlier on in this battle. But yes, here we go then, up to Christmas Corner. What has Kyle Hyde-Moody got this time around? It's a thought of a late lunge and a thought better of it.
And the other thing as well is if you are going to make the move for the lead on the road and the race victory, it's got to be squeaky clean.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot afford at this stage to pick up a penalty for, you know, an ABC bumper pass, or even worse, a takeout penalty. At the same time, I don't want Lizensky to defend too hard and then force everybody back into that bigger group of 4-5 drivers. There's been a penalty for Stephen Westwood for multiple use of track limits. They're all getting a little bit argy-bargy now. This is going to be losing them time. This is good news if you're Gerard Moore, because it's going to open up opportunities as they go on to the last lap. And look at that. Just those 2 or 3 corners with the top 3 holding each other up. Sam Pike did that pretty wisely, has got up to second place, has now meant that opportunities for Idles and Moore are back on here on this final lap of the race. Down the hill and towards Ashby Corner. Kieran Hyde-Moody's there in third. The danger zone as well, where Sam Idles is at the moment. When you're in fourth place, you are one mistake, you are one lunge from another driver to being out of those repechaging spots. Denis Lizensky checking over his shoulder again, knowing he's got to defend here into the boot. He cannot leave the door open. Kieran Hyde-Moody's going to stick his nose down the inside for second place here, and Sam Pike will hold it around the outside. Denis Lizensky's going to come through to win a very tight B final here. Will be on the grid for the A final. Sam Pike, Kieran Hyde-Moody and Sam Idles will join him. Gerard Moore finishes in arguably one of the worst positions he can finish in one of these B finals. 5th place, so close, less than 2/10 away, or just over 2/10 rather, from qualifying through to that A final. Yes, it'll be a decent haul of points for Gerard Moore, but isn't quite able to make it through, Jacob Harris.
No, unfortunately not, Gerard. His day is over. Confirmed result for super heavyweights then. Richard Newton will take the round win, not even dependent on how well he does in our next race, the heavyweight A final. Charlie Newman will be second overall in super heavyweights, and Stuart Kirk has nicked third on the podium from Bernard Harani, who was holding it for very long in that one as well.
We've been talking about home advantage and knowing the place well. For Sam Pike, who's done a lot of racing here in previous years for Warwick University's BUKC team, amongst other things, that's his first A final of the year. So good work there from Sam. I believe as well, I think for Kieran Hyde-Moody, that is a first A final of the year as well. Yeah, 8th place and an 108 score at Buckmore Park. That'll have been a B final. 17th and a 99-point score at GYG. That'll have been a B final as well. So Hyde-Moody continuing that upward trajectory that we were talking about. And, well, Sam Idles has made his first A final of the season for the simple fact that this is his first round of the year. So some new names there for 2025's season in the A final. Once again, those drivers who've, at least on the provisional results, got themselves in the top 4, they'll need to be weighed, checked, verified that they're all good and legal, of course, and we'll see them again for the A final. Decent race, I thought, that Jacob. It's a good run and brave defence from Lizensky along the way.
Yes, indeed. Really exciting action throughout the field, not least in the mid-pack, where our C3 class was decided. The two coming through from the season final, Alexandros Guerrero and Tom Spence, take first and second in C3. Another round win in that respect for Alexandros Guerrero after a tricky start to the day, to say the least. His first 2 heats did not go well at all, and a second place for Tom Spence in that class. Third place will go to 4th in the C final, which was Mike Devlin. Yeah,
and credit particularly, let's say, Alexandros Guerrero has had a very good season so far, continuing to really build up a C3 campaign, which I know it's only round 3, but I think he's a hard favourite now for that title based on what we've seen so far this year.
for Tom Spence, not only making it through to the B final, not only being on the C3 podium, but beating some really experienced drivers in this Club 100 heavyweights division. You know, your likes of Glenn Orford, your Stuart Kirks, your Jake Hicklins, your Paul Williamses. These are all drivers who've done this game for a good couple of years. Some of them far longer than that. So yeah, fair credit to Tom Spence for making it through, firstly to that B final, and then making really nice progress along the way as well.
Absolutely. Really coming into his own there.
Keep your comments coming in. Rob Cox, is there anywhere I can see the heat times? Yes. If you go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/club100, you've got all of the results on there. If you go for the live timing as well, another new feature of the live timing from the fresh update from our friends at Alpha Timing. If you're on the live timing page, that's the one with the black background. You go for the top right corner, and there's a little bar graph, or there's various little things up there in the top right hand corner. All on the one page, you can see the results. So all the information is there for you on that little tab. Also small run through the timetable for the rest of the day. If you head across to the Club 100 Instagram, one of the stories on there has got all the timings and arrangements for the rest of the day. They are subject to change, of course, but if everything runs to plan A, we will see. Well, check-in's already open, or been open for a while, for the lightweights. Their driver's briefing is coming up. 12:30 is their test session start. 1 o'clock is when we're due to go for the lightweight sprints. 4 o'clock for the finals, 5 o'clock for the awards. Let's go then for the big one in the heavyweights, though. One more race to go. It's the A final. Time for our round 3 A final for the heavyweights. Because this is an A final, the drivers have earned the privilege for some practice laps, just to go over and make sure that they are all happy with their machinery. They do have the option to come in and change for kart once and once only if they want. Jacob, walk us through it then. What is well, we'll come back to that. We'll go through the grid first of all for this A final. These positions determined by the results of the heats earlier on today. It's an all-homes front row. Joe and Kurt will start at the front for this one. Anwar Barul Smith and Tim Penny start on row 2. Alex Pritchard and Adam Hadfield on row 3. Hadfield, the first of the C2s. Henry Lopez Gracie, great day for Henry so far. Starts on row 4. Is joined by Mikey Nichols. Adam Nather and Scott Parker complete the top 10. Miguel Hall and Lucas Clever starting on row number 6. Alexander Lammin and Sam White on row 7. Steve Bosley and George English go from 8. Jordan Hawkins and Giles Coke start on row number 9. Into the top 20, it's Marcel Kibalewski, points leader in C2 after 2 rounds. It's got Adam Britton for company. Super heavyweight already decided. Richard Newton, the only super heavyweight to get through to the A final, starts this one from row 11. Could make real headway in the championship bid. It's got Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra for company on that one. Dennis Lizensky and Sam Pike start on row 12. The first of the promotees from the B final. Kieran Hyde-Moody and Sam Iddles, the other promotees repcharging through from the B final. Jacob Harris, these formation laps, these practice laps in the A final, what are the drivers trying to do at this stage?
You need to know if you've got a decent go-kart underneath you, first and foremost, and get used to the feel of it. As we said earlier, tolerances exist. They are all ever so slightly different, whilst remaining the same, and you need to make sure that you are in tune with yours as quickly as possible. There is the option to swap that you get in the A final that you don't get in the B or C final. Some drivers do opt to do that, but mostly you want to be seeing how you're faring with those around you. There's 3 sets of mentalities here, I always think, with an A final. Of our top 11 drivers, 9 of them are C1, and they've got to be head on the game, no mistakes, consistently pumping out the quickest lap times possible and making sure that they capitalise on absolutely anything that the competitors give them the opportunity to do so. These are the cream of the crop, the top drivers in the class, and typically they don't make mistakes, and that has to be your mentality. Do not make mistakes. If anyone else does, you take advantage, or if anyone else gets a slightly bad deal on the outside of an overtake, you've got to be there to benefit. Then there's your C2 drivers. You're looking around thinking, where are these blue plates? What do I have to do to go home with some silverware at the end of the day? The likes of Adam Hadfield and Henry Lopez-Gracie have had great days, but Lucas Clever, Alex Lamin, Sam White, George English, even Jordan Hawkins will be thinking, I can do something from here. Then at the back, you've either had a better day than you thought and think, I want to just make the best of it from the A final, or you've had a worse day and you think, I need to make up for this. As we see a signal that they're going around again. But either way, those at the back want to make it forward. Those in the middle want to give themselves as good a start as possible, and those at the front want to make sure that they are inch perfect every single lap of this 12-minute A final. In any instance, the first few laps are always pretty chaotic, and you've got to take stock once you're around settled after a lap or two and say, what can I do from here? But the goal remains the same from the start.
So another formation lap just to allow the last couple of karts to get in the right position. Because you can imagine just on those formation laps, if anyone's gone for a change of kart, of course, the order gets a little bit shuffled up. That whirling finger in the air was to indicate that we go around again. That wasn't some late dance moves off the back of Eurovision last night. It'll be 12 minutes once again here in this A final. Winners of the A finals so far this year. Last time out, Anwar Barrul-Smith in front of the Alpha Live cameras in North Wales at Glannygores, and then Joe Holmes, the start of the season at Buckmore Park. But here at Whilton Mill, can sometimes throw up a bit of a different result over the years. Can Kurt Holmes convert this pole position into a first finals victory of this 2025 season? We're under starters orders, ready to go for the round 3 sprint heavyweights final for Club 100 Sprints 2025. Lights are out, we are running, and it's a good start for Joe Holmes. He's going to get the early advantage. Kurt Holmes holding second place, nearly 3 wide, with Anwar Barrul-Smith and Alex Pritchard in there as well. Henry Lopez-Gracie has had a decent start, has slotted through brilliantly there, and maybe up to 4th place as a spinner towards the back of the field. That's very tight as well. So the number 26 of George English has had problems there. Adam Naffer touching the dirt on the way down into Ashby Corner, but a really good start for Joe Holmes. Has got the early lead in this one, and it's Alex Pritchard up to P2 now, Jacob.
Yeah, brilliant start from Pritchard. He has a little look behind him there to see where Kurt Holmes and Anwar Barrul-Smith are. They're 3rd and 4th. 5th is the supplier of our draft kicks, Mr. Tim Penny. And in 6th, that's Adam Hadfield, who has held the position he started in. He'll be happy with that. Henry Lopez-Gracie did make some progress early on as well, but he's been bumped back down the order now and comes across the line down in 12th. Unfortunately, Alex Lamin is up to 7th.
Hands in the air indicates that there's most likely a yellow flag out for the drivers. Yeah, I think a bit of cone replacement on one of the observers out on circuit was just wrapping up there. Don't want to pick up any kind of what we would describe as racing under yellows. That also includes any potential speeding under yellows. You see the drivers get the hand up in the air, indicates to the marshal post, indicates to the observers as well that they've seen the yellow flag, that they are in full control. Penalties coming in. First of all, Mikey Nichols currently running 10th on the road. Also a penalty. Both of these are ABC bumpered passes as well, so that'll be +4 at the end of the race. Henry Lopez-Gracie. Unfortunately, this is sometimes the cruel bit of the A final game. The heats are history. You can have had a great run through them, but one moment can really turn your day around for the worst. Good move there from Anwar Barul-Smith, up to third place, past Kurt Holmes. Not too much resistance from Kurt Holmes there. That's understandable. Still the best part of 10 minutes of this race to go. Again, fall back round Whilton Mill. It can be very, very hard indeed to claw back a race leader, especially when that race leader, Jacob, is Joe Holmes.
Indeed, Joe setting decent pace at the front of this one. It'll be interesting to see what the lap times are as they come around this time. Anwar already on the rear bumper of Alex Pritchard. Anwar will have lost a little bit of time completing that overtake on this lap, so the 2 laps that they set won't be a true reflection, although Anwar was quicker than Joe on that lap even with the overtake. So let's see now, can he get past Alex Pritchard? He dives to the inside and yeah, goes for that move as Alex locks up the brakes going into Christmas corner, tries to hang it on around the outside, and Kurt Holmes joins this as well. It's getting feisty there for second place. Kurt Holmes to the very inside, nudges Alex Pritchard wide, and I think Anwar's going to come up the inside of them there as well. Kurt Holmes holds third, Alex Pritchard joined by Tim Penny in the challenge there, but it's Barul-Smith, Holmes, Pritchard and Penny coming out of that little scuffle.
That was a proper scuffle between the 4 of them, and such is the talent and experience of this quartet. None of them ended up facing the wrong way or off the road. In fact, it's seeded drivers from the 2024 Championship, now 1 through 6 in the order. Adam Naffer is currently the fastest of them, 56.332 last time around, so keep an eye there on the driver in kart number 7 with the blue suit and the blue and red details on that suit and helmet combo.
In fact, the only one of last season's top
Runners in
9.
C2, yeah.
Well, there's 2 of the top 10 not here. Adam Wright and Steve Linley aren't here this weekend from last year's top 10. The rest of them are all in the top 10 of this A final right now. Very interesting position for the remaining 7.5 minutes of this one. As you can see, Alex Pritchard under pressure from Tim Penny and Adam Nather now. Adam recovering from that off in one of his heats earlier on. He'd be quite happy to be ended up 6th place at this stage of the A final, having been facing the wrong way earlier on. Fastest lap for Anwar Barul-Smith on that last time round. He took 3/10 out of Joe Holmes' 2-second lead. It's now 1.7 seconds, so that's certainly one to keep an eye on. Kurt Holmes still within touching distance as well, and certainly if those guys start battling. Speaking of battling, up the inside of Tim Penny goes Adam Nather. I saw they did a podcast together recently. They won't be too chatty if Adam keeps pulling moves like that. Not that there was anything wrong with it, but Tim will be disappointed to miss out on that. I'm pretty sure he would have fancied to go at Alex Pritchard within the next couple of laps, but now the choice to do so is with Adam Nather.
May still get it though if Adam continues this progress through the pack. There's a bit. I was talking to some people this morning. I've still not driven the new chicane, and I was at Dunkerswell last week, another circuit that I haven't driven. I was asking Nicole Sullivan about what's key around this place, and she pointed out to me a very technical section. Like, you can't really make many overtakes through this part of the circuit, but boy can you mess it up and lose a lot of time. And I'm seeing a similar trait now with that new chicane in those final corners. Yeah, you do sometimes see side-by-side moments, and we kind of wince a little bit in the box as it gets close. But it's so easy to overspeed on the left-hander, which you just saw Adam do there. He's recovered it well, but we're going to be keeping an eye on that in the juniors. In the lightweights later on this afternoon, I am sure. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. I just want to point out Alexander Lamin's race. He has just lost a couple of places to Miguel Hall and Mikey Nichols. He's having a really good run. He's up in the top 10 and currently looking like it could be a podium in C2 for Alexander Lamin. So,
well, in that vein as well, Adam Hadfield running the 7th, quite comfortable. Speaking of 7th position, through almost goes Adam Nather in the number 7, but Pritchard defends well and holds that position. But yeah, Adam Hadfield, there he is, coming through shot now got a couple of seconds back up the road to Miguel and Mikey in the 8 and 9 or 8th and 9th position. But solid day from him, and looking like he might take home the C2 trophy.
Yeah, it would be a first top 10 in an A final this year. In fact, I think it may even be one of Adam's best ever finishes, if not his best ever finish in an A final before. Yeah, last year he had a couple of, he had one top 10 last year, which was a 9th place. So yes, Adam Hadfield on for a career best in the Club 100 sprints. 4 minutes remaining. Track limit warning for Marcin Chmielewski. Sam Pike has picked up a contact penalty. That'll be for multiple pieces of contact. So when we were talking about those contact warnings versus ABC bump and passes earlier in the C final, if you do pick up too many of those contact warnings, they inherently turn into a full place penalty itself. A bit too much rough and tumble out there for the liking of the observers and the race officials.
Yeah, Sam Pike was doing the best out of any of our promotees from the B final. He's ahead of Dennis Zensky and Sam Idles, but with that penalty he will drop behind them. The gap at the front, Andrew, is still closing. It's going down by about 0.2 of a second a lap, which will be enough to catch Anwar up to the back of Joe Holmes. But as I say, catching is one thing, overtaking is another. I'm not sure if that's enough of a pace advantage to overtake him cleanly. It might need to be some sort of dive bomb from Anwar to take the victory here. But if anyone's willing to try it, I'm sure it will be him. Speaking of dive bombs, Adam Mather might need one on Alex Pritchard to get by here. It looks like these three have settled in to what's going to be the battle for 4th place. Kurt Holmes is just a little bit too far ahead of them to be considered a part of this, I think, and I'm not sure they've got the pace to catch up with him. Certainly not if Adam tries another overtake in the very near future.
I tend to agree. Before we get into the latter stages of this race, Paddock Show is coming up. If you're at the circuit, we'll be going out and recording part 2 immediately after this race. Whilst we're doing that, part 1 will be playing out. So live on your broadcast, but not live as it is pre-recorded. So if you do want to have a chat with us, head down to the podium area, as there's the move from Naffa. Well, you said there needed to be a big one on the brakes. Jacob, he's had a go. It's not quite worked out. Just ran a little bit too deep through Ashby Corner there. Wise stuff from Pritchard to get back underneath and retain 4th place. We're going to have a race on, though, here for the final victory for round 3. Because, and Anwar Barrell-Smith. Now, if that was spotted by us in the box, that will be either a cone warning or a monster curb warning. And that shows you how much Anwar Barrell-Smith is pushing here, and he's challenging Joe Holmes up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Joe Holmes having to get defensive here and holds Anwar off for that phase of play. But here we go, second broadcast final of the year, Jacob, and we've got potentially a race of the week on our hands.
Great defending from Joe, and both those overtaking opportunities, he knows Anwar's faster than him. It's simple as that. He's had a look over his shoulder a couple of times. Obviously Anwar's caught up with him, and he was faster than him without the toe up the hill. Now with the toe up the hill, Joe knows he needs to defend, and indeed defends into the boot as well. Excellent stuff from him. It's going to be the final lap next time round, Andrew. Anwar tries to find something through the boot. Kurt is going to join them to make this a 3-way battle on the last lap. It could go any way of the 3. Here they go then. Final lap board showing. Joe Holmes, Anwar Barrell-Smith and Kurt Holmes. One of these 3 will win this A final.
They will indeed. There's been drama in C2 because Hadfield's had a racing and a yellow penalty. As here comes Anwar Barrell-Smith to the apex. They both run wide. Here comes Kurt Holmes. Kurt Holmes takes the lead. Anwar Barrell-Smith is not happy about that at all, but Kurt Holmes from nowhere has taken the lead in this one. Joe Holmes now defending. Anwar Barrell-Smith really not happy about things at all. Has Kurt Holmes stepped through the door to take this victory? He's not had a win in an A final since the middle of last year. We said he was the one of the big three who didn't have one so far in 2025. Kurt Holmes, in quite astonishing fashion, wins round 3 at Whilton Mill of the Club 100 Sprint Heavyweight Championship. It's a Holmes 1-2, Joe Holmes second, Anwar Barul Smith third, but clearly not happy about what happened there. On the last lap of the race, Adam Naffer and Alex Pritchard complete the top 5. Tim Penny 6th, Adam Hadfield 7th, but has a racing under yellow penalty, so effectively speeding under yellows, that came on the penultimate lap of the race. That's when it came through to us. Miguel Hall, Mikey Nichols and Alexander Lamon are in the top 10. So Lamon will be on the podium in C2, but it's just the question mark of which step on the podium. Let's have a look at a replay of Into Christmas Corner. So Anwar Barul Smith gets a really good run out of the corner. Jacob, talk us through it.
So Anwar's got an overspeed. He's in the lead here. Joe's got no choice but to dive bomb him, which he does. Anwar thinks he's been run wide there. That's why he's got his hand up in the air. And obviously they've both been so wide that Kurt can come up the inside and take the race win. I don't think that's a forcing a driver wide, because they were both still on the tarmac. I think it's legal for Joe to do. And Joe's not doing it with the intention of giving Kurt the win. Joe's doing it with the intention of having the win for himself.
Yep.
He's just unfortunate that his brother was that close and able to take advantage.
No, I'd agree with that summary there. And well, that is the latest chapter in a sprint heavyweight championship, which is going to run, and it's going to be those three. It's going to be those three, the two Holmes brothers and Barul Smith, throughout the course of this season. They'll have their discussions after the race. I'm sure they'll review it, but the more important thing is those three are so experienced against one another. You know, they'll maybe not fully agree on how that's all gone down at the end of the race, but they'll get over it and they'll move on, and they'll race each other again later on in the season.
No, I think the predominant disappointment for Anwar will be the fact that he knew he could have won that race and very much had the pace. You look at the fastest lap, I don't think there was any point beyond lap 3 or 4 where he didn't have the fastest lap. He was pounding them out, knew he was catching Joe, and obviously he overtook him before the corner. That's how much quicker Anwar was, but that's why the disappointment is so great for only finishing third when he thought that first was in his hands.
Rest of the provisional order, do bear in mind this is before penalties are applied. Henry Lopez-Gracie in 11th place, Jordan Hawkins, Marcel Kimilevsky, Scott Parker and Adam Britton all in the top 15. Lucas Clever, Steve Bosley, Giles Koch, Dennis Lizianski and Sam Idles all in the top 20. Sam Pike, Edgar Almendaris Bocanegra, Richard Newton, your super heavyweight winner, of course, virtue of being the only super heavyweight to make it through to the A final. Kieran Hyde Moody, Sam White and George English, 26 finishers. Wow, lots to talk about there from that A final. That doesn't conclude things in terms of racing here today. Do stick around here on your live broadcast brought to you by Alpha Live. We will go to a break on the broadcast. We're going to go outside and record part 2 of the Paddock Show. Go for a bit of a tea break, grab a coffee, grab a drink, whatever, and a sandwich. Be back here in about 5 to 10 minutes' time for the start of part 1 of the Paddock Show. We'll roll into part 2, and then the lightweights up later on this afternoon. Plenty to look forward to here at Whilton Mill for Club 100 Sprints.
And hello once again. You'll be watching this during the lunch break, but it's time for Paddock Show. It's the morning for us. I found a step up for once. I'm actually the same height as you for once.
Yes, I was very gracious in offering to step down here, Andrew, you've got to admit. But yeah, it's nice to be able to see you eye to eye for once.
Yeah. Whilton Mill, a circuit that we've come to a lot over the years. I must admit, I still haven't driven the new bit.
Yes.
So, as a sprints driver yourself,
Former sprints driver.
in recent times, how does that affect things? How does it change the lap? And for those maybe who are new to Whilton Mill, what's key for getting a good result round here?
We'll start with the chicane. It removes an overtaking opportunity, or half an overtaking opportunity, should we say, of the final corner. You don't really get that chance to send one up the inside of that final bend. But I understand why they've put it in, and it is an additional challenge. For me, it doesn't ruin what is actually a fantastic track.
Yep.
You've still got fantastic overtaking opportunities at the top of the hill at Christmas Corner, coming down here into the corner, which I've forgotten the name of, but I'm sure you'll remind me. And yeah, love racing around here. Very quick lap, lots of time spent on the throttle, lots of overtaking opportunities. I'm sure at this point in the show we'll have already seen some great overtaking, and there's plenty more to come this afternoon.
This is the point of the show, ladies and gentlemen, where we ask drivers for predictions, and we instantly know how good or bad their predictions were, because as he's saying, as you're watching this, we'll have seen who's won the heavyweights for today. As I say, testing ongoing at the moment. We have got a few drivers kicking out. I think that might be Alexandros Guerrero behind us. This is the embarrassing moment at the first meeting of the season for me personally. I might get a name wrong. Alexandros, a quick step in. One of our C3 drivers, having a really good year so far.
I mean, it's been quite alright. I had a decent start in sprints. Got top class winner 2 times already, and yeah, I mean, overall in GYG I finished around 5th, I think. Yeah, it's been a good season. Just SP40 and SP60, a bit of a rocky start, but I've been getting up to speed, and yeah.
So doing the double duty, as it were, of the racing on the Saturday and then the sprints on the Sunday, how does doing that track time prepare you for sprints today, and how different would you say it is between the SP60 and the sprint format?
I mean, I feel like I'm getting a lot more comfortable and a lot faster, just because I am doing the track more and more times, which is getting me mentally and like physically prepared for sprints. Also, I think sprints is more of like attack, and SP40, SP60 is more like get ahead quick and preserve. And there's a bit more of aggressive drivers in the SP40 and SP60, and in the sprints it's more of a friendly environment, but still you have to push 100% all the time.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. 100%.
What's the aim for today? What will be the result that you're happy with?
Top in my class, and probably midway to top of the A final. I'll try.
Good stuff. Thanks for the time, Alexandros. Model answers there from one of our C3s. And to say, more track time makes you quicker.
Absolutely. Yeah, get as much as you can and you'll get as fast as you can. Simple as that. I did try and line up another interview, Andrew, but I was politely declined by one, and there's not many drivers looking in the other direction.
That's
so maybe we should head downstairs.
Yeah, we'll head down and see who we can find. We will have a raft of drivers coming in from their practice session.
It looks like there's a couple at the bottom of the stairs.
Yes. Anyway. Let's. I'll give you the honours.
Usually good for a chat.
I'll give you the honours on this next one, Jacob, and I'll go find someone else to talk to as well. And
then I'll
see how things are feeling.
Go across it. He does look like he might be going out in the test, so we might have to make it a quick one. But yeah, I'll slide in by here and have a chat with Glenn, if that's all right.
Hi, mate, yeah.
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Obviously, you used to race endurance last year on the Saturday. Are you still doing Saturdays?
No. I've not done Saturdays for 2 or 3 years now. Yeah. We switched over to sprints, and yeah, it was good fun.
And are you out in the test? Are you getting some practice?
I'm a bit late. Yeah. I got my timings all wrong, so I'm sharing with Matt. He's out at the moment, and I'll jump in and see how slow I am today.
I'll make this as quick as possible then. Have you got on first 2 rounds?
Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Yeah, no, I picked up a lot of penalties, and both rounds I've pulled myself out of the barrier.
Right, less said about that the better then. How are we going to do today?
Well, it's a fairly low bar, so hopefully better, but we'll see. I don't know. I mean, it used to be I'd make sure I ended up in the A final, whereas at the moment it's a matter of just having fun and see what happens. Yeah, I don't see you so much now.
Fair enough. No, I mean, well, I've given up the gloves and I've picked up the microphone this year because I had similar fortunes to you last year. How'd you get on around Whilton though?
I'm usually all right, but again, yeah, I think sometimes you just lose a bit of form and you can't get it and you're not feeling it. So I'm a bit like that at the moment. So it's like, let's just get round, have some fun and see what happens. But Glanny Gore is normally my favourite circuit, and I was shocking round there. Right. But yeah.
Well, hopefully you can make up for it here today then. What heats are you in?
3. I remember 3 and then some others.
We'll go from there.
Yeah, exactly. It might be age catching up with me and I might be just getting slower, but yeah, we're still having fun. That's the main thing.
Yeah, if you had fun, then you won. That's what I always say.
Exactly. That's all I'm holding on to.
Have a good one today. I'll look out for you in E3. Andrew has found one of our other drivers. Let's head on over to him.
I found
Mr. Pike, I believe, Andrew.
Sorry, I found some of our former BUKC and Warwick contingent. We'll have a chat with Sam Pike first. Sam, about to go out in the test session, but it's been a bit of a gap since we last saw all the seniors race at GYG.
Yeah, no, definitely. It feels like it's been ages since GYG, but good to be back.
And a circuit that you know well, whether it be racing in the seniors the last few years. You've done a bit of Club 100 experience, I think, previously as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we came up here last year, so yeah, I've been a few times. It was my local track when I was at Warwick, so it's one that I probably should know better than I do, but yeah.
And you just say how we were asking with Alexandros earlier, he did some racing yesterday and how that's got him ready for something like sprints, because it's always a bit elbows out and sharpen your elbows in sprints. But you racing through Club 100 experience, for those maybe looking at that championship, how did that make you do the transition from BUKC?
It's definitely really good, because I think sometimes with sprints, if you have a bad start or something, it's race over. There's nothing you can do to get back. But the experience, it sort of gives you a bit more time to make those mistakes and still be able to fight for something. In a 20-minute race, you've got enough time to maybe not get back to the front, but get somewhere decent.
But you're ready now for sprints, going in for the test later on today. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think sprint is the best, so yeah, should be good.
Got your brother here as well, who's racing in the lights later on today. What will you be looking at this morning from, well, obviously as we're showing this to the viewers, you'll be about to start racing after the lunch break. What will you be looking at during the heavyweights races to get yourself ready for this afternoon?
So I think definitely be looking at lap 1 and how lap 1 pans out, because around this track, I think going up to Christmas Corner, it can be a bit chaos. So seeing how that plays out, because it'll probably be similar this afternoon as well. So just watching lap 1 probably, and then also seeing if there's any carnage through the last chicane with the relatively new layout, because it's a bit tight, that one.
And whilst the format for each individual's not changed, it's still 3 heats and then you get a final depending on where you are. With this influx of junior drivers coming in, has that made it in some ways almost like a bit similar to things like BUKC?
So I mean, I've never done BUKC, but the juniors coming in, and they are quick. They've been doing this for years, and they've been doing this, so it makes it quite difficult for us who haven't been doing it so long. But I think it's just great. Like, even with the juniors coming in, how quick they are, it's just great to have them in, because they'll push you around the corner, and you'll look at them and be like, Jesus, that was quick. So I think it's just really good to have them in, because they're so quick, and they make us all quicker as well. So, but yeah, the format is so good. Everything's really fast-paced, and that's what we love about racing, I think. So. Yeah.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time, and that's good to hear about the juniors as well. Jacob has found Tim Penny.
We've been gifted, Andrew. We've been gifted some Jaffa cakes by Mr. Tim Penny.
I would say it's worked so far. It's 2025, a new season. I'm sure the hit rate from 80% is going to go to 90%.
Well, I hope so. 'Cause we didn't stream more, did we?
No.
No. See, I wasn't able to give you two, which is why it went so poorly. But yeah, no, GYG wasn't too bad. It was an interesting circuit to try and get a hold like slightly different tyres and slightly faster karts this year, but you can definitely feel it a bit more around somewhere like Whilton. It hasn't changed it too much, but there's definitely some different nuances. You can't just turn up this weekend and drive it like you did last year, so it's been good fun so far.
Tim, I want to say you're on pole position for Heat 1, aren't you?
I wish I was. I think I'm 10th in Heat 1.
Got that wildly wrong, have I?
In there somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. What can we expect to see from you today?
But it's been hard. Like, I think with the bigger grids this year to sort of consistently get up towards the front of the grid in the heats. So I think anything within sort of top fives, if you can do that consistently over the course of the day, you're actually in a pretty decent spot to get a forward starting position in an A final. So I'd kind of hope that sort of 10th we can push a little bit further towards the top three. That would be always the goal, but top fives will be acceptable, and then we'll go from there.
We've already said in the show, plenty of overtaking spots here around Whilton, and if we're going to see you do an overtake today, which corner is it going to be on?
It depends a little bit on car. If you've got a good motor underneath you, absolutely top of the hill is going to be a good one. I think even though the karts and the grip are a bit different, moves into Osiers are still really good, especially if people aren't expecting it. You can just beeline it for the apex, and that's always going to be a good one. Yeah.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that. This will go out after it's happened, so hopefully that's very, very truthful of you, and we'll be able to prove that halfway through the stream. But thank you for the Jaffa cakes. Good luck today.
Good stuff. We've got a few minutes left before the end of part one. Don't go anywhere, because we've got part two of the paddock show, which we'll record after the heavyweights and before we get to the lightweights later on today. Let's head on in. I want to try and catch a word with a driver who's just come in off circuit before we do the switcheroo.
We've had Glenn already. Is Anwar switching here?
And I've not had a chat with Anwar yet. We'll see if he's about to go back out again, because I say we are in the middle of the session. It might just be that Anwar's pulled the cart in to have a little... he's having a chat with Tim Hill at the moment. Tim works as the customer liaison. You work as a customer liaison when we're doing BUKC days as well, Jacob. How important is it a role that Tim's doing to keep everybody happy?
It just helps the event run more smoothly. Having a member of staff dedicated to making sure that any questions are answered, any penalties are explained, and any issues like whatever Anwar happens to be experiencing now can be talked through with the customer, and whoever deals with said issue can focus on dealing with it.
Yeah.
And therefore Tim or whoever else is in the customer liaison role is there to translate what's being dealt with to the customer. Really does help. And obviously Anwar's issue has been dealt with.
He's on his way back out,
and he will not be having an interview with us in the next couple of minutes. But we do have a driver jumping out here.
Yeah, we do indeed. We'll try and grab a word. I think it might be Jonathan jumping out. Let's say we won't have a chat with any of the drivers who are about to jump in. That's Steve Bosley having a good. We'll have a chat. It's Luke Fletcher with us. Luke, you're my first victim of the day in terms of this question. How's the track feeling?
Really good. Bit bumpy. It took around a bit in there, but yeah, it was all right to be fair.
How have you got ready for today? It's all. When I used to race around here in Club 100, I always said you have to bring your A game here because everyone knows it so well.
Yeah, exactly that. Just got to prepare yourself, like you say, for people. They all know really well the track, so you just got to do the best you can, really.
And what would be the target today? It's in these finals. What would you like to get into?
Obviously, like to get to the A final, but if we get to the B and try and work into the A final, that'd be good. get double the racing then.
Good stuff. I'd like to have a word with us, Luke. There we go. Right, we'll wrap up part 1 of the Paddock Show now. Don't go anywhere, because as you're watching this, part 2 this afternoon will come very, very soon. And then after that, of course, we've got more racing here at Whilton Mill. Club 100 Sprints, the lightweights coming up in the second session. We're back again, part 2 of our paddock show. We're at the same height again, but I'm on my tiptoes, so we'll stop doing that.
Hurts my knee.
Should we go talk to some heavyweights after
Absolutely.
that very interesting final?
I think I've seen them hanging around the back of this little group, which is the lightweights, having their drivers briefing. Actually, we won't interview them whilst they have to listen to the important messages that James Small is disseminating to them right now. Andrew has spotted second place in the heavyweight A final with a couple of beers in hand already. Mr.
Joe, don't worry about that. That we enjoyed that one in the box. How did you find it?
I enjoyed it, to be honest. I mean, lap 1, I turned around and Alex Pritchard's right behind me, and I'm thinking, right,
what's happened there?
Yeah, what's happened here? Where did he start? And I then glanced back a couple of laps later, and they were fighting, but I knew I didn't have the pace. I mean, apparently Anwar's car were a bit fast, and I was looking at the clock thinking, will I make it, or we're going to have to defend? Well, I knew where Kurt was, so I was thinking, if I back Anwar into Kurt, might get a bit of breathing room, but it was a good race. Obviously, I want to win. I'm not here to play for Kurt, so a bit gutted that I didn't win, but I'd rather him win than Anwar win, so not a bad day for the Holmes family, I think.
And I know it's going to be close all the way through the season, but you've chipped away. I've not seen what the points are like after round 3, but across the course of the day, you've scored more points than Anwar, so that's got to be a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably be clear if it wasn't for the final at GYG. Didn't have the best of carts, so started pole and finished 5th. So that'll be a drop. I mean, it's really difficult to kind of judge it until the drops come into play. We'll see. I think consistency plays in this championship. As long as you're getting podiums in your heats where you can, you'll obviously, everyone's going to pick up the odd final win, so you just got to make the most whilst you can.
Thanks for your time, Joe. Have a nice drink, and we'll see you in a bit.
See you.
Where is Jacob? Jacob's with Barney.
I was trying to find Kurt, but he's disappeared, so I'm going to head right down here where I think I've spotted Stuart Kirk, who I want to say finished 3rd in super heavyweights.
Yes.
I want to say. Hopefully you can't hear too much. Stuart, dive in by here for an interview. I'm just going to sit awkwardly on the tyres. I think you nicked 3rd place in super heavyweights there.
I did, yeah. I had no idea I was in 3rd. There was a lot of carnage at the start. Had to avoid a few incidents, and I think I was racing Vineyard. And I thought we were racing for like 5th-6th place, but ended up being 3rd, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the B final, you might have been thinking maybe an A final, maybe challenging for the win, but after the start that you had, probably worked out all right.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So been struggling a bit with the weight this year, so trying to lose a bit more weight and get a bit more to the front. It's a tough field in the super heavies, so there's a lot of drivers as well, and good drivers. So yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're only on round 3, but would you say there's maybe a super heavyweight title challenge in the making?
It's been a while since I've been up that high, but I wouldn't like to say this stage. Still a little bit early, but let's just try and pick up points, pick up podiums, see where we are in the season. So yeah.
All right, appreciate that. Where are we next after this? Bridgington. How did you go around there?
First time there last year. Didn't do too well. Doesn't suit the heavy drivers, but it's Rye House after that, which I love. 5 minutes away. Live 5 minutes away. So really look forward to Rye House. So
I'll ask you the question again in 2 rounds' time then and see where we are.
Exactly. Yeah, that'd be good.
Brilliant. Cheers, Joe. Well, I'm sure there'll be a presentation momentarily. So enjoy that.
Will do. Thank you very much.
Stuart Cook there did nick 3rd place in super heavyweights from Vinod Harani.
I thought we'd have a look out on the track whilst we've not really got any lightweights available to talk for with us yet.
Let's do it.
And I think we've talked to a good number of heavyweights today. As I say, this part of the circuit hasn't changed too much, but I know when me and Howard have talked about the exit curve, the one that was won a couple of years ago. The chicane we've talked about a lot, but I just wanted to take the opportunity to look at the run into turn 1. And Jacob, I think this is one of the circuits that we go to. I think this is one of the toughest runs into turn 1 on the whole calendar. If you're on this inside line, okay, you've got that. You've got to get the start right, but it's starting on this right-hand side where we often see drivers fall back, and it's kind of like a case of you've got to limit your losses, haven't haven't you? When you're on this side, you're grid 2 per se, got to limit your losses by the time you get up to Christmas corner. Can you talk us through why that is the case?
Yeah, I mean, we saw a couple of instances this morning. Joe Holmes, Alex Pritchard starting third, second by Christmas corner, and indeed in those instances, but I think they both went for the lead at Christmas corner. You have to stay within these yellow tram lines. Obviously, you get a 2-place deduction if you don't. But yeah, that run down into there, it's at racing speed, flat out.
Yeah.
It's not a braking zone. It's not a traditional first corner in that regard, and that, I think, is why it's so important, because it is a corner, but it's not a braking zone.
Yeah, and you make a good point on the tram lines there. So say when we're talking about these tram lines, we're talking about these yellow lines. Subtle differences in the rules between CLUB100 and say per se a Whilton Mill Kart Club or a British Champs meeting is when the lights go out, and a lot of this is down to how the availability of what can be officiated. You have to stay in the lines all the way to the timing line. In British Champs, you will see the second the lights go out, drivers can hop out. They can't hop out before the lights go out, but they can hop out afterwards. That can all be looked at with lots of technology that's not quite available at this level. So you've got to run in these lines all the way to turn, or over the checkered flag line there. And that, again, if you're on the driver's right-hand side, if you're on grid 2, you've no option. You've got to stay out there to the right-hand side. You can't come down and nip on the inside of grid 1. So that's another one of the reasons why we see a lot of the drivers on this side of the grid do struggle here at Whilton Mill on that initial run through turn 1. They then get nipped to the inside on turn 2. They've got to be patient by the time they get up to Christmas corner to start to reverse some of those arrears.
Absolutely. Very visual description there, Andrew. I really do appreciate that. And one more visual description. We've talked about that last chicane and the new curb and getting it wrong.
Yeah.
The one thing I always point out to BUKC rookies when we come here for test days is look at where that is, and then follow it all the way down the start-finish straight, all the way up the back of the hill, around the first 2 corners, and all the way up to Christmas corner. Look how far away that is.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake coming through that last chicane, that new part of the track, you do not recover until you get to that braking zone.
Yep, absolutely.
We just mentioned this isn't a braking zone. It's flat out at racing pace. If you make a mistake by there, it impacts that significant part of the track and a significant part of your lap time.
Let's go talk to some lightweights, because they're getting into their karts now ahead of their practice session. We've not had too much chat with them so far today. I'm straight away going to jump on Murtaza Hassan, who's at the front of the field. Is this a new lid?
Yes, it is indeed.
How many tenths per lap is the new lid worth?
At least half a second.
Half a second?
At least, 100%. I would recommend anyone who gets it. It's only if you get it done by the same guy that I did it with. Yeah. Atomized up. You get half a second. The others I'm not too sure about. I had it a bit slower though. Yeah.
Good stuff. How's the season been so far for you, Murtaza?
Not bad. Not as good as I wanted it, but not bad. I'm having a lot of fun. That's the main thing. This is the round to flip it over and get a bit ahead. So this is a track I really enjoy. It's one I've had good history with. So I'm excited. I've got a pole start, so hopefully we can turn that into a heat win as well.
As I say, it's been something we've been talking about a lot today of drivers' confidence of here as a circuit, because it's one that people know so well. Is that a feeling that you have, but also now you've got to be really on your game today to get a good result?
No doubt. Yeah, the heavy braking points is, I think, where I'm really good with. So especially, down to turn 3, that's where I think I perform. That's one of my favourite corners in the entire calendar. So let's hope we can convert that into a good result as well.
It's my first day of the season here for the lightweights. I've been hearing a lot about how the juniors who've been graduating up have maybe changed the style of racing in a way. Is that something that you felt? Is it something, a challenge you enjoy?
100%. In comparison to last season especially, this season we've seen a lot of junior drivers come, and you can really feel the energy that's coming from them. They're not here to mess around, they're really here to compete, and you can, when they're behind you, you really feel them, and they want to get ahead. So it's been a lot different. So in terms of racing, you've had to you boost your energy too to match theirs and keep up the pace. So it's definitely been a change, most definitely.
Good stuff, mate. Have a good run, and send my love to Mo as well.
Will do, most definitely.
Jacob, who have you found?
I'm over here with Joe Craddock. Joe, getting ready for the half-hour test. You doing the whole test, Joe? Are you sharing?
Yeah, whole test.
Yes, get your eye in. We talked a little bit earlier, but maybe give us, from your perspective, how important is it, this little half-hour test?
Oh, very. Just to get into the groove, really. It's always good to keep my head in the game, basically. That's all I would use it for, just to keep momentum up and go into the heats.
Yeah. And with that momentum, what are you hoping to do here today?
Well, I'm on pole for my first heat, so yeah, always good to get a good front start and start the day off well. That's all I'll really be aiming for, just to have good consistent heats up to then, and then see where it goes from there.
Yeah, I guess on pole you've got to be finding your own braking spots, so you can't rely on the guy in front of you because there isn't one. Do you reckon you convert that pole into a win?
Yeah, potentially. I've seen the grid; it's not too littered with C1 drivers, so it should be okay. I would hope for a top 3 potentially, if I can keep my pace up. But yeah, it should be good.
And in the round overall, what are we looking for today?
Top 10B final. Okay. Every round I go to is usually top 10B final, every round. So as long as I can do that, then that would be good for me.
I mean, top 10B final is a 4 in 10 chance of being in the A final, so it would set you well if you manage that.
Yeah, it should be good. Yeah.
Good luck with that, Joe. We're going to shuffle down and interview 1 or 2 more, but hopefully see you in that A final later.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Joe Craddock there. Andrew is way back down here with another one of our drivers. We'll get this interview, maybe one more, in before the end of the paddock show. Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Jacob, here with our reigning champion, Andrew McWilliam. Andrew, P1, the number 1 plate on the front of your kart now. How's been dealing with the pressure of that so far this season?
I don't know, it's not changed much. I think it's worth a couple of attempts. Yeah, for me, it's not really changed much. Just try and go out and just do the best of the race, hopefully try and keep it for next year.
And the story of 2023, sorry, 2024, it was one that just continues to almost baffle my mind of like how many different drivers we had in competition for that. Not the optimum round in GYG. Does last year actually give you a good amount of hope that, like, okay, you can have a not so good round early in the season and still pull it back?
Yes and no, because last year my start was absolutely shocking. Like, I was in a B final at GYG, 60-ish points back at round 6. But then again, this year you've got people like Fraser Brunt and Roy O'Regan, so you can't at the same time really afford mistakes. So it's, yeah, yes and no.
What's going to be key today? Dry conditions, grippy conditions. You couldn't ask for much more than this at this time of year.
Yeah, just keeping it clean in the heats, really. I've got some pretty tough heats. I've got Dante, Fraser. I think Mars Reitman on pole, one of them as well. So just trying to consistently get to the top 3 and just to be there for the A final.
Good stuff. I'll let you get in your kart, mate, and get ready for your practice session. I think we've got a couple of minutes left before we wrap up.
I was going to say, I wasn't too sure if we were wrapping up or not, but I thought if we're not, I can just doorstep Dan Seeger.
Yeah, let's have a quick chat with Dan.
Dan, I'm going to slot myself down by here. What are you hoping for today? What are you here for?
I mean, I always try and aim for top 3, but it's a difficult grid this year, so I'll just give it my best. Yeah.
Have you got on so far this year already?
Not amazing. Baltimore was terrible, and then GYG was a little bit better, but yeah, I'm pretty experienced around here, so hopefully it's a bit better today.
This is where your season starts properly then, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Excellent. And how are we looking in your heats, competitive heats, good grids? What are you saying?
Yeah, got okay positions, got a lot of decent people in them, so it's going to be a fight, but I'll give it a good go. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to that and test now to get your eye in as well. You doing the whole thing?
No, I'll be sharing with one of my friends. Yeah. So I'll be doing 15 minutes.
You only need 15 minutes though, don't you?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll let you get to it. But have a good race today.
All right, thank you.
Dan, see you there.
Yeah, good stuff with Dan. I think these guys are about to go out, so we won't jump on another one. But just again to point out some of who are going to be your key runners, I feel, this afternoon for our lightweights. Sam Lovelace driver number 5 there. That's definitely a driver to keep an eye on. Had some good results earlier in the season, particularly in the SP40 back at Buckmore Park. Another driver with a lot of BUKC knowledge around this this place as well. George Lawler, you know, on red plates now, the number 33. Another one of those drivers in C2 last year, looking to take that next big step. Harrison Kirkham, another driver that we're definitely going to be talking a lot about. One of those championship contenders at the back end of 2024. Didn't quite have the luck go his way on that particular occasion, but has very much shown himself now as the driver ready to win regular races here in this one. Another driver that we need to talk about is Lewis Marchant, who's got a brand new suit, which we're going to be getting used to. Lewis was our driver of the year last year. Massive step forward in terms of performance in 2024. So yeah, just some of the names there that we're going to be keeping an eye on, as well as a lot of those drivers who've moved up from the junior categories previously. They've got a bit older. They're now at senior racing age in Club 100. Plenty to get our teeth into this afternoon here at Whilton Mill, Jacob.
Yeah, really looking forward to this afternoon's racing. It's always competitive in lightweights, especially here at Whilton. I remember watching last year's A final from the sidelines as I was waiting to race myself, and it was absolutely spectacular. So hopefully same again this year.
Absolutely. Keep it locked here on Alpha Live on your Club 100 broadcast. Lightweights are coming right up.
Indeed, they are. Welcome back to live pictures here at Whilton Mill for round 3 of the 2025 Club 100 Senior Championships. The sprinting Sunday for us here just outside Daventry. And you're not missing any competitive action at the moment. We've got about 5 minutes to go on the optional extra test session. A number of the drivers for and get their tickets into and have a bit of a practice before their racing begins. For what it's worth, as I say, this is just testing at the moment. Andrew McWilliam is fastest at the moment, 55.5 is his fastest lap time so far. Very close as we'd expect at the top of the timesheets. Harrison Kirkham, P2. Thomas Northcott, one of the drivers. We keep describing them as the juniors, but they're not juniors anymore. They're seniors. They've got older, they've moved up. They're graduates of the junior category, shall we say. Thomas 3rd, Max Chapman 4th. I should mention as well at the top of proceedings, Max's dad, Andrew, came up to me just after we finished recording that paddock walk to let me know that there's a birthday, not for Max, but for his brother Jake, who's out on circuit, or has been out on circuit in the last 26 minutes or so. So happy 17th birthday to driver number 17, Jake Chapman. Once again, you can get in touch with us via the YouTube comments on the Alpha Live broadcast on their channel. If you've not subscribed already, please do so for more content, not just of a Club 100 variety, but various karting championships and motorsport across not just the UK but Europe as well. Hello to Ewan Racing and Rob Cox as well. We are a little bit behind. It's still been a 30-minute test session, but the heavies finished a little bit later than originally scheduled. That's why we always say when we read out those timetable times that they are subject to change. But still plenty of time for racing to go through the motions, of course, here for the lightweights. And if this is your first, if you weren't with us for GYG, you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, it's only 1:15. Oh, is that not a little bit early for the lightweights? Well, versus last year, yes, it would be. But such is the number of lightweights we have now. And this is where we talk about our graduates in the junior category a lot. They've all stepped up. They've got to go somewhere. The majority of them are, of course, lightweights in terms of their race weights. So that normal run that we talked about last year of 12 heats in total for each section, it was 9 this morning for the heavyweights. And as I check and verify so I don't embarrass myself, yes, it's 15 lightweight. So that split of 50-50 is now actually just shifted a little bit towards the lightweights to accommodate for the demand more than anything. So 15 heats. Everybody still races 3 times.
Still races from the front, still races from the middle, and still races from the back in some shape or form. But a rotation for the lightweights is now a set of 5 heats, as opposed to 4 heats that it was in 2024 and back earlier through the years. Hello to TH Vocals, cheering on Uncle Nicky Hutchinson. Hello to Jack and Sarah, who are cheering on George Lawler, who's one of the drivers that we noted there out in the practice session. He is in the middle of the field at the moment for this practice session of about 30-odd drivers. So 17th at the moment for George. Hello to Danny, watching from Melbourne, Australia. My goodness me, what time is it in Melbourne, Australia at the moment? It must be pretty much the middle of the night now for... oh no, it's not too bad, it's 10:15. So just winding down at the end of your Sunday, Daddy, cheering on Nick Lacasas. It's great to have Nick back as well for another year. Jacob, what are your thoughts ahead of these lightweights? It's a bit different now. The style of racing's altered, is what I've heard from a lot of the influx of the newer, younger drivers coming through.
Has it?
That's what I've been told. I think we're going to find out this afternoon.
I don't know, really. I've heard the rumours. Whether or not they're true remains to be seen. I mean, naturally, if you start doing anything, you're going to be doing it differently to how people have been doing it for the last 10, 15, 20 years of doing it. And karting's no different. If you've raced Club 100 specifically for a couple of decades, which some of these drivers will have, you're going to do it differently to how some of these drivers who've been racing for a couple of weeks, couple of months, 1 or 2 years will be doing it. There's different challenges in these go-karts at different weights. There's not a lot of difference between what we saw this morning and what we'll see this afternoon. This afternoon, though, will be slightly different. These karts will handle slightly different as you carry more weight upon your person. And certainly in the junior categories, they carry a lot less weight. They are now racing at the same weight. Naturally, this is the lightweight class. They all have to race at what I want to say is 72 kilos. 82 kilos is where I was looking for that. But yes, they all have different driving styles, tuned from driving at lower weight thresholds, I believe. And that brings up its own set of challenges. You also have a number of drivers who are used to challenging at the front of a race. Simple as that. And if you merge 2 sets of drivers, you have double the amount of drivers used to driving at the front of a race, double the amount of drivers who want to get into that leading category. And naturally that throws up its challenges, as we've already discussed today. So I think that's where the changes are. I don't necessarily think it's the game has changed.
No.
But certainly the players have.
Let's get ready for it then. Heat 1 in the sprints for the lightweight class is up next. Let's take you through the grid then. There will be practice laps ahead of this first round of heats, of course. Plenty of time for us to get through this one. Philip Babalal in the C2 class starts on pole position on the random grid. This is Philip's one from the front. Lewis Marchant, driver of the year last year, alongside on the front row Luke Pearman and Fraser Brunton, who took the win yesterday in the SP60. They start on row 2. Andy Orford and Harrison Kirkham go from row number 3. Alex Forward and Miles Reitman. Reitman's been impressive so far this season on his graduation up to the C1 category. They're there on row 4. Toby Wykes and Edmund Yaxley Aguilar starts on row 5. It's Charlie Foster and Romario Ellis going for the 6th row of the grid. And on row 7 we find Luke Woodward and Christopher Foxon. Row 8, Greg Chapman and Max Davison. Row 9, Walter Stolch and Harry Berner. It is an 18-strong field for this first heat of the day. Championship standings going into this one, still early stages, of course, and if 2024 was anything to go by, we will go all the way till the very final round of the season to decide who's going to be champion in this one. And it's tight again in the standings after 2 rounds. Rory O'Regan is your championship leader, 424 points, won at GYG. Dante Dillon is 4 points back on 4-0. Has been second and third in the finals so far this year. Andrew McWilliam, the reigning champion, is third. Arguably hasn't quite got into his stride yet, although did wrestle back to second place in the final at GYG. Fraser Brunton is next up in 4th place in the championship. Clean sweep Buckmore Park, 3 heat wins and then the final. GYG, he'll hope to be a drop score by the end of the season, but he's still got a good haul of points early on. Miles Reitman, as we say, has moved up to C1 this year, was a C2 driver last year, was he champion in C2. The number 6 seed from 2024 is 5th in the standings at the moment on 410. Harrison Kirkham on 408 is next up in 6th. Sam Lovelace, 401 is next up in 7th. Tommy Lee is another driver that we want to keep an eye on today, moving up to C2 and has started his life in C2 very, very well. 8th place at the moment on 383. Vishal Patel, very experienced driver, has done a lot of owner racing, has done a bit of BUKC this year as well. Is 9th in the points at the moment on 378, and then Harvey McBrien is completing that top 10 in the standings at the moment. We have been talking about the graduates a lot so far, Jacob, but there's another bit of just parallel, I'll say, when I watch juniors, very, very, very accomplished juniors in owner racing, at British champs level, when they make that move to the juniors. The technical platform underneath them pretty similar, but again the style of racing, and it's the grey cells up top that the senior drivers, a senior driver who's been racing at that level for 2-3 years, have developed over someone who's just moving up from junior to senior. And I do note that when we've been talking about the ones moving up, who we've seen in cadet and junior the last few years, at the moment, apart from Rory O'Regan, and I'll point out that he did a bit of good around to senior racing last year as well, none of those graduating drivers are in the top 10 of the standings. So it just seems to me that, yes, the speed's there for some of them, but the consistency and the nous of being able to race at senior level, that's still in development, as it were.
Well, it depends where you're talking about graduating from, Andrew.
True.
Because, as well, within that top 10 that you've just mentioned, there's a significant number of BUKC graduates. Dante Dillon, Fraser Brunton, Miles Reitman, Sam Lovelace, Harvey McBrien, to name but a few. Indeed, Fraser Brunton was recently crowned BUKC Male Driver of the Year. And again, different style of racing. In the BUKC, you have 25-minute sprint races and hour-long endurances, and so it's a different challenge, different way to handle it, and indeed hones different forms of racecraft.
In terms of championship points, it's the same format that we were talking about earlier on this morning. So for all of these heats, all 15 of them, that we're going to go across the course of this afternoon before the finals, a win bags you 25 championship points, a second 23 points, third 21, and then a point less for each position further down the order. Yes, drop scores will start to come into play later on in the year, but it's way too early to be talking about those and doing any of the points ramifications related to it. Yes, keep your comments and your messages of support. Let's go for a likes push as well. 35 likes at the moment with 113 people watching. That tells me people aren't pressing that button. Press it now. And if you weren't with us earlier, I've got a personal challenge from the comments box to viewers of the seniors today and the seniors themselves around the circuit. We had a lot of streams, we had a lot of broadcasts at GYG, and I regrettably informed that the seniors, in terms of average views per hour of broadcasting, came in third on the podium behind the cadets and juniors. That's obvious, there's lots of them, lots of parents, lots of aunties and uncles and grandparents and people tuning in for that. But you're also behind the students, and that for me is unacceptable. So come on, seniors, pick up the pace, pick up the slack. Let's get the broadcast shared out and get those likes on the way upwards. That's my personal challenge to you all today.
I've got counter that I think will bring the like counter up. It's an anecdote, Andrew.
Oh, go on.
About one of the drivers in this race and another that we've mentioned already so far. Back at the Club 100 Awards end of last year.
Yes.
An unnamed member of Club 100 staff, not myself, I wasn't there. Upon arrival, spotted Dante Dillon, who does work for Club 100 as the cadet and junior testing.
Yeah.
Does Dante as well as observing for the UKC and things like that. And upon seeing him, this unnamed member of staff thought he'd give him a very, very familiar hello, in that Dante was facing the other way, and this member of staff thought it'd be jovial, hilarious, comforting, who knows what, to give him a good old spanking, good slap on the rear end. So firm swing of the hand and good connection with the buttock. Only to realise that it wasn't Dante Dillon.
Oh, no.
It was the man starting in 8th place in this one, Miles Reitman, another graduate of the BUKC, but excuse me, both very short in stature and easy to confuse
Both
each
have
other.
dark hair.
Yeah. Looking similar, but just passed it on
So there's the lesson of the day for all attendees of the Club 100 Awards. If you are going to tap someone on the rear, give them a bit of a pass around first, just to check that you're tapping the right. We're going to stop that train of thought right now. Heat 1. So 7 minutes once again for all of our drivers here. Philip Barrelal on the front row. Lewis Marchant second. That bright blue and white suit. Pearman and Brunton row 2. Orford and Harrison Kirkham row 3 forward. And the aforementioned Miles Reitman encouraged on.
He's not here.
Is he not?
No.
Is he not in the grid?
Have a look, you can't see any.
Oh, you're right.
He's not been going through the practice laps. I could not see a red plate there in
No.
shot. I don't think Miles Reitman is here today.
Oh.
Which is a
But at least he's got a mention.
Yeah. Oh, no, hang
Lewis,
on.
That's Lewis Marchant
Lewis
coming
Marchant.
in. That's
Yeah.
fine. But
No, I can't see Miles' suit or helmet either.
No, you're absolutely right, Jacob. I was
That's a
looking
shame.
for the old MDL Motorsport suit, and we've only got 17 drivers counting on live timing. So, that's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing Miles race today. Hope Miles is okay. So, still 7 minutes of this one on the clock. Fraser Brunton, I think, has got to be the early favourite for this one. Had some really good pace yesterday in some of the longer format racing here at Whilton Mill. Harrison Kirkham alongside as well, but they are starting on that far side of the grid that we were talking about. And watch how they have to stay in the tram lines all the way to the start line. Eyes are on those lights. Away we go. 7 minutes underway. Good start. In fact, a very good start for Lewis Marchant, who's going to take the lead as they head up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Fraser Brunton looking for moves as well. Sweeps around the outside of Philip Barrelal. Nicely positioned there by the Cardiff BUKC man. They're down towards Ashby for the first time. Brunton's looking for the race lead. Did he get the speed through Ashby right? Lewis Marchant trying to hop along there. He's going to be on the outside now. Brunton takes the race lead. Barrelal still there in third place. Harrison Kirkham's had a decent start to this race as well. Is up in fourth place, and Andy Orford completes the top 5.
Yeah, really good move from Fraser, that. And I'm just going to compare it to one move we saw at the same corner earlier from another BUKC driver. In fact, another BUKC male driver of the year nominee. All round we go as I'm in the middle of that. It's Andy Orford, I think, that's lost out there. It is indeed. But yes, Fraser going down into Ashby there. Gets the car up on that curve, helps slow it down, rotate it and keep the position. Whereas earlier we saw Adam Natha get off the curb, sideways, scrubs off the speed and doesn't pull the move off because the cutback was on in that occasion.
So on to lap number 2 then. Dirt being kicked up there by drivers in the middle of the pack. Brunton and Marchant have had bright starts here. Max Davison was looking for a move there. It was 13th at the end of lap number 1. Luke Woodward's made some good progress in the early stages of this race, up 3 places in kart number 46, now running 8th on the road. Greg Chapman likewise up 3 spots to 11th. Harry Berner up 4 spots to 12th. We'll count them through at the end of lap number 2. Fraser Brunton comfortably clear by 1.5 seconds from Lewis Marchant. This is the battle for 3rd place between Philip Babalal and Harrison Kirkham. Alex Forward not too far behind in 5th place, and then it's Charlie Foster in the yellow and black helmet. Toby Wykes in 7th place, although Wykes has had a penalty handed out for an ABC takeout earlier on in this race. Also on the penalty board, Walter Stolz for forcing the driver wide, and Greg Chapman for a restart on grasses. Through for 3rd place, there goes Harrison Kirkham.
Good move from Harrison Kirkham. There's 2 spots on this track, that one and this corner indeed, now coming up near the entry to the boot. Very, very short braking zones, hard to overtake. There's a feisty move there from Toby Wykes, I think it is, on Charlie, or is it Charlie Foster on Toby Wykes? Yes, I believe it was. Charlie Foster going through there through the boot. Yes, 2 spots on this with very short braking zones and very slim chances of pulling off overtakes. Harrison Kirkham has just used the one there to great effect. I don't think we saw too many, if any, overtakes there this morning in the heavyweights, but Harrison Kirkham already notching one up, and he's hunting down Lewis Marchant for 2nd place now. Philip Babalai has lost out entirely. I'm not quite sure what happened to him there, dropping down a few places, but Alex Forward now in 4th place is hoping to follow Mr. Kirkham up to contention for the podium places. Round we come to complete the 4th lap. There's a cone bang in the middle of the track there. That's going to have to be moved at the earliest convenience. Fraser's lead now up to 2.8 seconds. Lewis Marchant has 6/10 of a second back to Harrison Kirkham. See them going up the hill there. Still a couple of kart lengths as Sam Taylor, I think, recovers that cone.
3 minutes remaining in this one, as you say, Jacob. A couple of changes further down the order. Max Davison is through into 10th place. That's a spot that Max has gained past Luke Pearman. Walter Stolz is also through into 12th place. Christopher Fox, I think, has had some problems in this race. Quite a few C3s in this race as well, we should note. Luke Woodward is the best positioned of them at the moment in 8th place. Meanwhile, we have a watch of the fight for 5th place, just coming through Paddock Bend now. Charlie Foster and Toby Wykes. Wykes, mentioned earlier, did receive an ABC takeout penalty, so if Wykes was to get through, once the penalties are applied, it would switch things back to the advantage of Foster. In good conditions here at Wilton Mill. Toby Wykes, who was in the top 40 of the championship last year and ran pretty well in C2. Looking to take steps forward this year. Yellow flags out just approaching Wilkins' corner, the first of those 2 left-handers. Meanwhile, Jacob, battles starting to build for 2nd place. It's Harrison Kirkham has caught Lewis Marchant.
Yep, here we are following them through the boot. Slightly different lines for both the drivers, and Harrison Kirkham seems to have got the more advantageous one there as they come into the first couple of corners.
So 2 laps to go then. Brunton 3.4 clear of Marchant now. Marchant checking over the shoulder, not panicking, not defending too early, ahead of Harrison Kirkham. Alex Forward having a very good run here. Now in 4th place. I'm impressed with this one so far.
Yeah, he's followed Harrison Kirkham right to the back. Harrison Kirkham has another look at where we saw him overtake earlier. He's decided against it this time, but he's going to be going on to the final lap next time round. Marchant knows he's there. There's a look into the boot, nothing doing, but there's a very different line that the 2 of them take there. Kirkham takes a lot more speed out in the early stage of the boot and then carries more through it, whereas Marchand seems to be a bit later on the brakes, which will do him a world of good in defending this position on the last lap. In fact, Harrison Kirkham's probably got more to think about behind him from Alex Forward than he does ahead of him. And forward to the inside, great move, Kirkham on the grass. And yeah, a great move from Alex Forward. Really impressed with that.
Yeah, had the corner for me. Harrison Kirkham tried to wrestle it round the outside, but had to give that one up in the end. Alex Ford, who had a couple of runs out last year, was classified as a C3 last year, but improved with just those 2 run-outs in the 2024 championship that he was worthy of stepping up into the C2 category. Fraser Brunton, though, is going to start the afternoon with a win in Heat 1. Very straightforward job there for Fraser Brunton. That'll do nicely. A win on the board and his 5th Heat win of the year so far. Lewis Marchand P2, again showing that his continuing improvements have no sign of stopping through this early part of the 2025 season. Alex Forward picks off a bit of a scalp there in Harrison Kirkham. 3rd and 4th for them. 5th for Charlie Foster. Stepping up into the seniors, that's a good run. 6th for Wykes, Babalel, Woodward, Yaxley, Aguilar in the top 8. That's the end of Heat 1. Drivers for Heat 2 heading out now. Heat 2 drivers out on circuit. This is another one where there will be practice laps for the drivers. That gives us plenty of time to read you through the grid of drivers that we're introducing out onto circuit. Joe Craddock starts on pole position. Ganassi Barnacote is alongside on the front row. Dan Shaw, Thomas Mullen start on row 2, and then it's Max Chapman and Christopher Powell-Taylor, very experienced driver there on row number 3. Thomas Northcott and Charlie Walmsley-Wright, 2 drivers who've moved up into the seniors, are there on row 4. Keaton Ford and Johnny Fletcher completes the top 10 ahead of Luke Winter and Owen Hollowell on row 6. Thomas Holland and James Bull are into the C3s now. Starts on row number 7. Adam Tamraz and Noah Lockwood start on row 8. It's 17 drivers due to go in this one. Completed by Omar Matthew, although I'm seeing 80 on live timing, so unless we've got an interloper, we'll try and work that one out in a moment. Whose name of those 18 did I
think we're good.
Not read out? It's fine, we'll work it out as we go along.
It's 18 on my grid, shown on my screen, and 18 on the timing.
Okay. Never mind. Can you tell I've been away for a while? 7 minutes once again for the drivers. A lot of young drivers in this one. So you've only got the 2 C1s in Thanasi Barnacote and Christopher Powell-Taylor. So this is a very good opportunity for your likes of your Dan Shaws, your Max Chapmans, your Charlie Walmsley-Rides to show off what they can do. Don't worry, you're not missing anything at the moment. Keep the comments coming in. Hello to us. Hello, mate. Hope you're doing well. The challenge has been accepted. Hashtag for the seniors. Hello to Menel41 as well, tuning in. And I've lost my comments because I've just refreshed my screen at a terrible time. What do you think the challenge? Who's your tip here, Jacob, to win this race?
I mean, you're looking at Thanasi Barnacote, 2nd place, one of the 2 red plates in this one. But Joe Craddock, we spoke to earlier, in the pit lane, did the full half-hour test to get his eye in, make sure he's in the groove, and short break through Heat 1, which should be probably welcome. I used to hate going from a half-hour test straight into Heat number 1. But Heat number 2, absolutely ideal. You get a similar car, feels the same, and you get your eye on there with these practice laps. With that car specifically, I think the front row of this grid is looking very, very strong. However, the other drivers in C2 and indeed the C3s will be looking at this thinking, this is one of the weaker heats that I'm going to see this well, today, it's probably the weakest they'll see today, and maybe one of the weakest they'll see this season. This is my chance of a top 3 in a heat, which a lot of drivers do aim for. So it'll be interesting to see how hard they battle for that, specifically in the early laps.
You're watching live coverage of Club 100 here on Alpha Live. Senior Sprint Championship, round 3 here at Whilton Mill. Just getting ready for the second heat of the day for the lightweights. Lightweights all the way through the afternoon. If you've missed the heavies, don't worry. You can watch all of the action back at your leisure here on the Alpha Live channel. The commentary team of Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris in the booth for you this afternoon. So, you know the drill by now. 7 minutes for the drivers. No +1 lap, so it can simply run to time. There's Joe Craddock in the red suit at the front of the field. Into the tram lines then. Ready to receive the instruction and go for green. Away we go for the start of this one. It's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Craddock and Shaw immediately into first and second place. Dan Shaw looking for the lead, has the door shut immediately by Joe Craddock. Look out for there, number 66, Thomas Northcott, round the outside. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack, but great start there for Thomas Northcott from, I think, row number 3, already up to third place as Christopher Powell-Taylor is wide out of Inkermans, Jacob.
Yeah, great start from Joe Craddock. Did really well to hold on to it there mid-corner. We saw him have a little sideways moment and then defended well up to Christian's corner as well. He's done very well to hold on to that lead. And yes, Dan Shaw, quick starter from third. We saw that earlier in the day, mentioned that advantage in our paddock walk earlier as well, but still very, very close to his top 5. You can see here, this race has got a long way to run from where we are right now. Over the line then to finish first lap. Craddock, Shaw, Northcott, Chapman, Barnicott, Keith Ford is in 6th. Johnny Fletcher is in 7th.
Oh, indeed. Good gain by Noah Lockwood on that first lap, up to 11th place. It's a group of 5 at the very front of the field, which soon could be joined by Keaton Ford there. But jostling on the way down to Ashby Corner. Joe Craddock leading this race well at the moment. A couple of contact warnings in, but no penalties at the moment. Johnny Fletcher and Charlie Walmsley-Ride have received those contact warnings so far in this race. Challenge for second place. Shaw and Northcott. Shaw holding to the inside line. That may open the door for Max Chapman to step through there, but Northcott fights back. And out of the final corner, Keaton Ford and Johnny Fletcher now very much part of this group, Jacob.
One of the main characteristics. Oh, around goes. Who is that, Andrew? Possibly even restarting off the grass.
That was Darcy Barnicott, red plate.
Off he goes. I'm not sure what the observers down there will think of that. Certainly a coming together between two carts, but whether or not it was a racing incident, I will leave that to someone else. Penalty for Max Chapman. Yep. There you go. There's the judgment dished out. Take-out penalty there as Barnicott was unable to recover. So this is now a 3-kart battle for the lead between Craddock, Shaw and Northcott. Chapman back and forth with that penalty, or at least he was fourth when he crossed the line. I don't think he's going to be now. I think he lost out himself in that, and it's a little scuffle going on behind as the 37 of Johnny Fletcher makes his way up to fourth now. A little thing I wanted to mention on that last chicane, as up the inside goes 30 of Dan Shaw, or rather hold the inside is Dan Shaw. He gets a little point ahead from Thomas Northcott, who goes around the outside and with the intention of chasing down Joe Craddock. But yes, if you get yourself or seemingly get yourself an advantage on the right hander of the boot, someone's maybe been pushed a little bit wide there, and you think you can cut up the inside of them. If they hold side by side, they got the inside for the next corner.
Yeah, for the new curve, yeah.
Whereas it used to be you get up the inside of someone there and you've got the inside for the next corner, and you've gained the position.
Yeah.
So people still find themselves slotting in on the inside there, but often they miss out, and we've seen a couple of examples of it already in this race. Round they come then. 3 minutes left of this one. Craddock's still got 0.8 of a second of a lead. That is 0.3 quicker than Tom Northcott on that last lap. So we'll be hoping to keep it that way until the end of this one.
I should note as well that the racing we saw between Northcott and Shaw there about a lap ago, that was proper good racing side by side through Oblivion and towards Fine Lady. We saw the spin for Thanasi Barnacote early. It is an easy place to have a spin early in the lap if there is a little bit of contact side by side, but it is possible to go two abreast round that part of the course, and that was good from Northcott and Shaw, and they're not done yet, potentially winning this race, because Northcott is closing in on Joe Craddock. Here's the fight for fourth place. Johnny Fletcher has worked his way to the front of this group. Keaton Ford is there in fifth, but I think has been another one of the drivers to join the penalty board for this race. The driver there you can see in the old school CRG suit in a way there. Keaton Ford's going to have a look down the inside of Johnny Fletcher. Oh dear, as round is the 111. That's James Ward, one of the novices who's relegated down to 17th. Through goes Keaton Ford up to fourth place. Yes, he has a penalty, but they're added to the position where they finish on track. So yes, Johnny Fletcher will get that position back once the penalties are applied, but Keaton Ford has still relatively gained the position versus someone lower down in the order.
We're going on to the penultimate lap here. Joe Craddock and Tom Northcott now will cross the line. Final lap board will show next time around, but Craddock's got a good defensive now. Northcott took half a second out of him a lap ago. There's yellow flags on that last lap, so we couldn't have a proper battle towards the end of the lap. Nothing doing up into Christmas Corner as that cone gets replaced again. That's not Sam Taylor. Similar haircut to Sam Taylor, but Sam Taylor's actually over by pit entrance rather than down by the side of the pits by there. Craddock then holds first place. It's going to be between these two, I think, in the remaining lap and a half that we've got. Northcott does have a decent amount of pace. Is it enough pace, or does he have the racecraft, depending on the question you want to ask there, to get past Craddock for the race win? Craddock has led from the start, from pole position, takes a tight line around the boot, avoids that cone being replaced again, and in fact, yeah, it maintains position this time for a while. The gap, though, less than 1/10 of a second, and here it is, the bumper to bumper going up to Christmas Corner. Craddock has got a white line this one, Andrew.
As indeed, neither of these drivers have had a heat win so far this season. Northcott's trying to draw alongside. He's going to have the door shut by Joe Craddock. That was well defended by Joe Craddock. Down into Ashby next. Craddock goes for a middle of the road kind of line. Not too defensive, but that is going to bring Northcott back into play. Next opportunity is going to be into Osiers. Craddock's covered it off again. Nice gentle defences, not too hard to the inside, but look at Dan Shaw approaching as well. Northcott's going to try and sling it around the outside. Craddock has the speed through the entry to the boot. Shaw is with him, but I think this is going to be Craddock's win as long as he can get out of the final corner. Yes, he can. Joe Craddock wins Heat 2. Very nicely done by 0.2 of a second from Thomas Northcott, Dan Shaw, Keaton Ford and Johnny Fletcher. That's your top 5 on the road. Max Chapman P6, Charlie Walmsley Ride, Noah Lockwood, Christopher Powell-Taylor and Owen Hollowell complete the top 10. It's Luke Winter, Thomas Mullen, Thanasi Barnacote, Adam Tamraz, all in the top 14. We've got to move on though, because Heat 3 coming out now. Getting ready then for heat number 3. So another group of drivers heading out on circuit, or already out on circuit. We'll bring you the grid for this one. Next group of drivers starting their campaigns for the day. Eden James and Callum Martin are on the front row. Nick Lukasas and Daniel Lizensky
are on row number 2. We saw Dennis this morning. It's Daniel's turn here in the lightweights. William Henn and Oliver Flashman are on row number 3. On the 4th row, it's the birthday boy, 17 years of age today for driver number 17, Jake Chapman. Max Sheldon Hayward alongside on that 4th row. Phil Holmes has had a decent season so far. He's on row 5, joined by Murtaza Hassan. Into the C3s now, a lot of C3s in this one. Hugh McDonald and Jack Steele on row number 6. Lewis Sills and James Barker, row 7. Aidan Marsh and Jake Saunders on row 8. It's Jack Hopkins and Dimitri Wade on row number 9. All good to go there. Now, interesting point here. All C2s or C3s in this one. However, there's a name that has flashed, and that was a pun intended, straight onto the screen. A very strong C2 in this race, starting on row number 3, Jacob. Is he back on?
I believe it's called smurfing, Andrew. At least that's what I think the kids call it these days. I don't know.
We're not with the kids.
I don't know quite the
this is where we
etymology
need Yousuf.
of that, but so smurfing is what you call dropping down a level or two to
that kind of
make
thing.
yourself
Yes,
look
Smurfing Gap. Yes, because they have lots of them on iRacing. I've banned them all from Club 100
Oh,
iRacing.
right, wow.
It's not allowed. You can't race on a Smurfing Gap in Club 100 iRacing because I say so.
But yeah, Oliver Flashman, a very experienced Club 100 driver. He's done the whole season of BKC for Reading University, indeed did the whole of last season as well, not to mention various championships in the Club 100 seniors stable over the years, so surprised to see him with a black rather than a red plate, and would certainly be eyeing up a little bit of success in heat number 3.
But as you mentioned earlier, Jacob, like we've seen Oliver a lot in the BUKC over the last few years, but it is a very different style of racing. You know, to be able to pull your way through an order. Okay, Oliver's not having to start 34th in a random grid like he does at times in BUKC, but he's also not got as much time to do it. He's only got 7 minutes as opposed to 25, and he's got some other strong drivers around him. You know, you've got experience in the shape of Nick Casas and Callum Martin. You've got again some of the younger drivers moving up from the juniors. Your Jake Chapmans, your Max Sheldon Haywards in there as well. We mark him out because we know him so well from his exploits in the BUKC, but it's not to say that he's going to be a definite winner of this race. Grid pretty much formed up now.
Jake Chapman, as you mentioned, number 17, 17th birthday. Shares a birthday with Bertrand Russell, the famous mathematician.
I wondered what you were looking at.
Yeah. Football legend Stephen Hendry.
I thought he was a snooker player.
Sorry, Lee Hendry.
Lee Hendry.
I'm thinking of the snooker player. There was a snooker
many
player as
Hendrys.
well, and I've just got
Joe Hendry. He's
yeah.
Oh, wait, I said his
and American goalkeeping legend Brad Friedel as well.
He was a player.
Yeah.
And my mate Tom Banks, photographer for Toyota World Rally Cup.
Happy birthday to Tom.
They fixed right. Well, the smile on Barney's face after Palace's Cup win yesterday has officially been wiped off. That is the approach taken for all of the cone hitting that's been going on so far in the first 2 races. We're ready for heat number 3. 7 minutes on the clock. Away we go and racing once again. Good start for Eden James. Good start for Nick Casas there in the number 82. Sweeps into second place on the run up to Christmas Corner. And a move down the inside from Callum Martin. That's what we like to see from someone starting grid 2. You're not going to necessarily have second place in the first few corners, but if you can keep yourself in a position to dive down the inside into Christmas Corner, you can retain position. Oh, a couple of drivers off. One in the background there might be Phil Holmes, if I'm recognising correctly. No, it's not. It's the number 59 of Aidan Marsh who's gone round at the back of the field, so no worries for followers of Phil Holmes in the number 39.
Yeah, decent gap for Eden James. He'll be pleased with that as we observe the spectacular new track furniture on that final chicane, everyone avoiding it masterfully. So Eden James 7/10 of a second lead back to Nick Lacasas in the 82. Racing around now up to Chris's corner for a second time. Callum Martin's lost 2 places, or rather 3 places from second place. I think the thing you've got to do, Andrew, when you're starting in second place here on the side of the grid that you wouldn't necessarily want to be on, is not to consider it for what it is.
Yeah.
Take second place as third place. Take fourth place as fifth. It's as good a starting position.
Yeah.
It's still your front grid. It's still your middle grid kind of thing. I think if you think of it as second place and you find yourself in third go up the hill and you take the negatives from that, then it's not going to serve you well.
Indeed. 5 minutes of this one to go. Eden James checks over the shoulder, sees that the gap is about a second, just under a second at the moment, back to Nick Lacasas. Daniel Lizensky is there in third place. Callum Martin has just had a contact warning. It's a cone. Well, he's had a contact and a cone warning. He's in fourth place. Oliver Flashman there in fifth. Here's a move down the inside. A couple of moves going on there. Dimitri Wade in the middle of all of that in cart number 87. These are all some of the novices fighting at the moment. Oh, a bit of a wide moment. That was possibly the number 71 of William Henn. Penalty for cart number 39. So I put the scares at people following the number 39 earlier on in this race. Well, unfortunately, reporting now, it's been a forcing driver wide penalty for Phil Holmes. So that will see the number 39 demoted a few positions at the end of this race.
Roughly halfway through this one, 4 minutes left to run of it. We're following Oliver Flashman, who's just at the fastest lap, 56.1. Still not quite on the pace of the previous 2 heats just yet, as little dice there with Daniel Lukensky and Callum Martin over third place. This little battle as a brief wave of the arms there from Daniel towards Callum. This battle is doing them no favours with Oliver Flashman and Jake Chapman right behind them. And indeed, yeah, you see Flashman now pretty much on the bumper, maybe 1 kart length between them, half of one, as they take different lines through the entry to the boot. This is now a 4-kart battle. The lime green of Daniel Lesensky leads them over the line. 3 minutes 10 to go. Fastest lap this time goes to Jake Chapman, who's at the back of this train of 4 karts that we're following.
And Daniel Lizensky's had some good results recently. I'm saying the CLUB100 experience rounds, Daniel's been showing some strong form. Championship often used by drivers just to get their eye in almost before they move into the bigger competitions like the sprints. There's a yellow flag out at Wilkins. Couldn't see any drivers off, so I speculate that would probably be for something like a cone or a bit of track furniture being replaced. We have noted as well, of course, that the cones and the tyres have been moved onto that corner there to try and deter drivers taking too much of that curb. And I know this is going to be an oh woe me story, but BUKC qualifiers being well versed in cone replacements, it's often the case that if it keeps being hit, it can be actually quite difficult to get it back in place. And if you can't get out on circuit, the observer has been able to get out on circuit on this occasion. If you can't get back out on circuit to replace the cone, because everybody keeps hitting it and it keeps going back and back and back and back and back. We get back into that position later that we were talking earlier about. Later on, someone's going to hit the curb really, really big and then cause either themselves a problem or somebody else further down the line who will use that same cart a problem later on in the day. And that's what we don't want to see.
No, it's the kind of thing that brings out full course yellows, which we absolutely don't want to see, because it neutralises the racing, and what we're here to do and here to watch and here to commentate on is the racing. So anything we can do to avoid that, we do. As Eden James sets a new fast lap, 55.7, decent pace from him, extends his lead to 0.8 of a second over Nick Lacassis, who's keeping him honest, but not quite in touching distance as we speak. Blue flag there shown
to Aidan Marsh, I believe. That's one of the drivers that we saw having a spin earlier. Aidan James has had a curb warning, and you can probably guess which curb from a lap or so ago. So this is something, good driving there by Aidan Marsh, just to pull over to one side, let the leaders through. Aidan knows that his race is pretty much over. Doesn't need to get in the way of these drivers, and has dealt with that blue flag very, very well indeed. Could still pick up positions, of course, if anyone, 17th, 16th, 15th example, get sizable place demotions. Doesn't matter that he's now off the lead lap. Aidan James on the way to potentially a heat victory here. Good start to the day and a good use of this opportunity of this being a fully C2 field.
I did have a little look, Andrew, to see if there was any others coming up from these today. I don't think there is any more C2 exclusive, or C2 and 3 exclusive grids. So Aidan James really making the most of that as he was through the boots again. Still got a decent gap. The real battle is going to be on for third, I think, although this is the last lap already. So there's the checkered flag. Aidan James does win this race. Fantastic from him. Nick Lacassis in second place. Daniel Leszensky holds on to third from Oliver Pashman, who is challenging right at the end. Jake Chapman finishes fifth. Callum Martin will be sixth. Phil Holmes seventh. Max Sheldon Hayward eighth. Lewis Sills was ninth. Will Henn in 10th. Jack Steele 11th, Mortaza Hassan 12th, 13th for Jake Saunders, Jack Hopkins in 14th, Dimitri Wade 15th, 16th was James Barker, Hugh McDonald will come round in 17th, and Aidan Marsh, having been lapped, has finished already in 18th.
There we go then, first win of the year for Aidan James. He's looking to build up from 31st in the championship today. We're going to get ready though for heat number 4. So fourth heat, penultimate one in this rotation, and we'll take you through the grid in a moment. Here it is. Rob Starley and Toby Edelston start on the front row of the grid. Reigning champion Andrew McWilliam is alongside the runner-up from 2024. That is going to be a battle to keep an eye on. Dante Dillon starting fourth on the grid. Zach Watson and Michael Reeder are on the third row of the grid. It's then Salvador Newman and Vishal Patel on row 4. Dan Seeger and Ben Sanders, two very experienced drivers there on row 5. Ben Brewerton and George Verardi are on the 6th row of the grid. Clifton Malcolm and Jason Munson, they're on row 7. It's then Rana Khan and Curtis Mitchell on row number 8. Finn Harris-Phillips and Joe Milburn start on the 9th row of the grid. 18 drivers in total for this one, heat number 4. This is the first race. All of these drivers, I think particularly we look forward here, Jacob, to a battle between the top two in the championship last year. That championship was decided very dramatically late on in the last race of the season at Buckmore Park. Andrew McWilliam versus Dante Dillon. We've already seen some fireworks here today at Wilton Mill in the heavyweights between championship contenders. What do you think we're going to see here in this one?
Well, if the warm-up's anything to go by, we've already seen a contact warning for Andrew McWilliam coming in very early. That was almost as soon as they're out of the pits. So hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. Hopefully we can keep it clean and have some good racing. But the two of them are surging ahead at the front of this couple of practice laps. Dante and Andrew coming into shot now. You can see just how far ahead after one practice lap. But off. That's not what you want to be practicing. I think that was exactly that. Going over grass. Keep it on the tarmac if you want to keep tyres and engine warm in these few laps that you are given, as perhaps trying a different line to what he tried during the half-hour test. Involved in that. Yes, there's Dante and Andrew then, shown that this last section, it's reformed track furniture, new and improved from last race onwards. Seems to have done the trick in that last one. Yeah, should be a really good battle, Andrew. Going back to your original points, I think Dan Seeger will be interested in getting involved in that as well. He certainly mentioned during the paddock show that he is hoping to improve on his last couple of results here at Whilton today. A bit more of a specialist around this track.
Keep the comments coming in. Hello to Steph Theodoru, who's asking similar to us in the box. So Oliver Flashman a C2, but I would say on the balance of power from that previous race, I'd say it's a pretty decent call. Hello to Kim Ely again, who was enjoying the drive from Joe Craddock that we saw earlier. Harry Power, hello Harry, is in the chat as well. So yeah, keep your messages of support coming in. Plenty more action coming up across the course of this afternoon and the rest of the season, of course. Make sure that you've subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel to not miss a single piece of broadcast action across the course of the year. There is the 138 of Zach Watson. Intrigued to see how Zach gets on here. Another driver who, when we've seen him race in the juniors, has been very, very quick indeed. Once again, 7 minutes the order of things here. This stacked grid for heat number 4. This could be a key one in the story of round number 3. We're racing once again here at Wilton Mill. Through the first couple of corners, gleaming through the sun, and they've pretty much all made it through. Up the hill, here comes Dante Dillon, who moves to the inside, but it's Andrew McWilliam who will be your race leader. Coming down the hill for the first time. Dan Seeger's trying to get involved as well there in the blue suit. Oh, was off the road.
Dante Dillon.
Dante Dillon, one of the drivers involved. And was that Salvador Newman? Yes, it was, in the 147. So Dante Dillon, in a key race against one of his championship rivals, is down the order. Couldn't see what the trigger of that moment was. They've got to fight their way back through now. The path, the road is clear for Andrew McWilliam to potentially get a big result in this one.
Yeah, very unfortunate, but quite fortunate, and he kept going, and he's not lost out as much as he could have with a foray onto the grass like that. Dante's down in 11th place. He could still make up decent points from there. He's not completely written his day off, but he needs to get his head down and get a solid result here now and in his following 2 races as well, which will be his middle and back grids.
On the outside there goes Dante Dillon moving through the field.
Another position there as well, Andrew, up the inside of Ashby. He's now behind Dan Seeger in 9th place. The two of them will be looking to work together to get back up through the order through the remaining 5 minutes of the race.
ABC bumper pass penalty for the 133. That's Vishal Patel. That was from lap 1, so I wonder if that was part of what was going on through Inkerman's corner. Top 3 have broken away though. William, Edelston and Watson. 3 young drivers all looking to impress here in the early stages of these rounds of heats. Toby Edelston 11th in the Junior Lightweight Championship last year. A consistent point scorer as Dan Seeger looks down the inside and moves up to 7th place. And Zach Watson as well, as mentioned, spent a good couple of years in the juniors and been having a very good run at Lid a few seasons ago in front of Alpha Live cameras. So some quality drivers in this field, taking that transition into the senior category. How's Dante Dillon getting on? Up to 9th place now. Salvador Newman just behind, completed that top 10.
Yeah, he's currently challenging Rob Starley for 8th. Dan Seeger has got ahead. Dante tried to follow him through, but didn't quite manage it. This front three doing what they should be. I think Toby and Zach will know that it's Andrew ahead of them and want to work together at this stage rather than battles. You can see they're in close contention coming up to Christmas corner, but no moves being made. I think the three of them know that if they keep in the order that they're in for now, they can set decent pace, they should be able to escape from the chasing of Vishal Patel and Ben Saunders, and indeed those behind them. So yeah, Dan Seeger and Dante Dillon up to 7th and 8th now, ahead of Rob Starley, who's also lost out to Salvador Newman, as there's a change there for the second.
Yep.
Sorry. Yeah, that is Zach Watson getting ahead of Toby Elliston. It's almost as soon as I ever mention anyone working together, they decide that that's not what they want to do and swap positions. So yes, Zach up into second place now. We'll show at the end of that. Here we go.
And good racing again between Watson and Edelston. Watson went for the move. It's an interesting corner, Roses, because it's a very open entry. So, you know, some people tell me, oh, it's a really, really easy one to get a move on. But, you know, we were talking about the short braking zone of the entry to the boot earlier. It's a very short run into, if you're apexing early, there's not a lot of space to get the move done. And if you snatch a brake, you know, you understeer, you get it a bit wrong. There's not a lot of grip on that inside line. It can easily go awry, but I like there that Watson went for the move confidently, in control, and Edelston saw him coming and went, actually, do you know what? Yeah, that's fair. You've done a good move on me there. I'm not going to keep turning in. I'm not going to allow this to just occur into contact. It was good, firm, fair racing between the two of them, and they're still well positioned in this race with 2.25 minutes to go.
Yeah, not long in this one as we follow Vishal Patel and Ben Sanders. I think they are slightly gaining on Zach Watson and Toby Ellison in 3rd and 4th. Whether or not they've got enough time to turn that into a proper battle remains to be seen. With the gap between Zach and Toby now, I don't think there's going to be much benefit to them squabbling at all. So this could be a top 5 to the end. Dan Seeger's next up the road, but there's a good second and a half back to Dan, who's in shot there, coming around in a nice blue suit. There might be more to say between Salvador Newman and Dante Dillon, just behind Dan Seeger, or indeed involving Dan Seeger, if the two can catch him. We'll have this lap and another lap, so we're on the penultimate lap now, and indeed, there you go, is Seeger, Newman and Dillon coming around in 6th, 7th and 8th. But yes, Andrew really comfortable at the front. Zach Watson now goes defensive from Toby Edelston, going to Christmas corner. It's a good couple of corners for Toby Edelston, and indeed Vishal Patel joins them. There is going to be a little battle before the end of the race, and to the inside goes Patel. Good move by the looks of things, Andrew.
Yeah, it's a late one on the brakes. Not the normal way you'd see a driver make the move work through Ashby corner. Vishal Patel himself a bit further forward. Ben Sanders there, you can sense that he's waiting and looking for that opportunity to move through. Another driver who's come through British University's karting championship in recent years, has raced for the University of Derby during his studies. 20 seconds on the clock.
Salvador Newman attempted a move on Dan Seeger, but it hasn't come off, and indeed he's lost the position to Dante Dillon as his position chops all go round the outside. Vishal Patel, that would be a great move, but he's not been able to make it stick. Zach Watson holds on to second place just, but Vishal Patel's not done yet. He goes to the inside of Ashby. They're side by side, and Vishal Patel comes out on top. There's a yellow flag now, which protects him from repercussions into the next corner, and Vishal Patel has snatched second place on the last lap here.
He has, but he does have a penalty from earlier in the race, so Watson will in turn get that one back. No trouble though for the reigning champion. Andrew McWilliam rounds the final couple of corners and will take his first heat of the day. Very good results there for Andrew McWilliam, especially considering some of the rivals that he had in that heat. Vishal Patel second on the road. Remember, all of these results are provisional. Zach Watson third, Ben Sanders fourth, Toby Edelston completes the top 5, Dan Seeger, Dante Dillon, Salvador Newman, Michael Reeder and Rob Starley all in the top 10. George Ferrari, Jason Munson, Curtis Mitchell, Finn Paris Phillips and Joe Milburn all in the top 15. Difficult races for Ben Brewerton, Clifton Malcolm, and the last finisher will be Rana Khan. The drivers will head back to the pits. We'll see them all again in the second round of heats, which is too far away, of course. And I say, one more driver to come over the line in the shape of Rana Khan, who there he's running over the line to finish P18. And with that, the whistle will sound, and we'll get ready for heat number 5.
So heat number 5 then, one of our smaller grids. This one, only 13 karts will compete. I say 13 karts will compete. I've got 13 on my grid, but it's showing 17 on my timing. So ignore me on that one. Row 1 is James Whittaker and Jeremy Deeks. Harvey McBride is on row 2 with Nick Hutchinson. Thomas Layton on row 3 with George Lawler, the first of our C1s in 6th. Row 4 on the grid will be Owen Seeley and Adam Shergold. Sam Lovelace is on row 5 with plate number 5. Leo Nicastro is in 10th in the 115 kart. Bradley Pike and Luca Mangiapane in row 6. And then row 7 will be Sky Lees and Richard Pike. Benjamin Tompkinson Gray is in 15th and Glenn Williamson in 16th. Caleb Coles rounds out your grid 17th overall and the only kart on row 9. So yes, we've got a couple of PKC graduates in this one, a couple of junior graduates in this one. Seems to be the theme of the lightweights this year. Various different drivers coming in from various different other Club 100 championships, and as we've said, a mix of different types of racecraft, different ability levels, and it's been throwing up some interesting battles across the course of the track. The last of the heats with practice laps, this one, so as you can see now they're going around getting a feel for themselves. These are predominantly for the drivers who don't do the half-hour test beforehand, just to make sure that people aren't going out completely out of tune with the way the circuit flows and how the karts feel. It's good to get a little bit of a warm-up in for absolutely everyone. But yes, this being the last of the first round of heats, 3 sets of 5 heats for our lightweights, versus 3 sets of 3 for our heavyweights. These are the only ones with practice laps. The remaining 10 heats, you will not see any practice laps whatsoever. In fact, we won't see any more practice laps until the lightweight A final, which will be our last race of the afternoon in just a couple of hours' time. There's our pace car, Adam Delmont, at the wheel this weekend, looking to pick up our karts now that they finished their warm-up, getting ready to get into formation for the grid. And indeed, here they come up the hill to find him. 17 karts to get in alignment. 2 rows, 1 of 9, 1 of 8.
We've got some more comments coming in. Hello to, I don't think he's our championship leader anymore, because now some drivers have started accumulating, but hello to Rory O'Regan, who's cheering on Andrew McWilliam. Also asks how long to go till the finals. I reckon you're probably a couple of hours, Rory, because we...
You know how long is left till the finals, Rory? You know full well.
Yeah, as I say, we're due to have them at 4 o'clock. Basically, it's an hour per rotation. So we've got 2 rotations to go after this particular round. But stick around. Hope you're doing well, mate. He's been doing some observing, hasn't he?
He has indeed.
Observing a lot today. the BUKC. Hello to Tracy Hutchinson as well. Another one of the Nick Hutchinson fan club. It's in this race, of course. Drivers getting ready then for heat number 5. Hoping for another positive showing across the course of the next 7 minutes. I keep nearly saying +1 lap because it's been a while since I've done a Club 100 or a BUKC race, but it is of course just 7 minutes for this one. Into the tram lines past Harris and Chapman. Watch for those lights. They go green, running through the tram lines all the way to the start line, and it's a good start for Harvey McBride. Thomas Layton out wide there, gets back in, is running wheel to wheel with Owen Seeley up towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Just about, oh, I spoke too soon. I was about to say they were all going to make it through the first couple of corners. And we had one spinner towards the rear of the field. It's James Whittaker who's come back forward. So James Whittaker now in the lead of this race, with Harvey McBride still there in the number 77 in second place. It's been a decent start to the season for Harvey McBride, well up the championship standings in the early stages. I think that was Leo LeCastro fighting through there in the Coles racing suit. Looking for another solid result in top 10.
Yeah, first season in Club 100 for Harvey. He's raced BUKC now for 4, maybe 5 years for Cardiff. A very successful season this year alongside Fraser Brunton, who we saw in heat number 1. And looking to close down the gap to James Whittaker at the head of this one, having started second and third between them. Fairly spread out field as well, no bumper to bumper, which is quite strange for a lap 2 of a heat in any Club 100 format. Although there we go with Sam Lovelace, and a bit of action towards the back there, someone rallying on the grass where we saw Dante Dillon earlier. This time I don't think they managed to hold it together and get back on track though, so we'll see who that is dropping down the order once they all come through to complete the next lap. Jeremy Deeks keeping with this lead 2 as well. Battle starting to shape up behind them. Sam Lovelace at the head of it, but who follows him is going to be anyone's guess as they come up to Christmas Corner. There's a number of carts in quick succession. Owen Seeley, Nick Hutchinson, George Lawler and Thomas Layton involved in this little battle. We follow up the hill now.
Yeah, some good drivers in that group who can work together and start to reel the likes of Deeks, McBride and Whittaker in if they've got the pace. Hello to brother Jack, watching George Lawler on at the moment, trying to break into the top 6. See him there in the red and white suits with the red and yellow helmet. Just behind Nick Hutchinson at the moment. 4.5 minutes remaining in this one. I think Richard Pike's had a problem out there. We saw his brother Sam racing earlier on today in the heavies as Lawler goes for the move on Hutchinson, and that's well worked by George Lawler. Stepped up from C2 into C1 for this 2025 season, and that's why, because he can make moves like that, move himself up to 6th place. Nick Hutchinson's now going to have to deal with Thomas Layton with the black and yellow helmet there, cart number 28, and look at Adam Sheargold as well, as through goes Layton on Hutchinson. This is a difficult position to be in if you're Nick Hutchinson, because often in these sprint races when you get overtaken by one, that tells everybody behind that you're a little bit vulnerable at this stage. It can take a bit of a while to get back into a rhythm. Adam Sheargold, so he's going to have a go at Nick Hutchinson now. Hutchinson holds on though. I've mistaken earlier. It's supposed to say Richard Pike's fallen down the order. We've got Richard and Bradley Pike in this race.
I was literally just about to correct you on that, Andrew, but I was struggling to get my words in order because we also had Sam Pike racing this morning.
We did indeed.
In heavyweights. Too many to keep track of, really. If anything, we should limit them to 2 entries per round.
There's got to be some kind of diving joke in there about double pikes, triple pikes, all of that.
I'll leave that one to you.
2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Good scrap this between Owen Seeley and George Lawler. This is all over 5th place, and Thomas Layton's going to get involved as well, I'd imagine. Thomas Layton picks the inside line. George Lawler with no option but to hold it round the outside, and he does hold it round the outside. Thomas Layton protests, as here's the fight for third place. Sam Lovelace has caught up to Jeremy Deeks through the new chicane round Paddock Bend. Slightly tighter line there for Sam Lovelace. He's going to have to be patient though to wait for his moment. Still a chance here that Lovelace could get second place if he can dispatch of Jeremy Deeks with a fairly efficient move. He's looking down the inside, he's having to think about it, and it is an efficient move. Through goes Lovelace into third place. He's now got to find another second or so up the road to catch up to Harvey McBride now in the number 77.
Yeah, he might just about have enough time. He's roughly 3/10 quicker than him on that last lap. We should, well, including this one, have 3 left, I think. So it'll be tight on the last lap for second place between those two. Whittaker, though, at the front, fastest lap held by him, half a second quicker than McBride. I think he's got this one sewn up if he can keep it clean. However, still plenty to play for further down the field.
Yeah, this is all over 7th place. Thomas Layton's got through past George Lawler. Nick Hutchinson has got back into the rhythm quite nicely. He's holding his spot in the top 10 that's currently completed by Leo Lacastro there in the 1:15. George Lawler now looking down the inside of Thomas Layton. Oh, there's a bit of a touch there through Christmas corner. No lasting advantage gained. Down the hill once again into Ashby Corner. It's all stacking up behind. This is where I start to feel like someone's going to end up in a bit of tears here in heat number 5, the last of the first round. Leo Lacastro's got through past Nick Hutchinson on this lap so far. See him there with the white suit with the blue shoulders. A little bit of a fluoro orange trim. In and through the complex again, through the new chicane. It seems to have got the measure of where the track limits and the track furniture pieces are right now. We're on to the final lap. James Whittaker is still your race leader. Layton nearly ran wide there out of the final corner, and George Lawler's going to have another go into Christmas. He just needs to be a little bit careful there. He's not doing too many moves. You're allowed to move once, of course. Weaving can be adjudicated on if the observers and officials deem fit. Here's a driver that we haven't seen too much of in this race because he's been doing a great job out front. James Whittaker. We didn't see James at Glannygore earlier in the season. This is going to be a first win of the year for James Whittaker in the heats. Super job by the driver of the 1:03. Takes it from Harvey McBride. Sam Lovelace will argue he needed one more lap there to take that second place. But second for Harvey, third for Sam, Jeremy Deeks and Owen Seeley in the top 5. Adam Sheargold in the end a bit of a lonely 6th there ahead of Thomas Layton, who did hold out in that battle for 8th place ahead of George Lawler, Leo Lacastro and Glenn Williamson, all in the top 10. Nick Hutchinson in 11th, Bradley Pike, Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, Caleb Coles in 14th place, Luca Mangiapane in 15th ahead of Richard Pike, and Sky Lees over the line there. That's the end of round 1 of the heats. Next up, heat 6.
Here we go then, heat 6, the first heat with no warm-up laps. We'll go straight into the grid. Row number 1 is Jeff Chapman, Jake Hicklin. Joe, this is heavyweights. This is heavyweights. Correction to this, Ben Sanders and Charlie Wormsley Ride will be on row number 1. Row 2 will be Johnny Fletcher, Dan Shaw, Phil Babalai and Rob Starley. Make up row 3, Callum Martin and Salvador Newman. Row number 4, Will Hens in 9th, Oliver Flashman 10th, Curtis Mitchell will start this one in 11th with Dimitri Wade in 12th. Omar Matthew is 13th with Jack Steele 14th, James Bull will be 15th, 16th Aidan Marsh, and rounding out the 17 kart grid will be Greg Chapman. So yeah, 17 karts in this one. None of them will be heavyweights. You certainly won't see Joe Holmes, as you saw on your screen there. He's already gone home. But these 17 drivers, it is another C1 less heat. We've got all C2s and C3s. Notable mentions for Oliver Flashman, as we said earlier, and some of the comments said as well. Salvador Newman had a decent run in his heat 2. Philip Baboy with his middle grid, decent set of grids for Philip Baboy, because I think he was on pole and he's got a 5th here, so he's going right at the back for his other grid. Rob Starley, we've seen even the last race or the one just before that, I know we've seen him recently. But yeah, 17 cars. I think we are waiting on one of them to come out of the pits. Yeah, I think. Oh, no, Sky Lees is showing up there on the timing now. Well, I don't have on my version of the grid. But yeah, Sky is actually starting this one in 18th place. Not quite sure what's going on with the grids here, but Sky Lees will be competing in this
work it out.
race. We will figure it out eventually.
So this is the start of the second round. Double thumbs up from Adam Delmont. Means that we are good to go. Ben Sanders at the front of the field here with Charlie Walmsley Ride. Second row of Johnny Fletcher and Dan Shaw. Adam Delmont will pull off to driver's left. Into the tram lines, ready to race once again here at Wilton Mills. 7 minutes on the clock. Lights are green and we are racing. Good start for Ben Sanders, but he's being challenged by Charlie Walmsley Ride there in the red and black suit. Oh, all on the curb there was Charlie as they ran through Fine Lady. Bit of movement in the middle of the pack there. Dan Shaw's trying to fight through. Dan Shaw's going to take second place. Well fought through there from Dan Shaw. Down into Ashby Hairpin once again. There's a move from Oliver Flashman down the inside. A little bit of pod-to-pod contact in that battle for 9th place. In fact, it's a lot more than 9th place. Oliver Flashman's had a really good start. It's already up into the top 5.
A little wide there on the exit of that corner. I think he might be back out of the top 5 after that, as we see a challenge for the lead through the boot, or not quite. We've got Ben Sanders in first, Dan Shaw in second. A group of 4 will cross the line clear of the rest. It also includes Charlie Walmsley Ride and Johnny Fletcher. Let's see how they get on heading up to Christmas Corner for the second time. Indeed, Oliver Flashman did drop out of the top 5. We still managed 3 places up. The inside goes Dan Shaw. Textbook overtake at Christmas Corner from Dan in the orange helmet, and there's going to be more battling going down into Ashby.
Yeah, defending there, that's absolutely fine to do that after you've just overtaken. Johnny Fletcher trying to get involved there. Controlled the slide really well there. I thought Dan Shaw is hard on the brakes into Christmas Corner. Didn't allow the kart to move too far to the outside. Oh, that's a lovely move from Charlie Walmsley Ride. I don't think it's going to give him the benefit though, because Ben Sanders will have the inside line for the right. We go 2 by 2 through the next part of the course. And Salvador Newman might take advantage of all of this. Nice driving there from Salvador Newman. Just held back a little bit on the run through the tight part of the new chicane. Knew there'd be an opening off of Paddock Bend. Salvador Newman now up to third. Forget third, he's going for second place. This is really good stuff from Salvador Newman. This is really good stuff from some of the newer drivers into the seniors. Much more like it. So move past Ben Sanders, and now Salvador Newman will set about trying to catch up to Dan Shaw.
Yeah, Oliver Flashman following Salvador Newman through as well. He's going for third here at the inside and gets it. Sanders bolts to the outside of the corner and now at risk from a couple of other drivers. Yeah, loses another 2 places going into the boot and might be a third if the number 26 of Charlie Walmsley Ride can get there. No, he can't. So new front 3, Dan Shaw leads, Salvador Newman second, Oliver Flashman third, Johnny Fletcher now up into 4th, and 3 places gained on that one for the number 60 of Callum Martin in 5th place. Still anyone's game this race. Half the race still to run. We follow up to Christmas Corner, and now Charlie Walmsley Ride goes up the inside of Ben Sanders. Ben Sanders hasn't had the best lap and a half here, really. Still very tight throughout this field. There's not much field spread at all with this one. Coming down the hill now, we see the orange helmet of Dan Shaw under pressure from Salvador Newman, the fastest lap holder, and look how fast that car is. Pulls alongside into the boot. Salvador Newman into the lead.
Into the lead, but has an ABC bump and pass penalty. So as things stand, Salvador Newman will drop down to 5th place. We'll look to work with Dan Shaw now. Dan Shaw's not had a race win so far this season in senior sprints. There was another one of the drivers in the junior lightweight championship last year, was inside the top 30 of the final standings, so this would not just be a good breakthrough result potentially for Dan Shaw in terms of seniors. It'd be one of the best results that I've seen him have in his whole time in Club 100. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Oliver Flashman closing in. Now the drivers may not be aware of this, but this is effectively for the heat win. Flashman down the inside. That's more like it from Oliver Flashman. That's what we've become accustomed to. He's racing in the BUKC for Reading University, and as I say, he may not know it's Oliver Flashman. That's effectively for the race lead. Wants Newman's penalty. It's a place penalty. There's no time penalties in Club 100 sprints, so it doesn't matter whether the gap between first and second is 0.1 seconds or 10 seconds. It's still a change based on net position. Johnny Fletcher's having a look there at Callum Martin in the number 60. Charlie Walmsley Ride not too far behind. Charlie Walmsley Ride has got some good results from his junior Club 100 racing round this part of the world. Not much changes further down the order. It's still Sanders from Mitchell, Babalal and Starley in the top 10. William Henn, Omar Matthew, Greg Chapman, Aidan Marsh and James Ball down to 15th.
Yeah, Flashman now looking to take the lead on the road as well as net. He's right on the back of Salvador Newman and currently holding for the fastest lap. This will be the penultimate lap that we're going on to as they cross the start-finish line. There they are with just a 10th between them. Through Oblivion they go then. Flashman right on the bumper, and will he move to the inside? He does, but as does Newman to defend. Flashman trying to get the cut back here, and he's on the outside now. The kink is given room to race by Salvador Newman and pulls off the move. That is fantastic stuff from both of them.
That's magnificent from Oliver Flashman, using all of his experience from the BUKC to put that one together, and credit to Salvador Newman for giving Flashman the racing room on driver's right there. We've seen many a kart bouncing across the dirt and cutting through Inkermans over the years. That was proper racing. That's what we love to see here in Club 100. 1 lap to go then. Flashman is your leader now, both on the road and once penalties have been applied. Dan Shaw would inherit second place right now as things stand. There is Dan Shaw. That would still be quite a jump as Newman's having another go here to try and retake his position on the road as the race leader, and it's roles reversed. Back through goes Salvador Newman on the road. Remember, again, he has a penalty from earlier in the race, unless there's a gentleman's agreement between those involved after the fact, and that penalty would demote Newman down the order. Flashman wants to win this race on the road through the final couple of corners. Flashman drawing alongside. He's not going to get his way through there. He might get a run out of the final corner. Classic Whilton Mill run to the line, and Newman takes it by 1/1000th of a second on timing. My oh my, that was close. It will still mean it's a race win for Oliver Flashman though, because of that penalty from earlier in the race. Dan Shaw 3rd, Callum Martin 4th, Charlie Walmsley Ride in 5th. I'm enjoying this new style of
senior lightweights racing, Jacob?
I don't think Oliver Flashman knew that Salvador Newman had a penalty, Andrew. If I was a gambling man, I'd put money on that.
Let's go for it then. Heat 7 is up next. So, the next race coming up will be heat number 7 for the lightweights. And yeah, another set of drivers coming out for what is their second heat. So we'll have a read through. Apologies for the technical issue there with the graphic. But Mortaza Hassan, I can tell you, should be starting this one from pole position. Max Sheldon Hayward alongside on the front row of the grid. Sam Lovelace and Keaton Ford on row 2. Thomas Mullen and Nick Casas on row 3. James Whittaker, Jake Chapman on row 4. Andy Orford, Harrison Kirkham, Jake Sanders, Joe Milburn, Luke Woodward, Owen Hollowell, Max Davidson, Rana Khan and James Barker are in this one as well. We are racing once again for 7 minutes. Off there, that's Andy Orford. And I hope Andy's okay. That'll be a bit of a jar in the back as he went off there. He's got back onto circuit, but that's another lap 1 incident, Jacob, for the 254.
Yeah, it's not been Andy Orford today, unfortunately. He's fallen foul on 2 of his heats now. He's got one more later on in the day, but this isn't how he wanted Sunday to go, was it? At the front, though, Mortaza Hassan has held the race lead here. Sam Lovelace has had a good start. He's up into 2nd place, which he'll be pretty happy with. From that, Harrison Kirkham has had... Oh, no, sorry, I thought that orange was Harrison Kirkham up in 5th. Harrison Kirkham has had a good start up in 7th from grid 10. Yeah, I got confused with the orange there of Max Sheldon Hayward. I thought Harrison Kirkham had a stronger first lap. Still very respectable though, picking up 3 places.
Yes, indeed. On to lap number 2 then. Field heading over the top end of the circuit down towards Ashby Corner. There's been a change of leader. Sam Lovelace is through. James Whittaker having a go there at Mortaza Hassan for 2nd place. Sam Lovelace looking to get a bit of momentum going through the course of these heats. Ooh, who was that? One of the Chapmans wide there, coming through Wilkinson towards Osiers. See the bright pink lid of Thomas Mullen in the number 95. Running ahead of Harrison Kirkham. Oh, why did he just clip the tyres on the inside there? Losing a touch of speed. There is Harrison Kirkham.
He is now in 5th place.
He is now in 5th place.
I was just a lap early on that call. And perhaps thinking about more moves here as well. Sam Lovelace is streaking away with James Whittaker in company at the front of this one. But that 5 in behind them as they now look to battle into Ashby will all be thinking about staying with the lead 2 rather than getting involved in the pack they're currently in. A little bit of argy-bargy there, and I think Kirkham's up to 4th. Have I seen that correctly? Lovelace and Whittaker very close together, 1st and 2nd. Lovelace certainly isn't running away with this one. Yes, we cut back, and then indeed Harrison Kirkham up the inside for 3rd, so he takes over that position from Mortaza Hassan and will be hounding down those lead 2 over the remaining 4 minutes of the race.
Yeah, I think Harrison was coming through there whether Mortaza liked it or not. 4 minutes remaining indeed. Nick Casas has got through past Max Davidson for 11th place further down the field. Meanwhile, Keaton Ford on the attack gets past Thomas Mullen there for 5th place, and Max Sheldon Hayward wants a piece of the action in the orange and black suit there with the yellow and orange race helmet. Yellow flags out on the approach to Osiers. That's why Harrison Kirkham had his hand up there. Sam Lovelace
James Whittaker. James Whittaker starting to put together a very useful set of results here. He's already got one heat win on the board. That was from Heat 5. It's been a relatively quick turnaround for James Whittaker. First and second after 2 rounds of heats. That's not bad at all, particularly for one of the front-running C2 drivers. Hassan, bit wide through Oblivion, as through, well, forget about first and second, how about 2 firsts? James Whittaker through takes the lead away from Sam Lovelace. I don't think Lovelace was expecting that move to come in there, Jacob.
No, perhaps a lap or 2 later you might have thought it was time to start defending, but with Harrison Kirkham chasing them down, you might have hoped that they worked together for a little bit longer in this one. There's a big battle now on for 4th behind them, a hand in the air from, I think, Keaton Ford. Sam Lovelace, though, will be looking to get that position back ASAP, I think, rather than fall into the clutches of the number 3, Harrison Kirkham, in position number 3.
Very busy in that group, from 4th place Murtaza Hassan down to probably Luke Woodward down in 10th place. 2 minutes of this one to go, and the Orford's positions have changed back to 16th place. It's ahead of Rana Khan. It's lapping in the 56s to break into the 58s for the first time in this race. Isaac Kirkham's not giving this one up, closing in on the 2 leaders, Lovelace and Whittaker. It's tidy driving from all 3 of them as they go on to the infield straight. Into the boots once again. Kirkham looking really good on the brakes there, Jacob.
Yeah, these 3 are set to battle till the end, as are this group of, 5, 6, 7 karts. Don't take your eyes off this one. 2 laps remaining. Whittaker, Lovelace and Kirkham there going through, and then we've got Hassan, Sheldon Hayward, Mullen, Ford, Chapman, Milburn as up the hill. No change in the front 3, but Harrison Kirkham is all over the back of Sam Lovelace. Has a look into Ashby. Lovelace himself looking around the outside of Whittaker. I think they're going to be as they were going down towards Ozier's, although defensive goes Whittaker. Lovelace has a think about around the outside. I don't think you can go around the outside there, and Kirkham up into 2nd place because of it. Kirkham now going to be eyeing up Whittaker on this next lap, which will be the last lap. Sam Lovelace finds himself down in 3rd, having been in a comfortable lead at one point earlier in this heat.
Absolutely, yeah. And Harrison Kirkham has got the bit between his teeth right now as the drivers see the final lap board. Thomas Mullen not too happy about something. He's just lost 2 places to Luke Woodward and Jake Chapman. Meanwhile, back at the front, Harrison Kirkham's trying to go around the outside through Christmas. Is surely going to get the door slammed shut in his face there. Sam Lovelace is trying to weave his way past, gets down the inside and retakes 2nd away from Kirkham. That was bold defence from James Whittaker, from an even bolder attempt for the lead by Harrison Kirkham. The win's gone for Lovelace and Kirkham here. James Whittaker is going to put himself in a very, very strong position heading into the 3rd and final round of heats with 2 wins on the board. Sam Lovelace will take 2nd place ahead of Harrison Kirkham. Good scrap there on the final lap of the race. Strong finish for Max Sheldon Hayward as well. P4, Murtaza Hassan 5th, Jake Chapman, Luke Woodward, Keaton Ford, Thomas Mullen and Joe Milburn all in the top 10. Nick Lacazas in 11th. Max Davis, a decent drive there from Max, up 3 spots from where he started. That's a finish of 12th. Owen Hollowell in 13th. Jake Saunders, Andy Orford, James Barker and Rana Khan. That finishes the order for Heat 7. Already see out on circuit go the drivers for Heat number 8. Take you through the order then for Heat number 8. Leo Lacastro starts on pole position. I don't think we'll see Miles Reitman alongside on the front row, so it'll be Dan Seeger and Adam Sheargold up next. Daniel Luzensky and Andrew McWilliam will have decent grid slots for this one. It's then Eden James and Jeremy Deeks. Thomas Northcott and Max Chapman start in the midfield ahead of Christopher Powell-Taylor and Glenn Williamson. Into the novices, Caleb Coles, Walter Stolz, Thomas Holland, Romario Ellis, Ben Brewerton and Noah Lockwood. Yes, to confirm, no Miles Reitman, so it'll be 17 runners in this one. Dan Seeger on the front row now. It'll be over to Leo LeCastro to get us going. That's a perfect start for those on the pole side of the grid. LeCastro takes an early lead. Adam Sheargold is through as well. Dan Seeger caught napping a little bit there into Christmas Corner for the first time. And Leo LeCastro got the acceleration pretty spot on there to get this race underway. Clean start down through Ashby Corner for the first time. And it's now the challenge comes in from Andrew McWilliam. Down the inside of LeCastro. LeCastro points forward. But immediately, Jacob, it is again the reigning champion having a good day so far here at Wilton Mill, into the lead at the end of lap number 1.
Yep, he'll certainly be hoping to convert this into a race win. He's got 6 more minutes to stay in front of the rest of them, but 2 heat wins would be a very strong position to be in, as we just said about James Whittaker. We've got Adam Sheargold still in the mix here as well. Max Chapman has made up 3 places on this, as has Thomas Northcott, who's up into 6th place. Dan Seeger hasn't had the best of starts, 4th position on the grid, only 7th coming round after lap 1. He's got some making up to do, as does Chris Powell-Taylor. Really, he's down in 11th. I think this is probably the worst of his grids. He didn't have the best of times out in his first heat either, so he'll want a solid result here if he's going to get anywhere near the front of that A final.
And the other aspect of there being more drivers in the lightweights this year is how that impacts on the finals. You know, this morning when we're talking about A, B and C finals, there's another final for the lightweights.
Yes.
If you have a really, really bad day in the heats, end up in that D final, it's a long, long road back. Still not impossible. I don't think we've seen a run from the D to the C to the B to the A final yet. We did see from 3 sets of finals previously. I remember Mo Hassan doing that trick at Buckmore Park a couple of years ago. But yeah, if you're languishing down outside the top 10, that could be a long recovery road back. Penalties just come in. Unfortunately, it's for Romario Ellis for an ABC takeout penalty, given the fact that Thomas Holland is off the back of the pack. I think that's what's happened there. Those two have had an unscheduled meeting, as we say. Meanwhile, back on your screens, Dan Seeger, number 7 seed from last year. He's got Max Chapman to contend with at the moment. Quite a difference in terms of experience levels between these two. Max Chapman, one of the younger drivers. Dan Seeger has been racing Club 100 sprints for a good few years now. He's a very established face in the lightweights, knows how to make a move through and pass, but he's going to get a bit of a battle here with Chapman. And here comes Thomas Northcott as well there in the green helmet. Seeger eventually finds a way through past Max Chapman. Northcott might have a move here for 6th place.
Yeah, not quite. Chapman holds on and goes defensive into Ozier's. Yeah, holds the place, although Northcott has got a much better drive out of Ozier's, having not gone on defence, and does now get the move done. And in the boot as well, there's more battling going on. This is the 57. Dan Luzensky doesn't quite make the move stick, so Northcott does successfully defend the place on that lap. However, it wasn't the place he started with, and he is now down in 6th.
Glenn Williamson going through on your screen. It's the head of Daniel Luzensky, and a good drive as well from Walter Stolz there as well. Quite a few C3s. Williamson, your lead C3 at the moment. Stolz as well. both of them up 4 places. Noah Lockwood having a good drive. Another of the C3s has gained 5 places so far in this race. And the other way, unfortunately, Eden James, I think, has had issues so far in this heat. So a good first run, but down in 13th place as things stand. Meanwhile, back on your screens, this is the 8th place battle. There is Walter Stolz in the white suit with the black and red trim, trying to gain more positions with experienced Christopher Powell-Taylor just behind.
Yeah, there's a battle on for 3rd place up the road. As you can see, Dan Seeger dive at the inside of Christmas Corner on Adam Sheargold. Takes 3rd place going down into Ashbury, and indeed Thomas Northcott wants to get involved in that conversation as well. Good move from Seeger though, recovering from a poor start, you would say. Was 4th, dropped down I think to 7th, but now back up to 3rd, where he thinks quite rightfully should be. And yeah, Sheargold still doing pretty well. He started in 2nd place. He finds himself now in 4th under pressure from the 66 of Thomas Northcott. He's having probably the best race of the 3 of them. Started 9th and has one eye on 4th place ahead of him.
Absolutely, continues to impress. Does Thomas Northcott? As here we go, Northcott trying to get around the outside. Oh, runs into the dirt there, and through will come Max Chapman. Well taken opportunity there by Max Chapman. They've been a little touch between side pods, and with Northcott right on the limit of what the Dunlop tyres could do there, just slid into the dirt, but at least didn't fully lose control. Not long to go on the timer in this race. There's your race leader, Andrew McWilliam, looking comfortable out front again. We'll see the last lap board this time around. There it is, Leo Lacastro, who so far has done a very good job in converting the opportunity from the front of the grid. Dan Seeger's fought back to 3rd place, but this is the closest battle in the top half. Sheargold and Max Chapman for 4th place. Max Chapman checks over the shoulder to see where is Northcott. Sheargold defends again on the run up to Christmas Corner. Oh, Max Chapman not too happy there. He's not going to be too happy that Thomas Northcott's trying to come around the outside of him down towards Ashby Corner. Glenn Williamson might have a piece of this as well there in 7th place. It's been a very good run from the novice C3 driver Glenn Williamson. The time up for this 8th heat into the 2nd half of the order. Can anyone stop the form of this young man? Andrew McWilliam takes heat 8, his 2nd of the day, leaves himself in a very good position for the 3rd round of heats later on today. Leo Lacastro, P2. Very good result there for Leo. Dan Seeger 3rd ahead of Adam Sheargold, Thomas Northcott, Max Chapman, Glenn Williamson, Daniel Lisiensky, Christopher Powell-Taylor and Walter Stolz all in the top 10. Some very impressive drives in that one, particularly from those 2 C3s moving up the order. And likewise, we'll throw Noah Lockwood into that mix. Yes, outside the top 10, but gained 6 places across the course of those 7 minutes. That's the end of heat number 8. Heat 9 drivers are out on circuit now.
All right, then here we go for heat number 9. Lining up on this grid, we have Luke Winter and Owen Seeley on row number 1, Edmund Yaxley Aguila on row 2 with Fraser Brunton, who won a race earlier. Harvey McBride, his Cardiff University teammate, on row 3 with Nassi Barnicott, who found himself off the track in his first heat. We're looking to make up for that here. 7th place is Tony Edelson, 8th is Alex Ford, who had a good first heat as well. Dante Dillon needs to impress from 9th on the grid. Zach Watts is 10th. Michael Reeder 11th. James Ward 12th. Jack Hopkins 13th. George Rardy 14th. 15th will be Chris Foxon. Bradley Pikes in 16th. Jason Munson is 17th. And rounding off the grid, 18 carts is Clifton Malcolm. Round the final corner they come. This race is about to get underway. The lights are red, the lights are green, off they go. Luke Winter leads them away into the first corner. It's a good start from the front row from him. Not such a good start from his co-front rower, Owen Seeley, who's dropped back a little bit. Fraser Brunton up to 4th there, going into Christmas corner. Got some contact warning as well through the first couple of corners. Zach Watson, I think, is the one who was spun around by there and out onto the grass, the 94. Got a very clear view of that, didn't we? Alex Forward had a great first heat, but this one is pretty much a write-off for him.
Oh, that's a real shame for Alex, who had a good first race, and I heard a little ooh in our production facility here. I think our producer Stu thought one of his cameras was about to take a very close-up shot of Alex there. So thank you, Alex, for not making any of the damage down at Ashby Corner. But yeah, it's a real shame for Alex Forward that in terms of a race result, that's going to be the end of things. But has still got a good result from the first round of heats to fall back on. It's not going to be the end of the day there. Up the inside, Harvey McBrien on Edmund Yaxley-Aguilar for second place.
Yeah, needs to get that done. He knows Fraser's behind him. Fraser's not going to do him any favours despite them being teammates in BUKC. Got to make progress, especially with the likes of Thanasi and Dante coming through this. Dante there on the inside. This is getting very scrappy. But yeah, there's Harvey and Fraser now right behind Luke Winter. Harvey goes to the inside of the boot. Good move from Harvey. Can Fraser follow him through? He's going to try and get the undercut there. It's not going to work. Dante Dillon already up to 5th here with the 78. Owen Seeley separating Brunton and Dillon at the moment. Very, very close racing at the start of heat number 9.
Things have just got worse for Alex Forward, rather. Restart on grass, so a penalty there. Fraser Brunton down the inside of Luke Winter. George Berardi has had a call from the observers and officials as well. ABC takeout penalty for George Berardi, so he's going to be out of contention.
So interesting at the front of this one. Fraser's already won one. Harvey's already finished second. If those two can maintain these two positions, they're in very strong contention for the front couple of rows of the A final. I think Fraser's going to want to be past Harvey and set the pace here, as there's scrapping behind them. Dante Dillon tries to take advantage and does. The 78 of Owen Seeley goes up the inside of Luke Winter, and Dante follows him through. But Dante's going to have an eye on the two in front as well. I want to get past Owen Seeley as quickly as possible to scamper away at the front. Dante needs a good result. And speaking of getting good results, Fraser gets one going into Christmas corner. A nice overtake on Harvey McBrien, who should fold in and follow him forward. Now the two of them know that Dante will be coming through the field and they'll want to get as far up the road as possible. Dante now right behind them in third, overtaking Owen Seeley in Ashby.
Well timed there by Fraser Brunton, using all of his years of racing to see that opportunity. Okay, on lap 3 you think, oh, that's maybe a little bit early to go for a race lead, but the fact there was that gap there, went for it, pounced, is now into a rhythm. Fraser Brunton, who's been racing these kind of machines for, say, the best part of a decade now. I think it was the first time I ever saw Fraser race was probably back in around 2016, 2017. And he's become one of the most accomplished drivers in this paddock, particularly here when he gets to the front of the field. Very, very hard to catch indeed. Thanasi Barnicoat going through. Bit of a rough one to take, what will that be, 5th place away from Toby Edelston. It's one of those moves.
Is that 5th place or is that 6th?
No,
it is 5th.
Yeah,
you are
5th
right.
place. Well, and it wasn't legal as well. ABC bump and pass for Thanasi Barnicoat. He said it was a bit rough, and the observers and officials agreed. That one is called as an ABC bump and pass. So unfortunately for Thanasi Barnicoat, gains 1, but loses 4 in the end with the ABC BAP. Cone warning as well for the 111 of James Ward. 2 minutes to go.
or troubles foot for Harvey McBride. He's got a little out of shape there on the exit of the first corner. I think he's going to concede this position to Dante Dillon. He's understood that he's not got the run there, and he's better off giving this away cleanly and following Dante through the next couple of corners than he is fighting it and risk losing out to Owen Seeley, or indeed Barnicott back in 5th as well. As Brunton leads from Dillon now, 1st and 2nd. Harvey McBride settles to 3rd.
Good fight back there by Zach Watson. Bolshy with that move past Bradley Pike for 11th place. Considering Zach Watson was spinning on lap number 1, that's very good indeed. Whoa, Owen Seeley on the scene, trying to get past Harvey McBride. Harvey not having any of that. Oh, they both slow each other up through the final corner, and this could be the chance for Thanasi Barnicott to go, thank you very much, through past into 4th place on the road. And with that momentum, Thanasi might have a go here at Harvey McBride up to Christmas corner. Nope, thinks better of it. Just sits there, 4th on the road. But again, drivers pushing a little bit too hard for me, Jacob, through that newer part of the course. But it does get very tight very quickly if you try and run side by side.
Yeah, well, is daring move from Owen Seeley to go up the inside of that first right-hand part of the boot. Harvey hangs it on around the outside and has the inside for the little kink, and that's what gave him track position. And when the contact was made, Owen Seeley thinks about it again on Thanasi Barnicott. But they're coming round to start the last lap now. Barnicott, we know, has that bump and pass penalty. Fraser Brunton's far out in the lead of this one. Dante Dillon a comfortable 2nd as well. This is for the last of the top 3 spaces. Barnicott can't officially get it with that penalty. Harvey's going to white line it. Doesn't commit to fully white lining it, but doesn't need to. Barnicott thinks better of diving up the inside there.
Does indeed. Time is up. Fraser Brunton is on his way to become another 2 from 2 winner. This 3rd round of heats coming up, starting in 2 races' time, is going to be very, very interesting indeed. Dante Dillon's going to take 2nd place, but then it's still a question mark over who's going to get 3rd on the road there between McBride, Barnicott and Seeley. But Fraser Brunton will pass through into the 3rd round of heats, knowing he's got a very good chance of being on pole position for the A final. Brunton takes heat 9 ahead of Dillon. McBride there in 3rd, Barnicott, Seeley, Winter, Edelston, Yaxley, Aguilar, Reeder and Zach Watson in the top 10. Bradley Pike in 11th, James Ward, George Ferrari, Jason Munson and Jack Hopkins all in the top 15. Alex Forward comes home in the end, P16 ahead of Christopher Foxon there, and then Clifton Malcolm in 18th place. One more race to go in the 2nd round of heats, as out onto circuit go the drivers. Heat 10 is next up. So we'll go straight into the grid for this one for heat number 10, last one of the 2nd round. And it's Charlie Foster on pole position. Vishal Patel for company alongside on the front row. Phil Holmes needs a good result here. Starts on row 2 alongside Toby Wykes. Luke Pearman and Joe Craddock start on row number 3. Lewis Marchant and George Lawler will be keeping a watchful eye on things from row 4. Nick Hutchinson and Thomas Layton on row 5. Harry Berner and Finn Paris Phillips start on the 6th row of the grid. Will then be Benjamin Tompkins-Gray and Luca Mangiapane on row number 7. Lewis Sills and Hugh McDonald are on row number 8. We've got Richard Pike and Adam Tamraz out there as well to make it 18 drivers who see the green light and start their 2nd heat. Heat 10 in total for the lightweights here today at Whilton Mill. Very good start from Charlie Foster there to immediately hit the front. Vishal Patel's done well to hold on to 2nd place through Christmas corner for the first time. 3 wide in places. George Lawler and Thomas Layton getting into it side by side down the hill. The should start there from Charlie Foster Jacob, who's in a well-earned lead in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the 132. Not too bad either from the 133, Vishal Patel. The front row off the grid working well. A little point forward there as well from the, I think that's Toby Whites in the 155. Third places. We got a battle there between number 9 and the number 25, Lewis Marchant, and Joe Craddock. Joe Craddock giving some quite furious hand signals there, going down the start, finish straight. Keen to catch up with that leading 4 rather than battle over 5th. Thomas Layton getting involved there as well.
Seems like
the outside doesn't quite work.
It seemed like George Lawler and Thomas Layton spent pretty much a whole lap side by side there. Thomas Layton's lost out a bit. Oh, needs to be careful there because he could get squeezed out. Has dealt with that well to get back on circuit. There are your fights for the lead, for 3rd and for 5th place as well. Joe Craddock loses 5th place to Lewis Marchant there. Didn't look too happy with that phase of play. Down through the new chicane once again. Just caught sight of Phil Holmes there in the blue suit with the yellow trim. Needs a good result here. Didn't have things his own way in round number 1. Phil Holmes, who's had some strong results to open this season, cannot afford to be languishing down in the C or D finals. Penalty for Lewis Marchant. I wonder if that might have been for the move on Joe Craddock down into Ozier's corner. It's an ABC bump and pass for the nut driver of the number 9. Good news for Lewis Marchant, who currently is 5th on the road.
Yeah, that does his chances of a decent grid position in the final no favours at all. 4 places will be deducted from his position at the end of the race, and he hasn't got to lose at the minute. He's currently in 5th with a bit of a gap over a second up to 4th, although that gap has closed right up. As we now see on screen, there is the red plated number 9, a lot closer than a second to the number 39, who goes to the inside of Toby White. So Phil Holmes gaining another place there. Marchant looks to gain on White as well. Can he have a move coming down into Ashby? Yes, he can. Very sideways, though. Be surprised if he held on to that. The speed he was scrubbing off, and indeed White has got him back.
Did well to not spin there, did Lewis Marchant, but you're absolutely right, Jacob. Just lost all of his momentum off of the corner. Unfortunately, Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, a notice has just come through on our screens, an ABC takeout penalty for Tompkinson Gray. He was up to 11th place as well, so will be demoted down 6 places as a result of that. Here's your fight for the race lead. Foster and Patel. Patel looking eager to get through. Subtle defence there from Foster, and in the end Patel elects to just sit in 2nd place. They've got a comfortable advantage over Phil Holmes at the moment, 2.6 seconds. There is Holmes in 3rd place on the road. You may have Lewis Marchant, Toby White, George Lawler all to deal with in quick succession.
They can afford an overtake, Andrew. They can't afford a battle. If they start squabbling through a number of corners, they will see that gap diminish very, very quickly. A nice clean overtake might be a different story. They might keep their lead that the two of them have established. So we'll see how that goes over the remaining 3 or 4 laps that we've got coming up, as the penalty for the 22 shows on the board. Through then come Holmes, Marchant, White, Lawler, Craddock, Hutchison, Paris, Phillips and Tompkinson Gray. Round out your top 10. Bit of a gap now between our lead 2.
Yeah, Charlie Foster really starting to increase the pace. And you can see how hard Vishal Patel's having to push. Was a bit wide through Inkerman's there. Charlie Foster seemingly at home here in the seniors. Did half defend there into Ozies, and that's allowed Vishal Patel to get a good run here. Not able to fully draw alongside the 132. Okay, maybe a touch of inexperience there for Charlie Foster. Didn't need to defend too hard into Ozies. Didn't defend hard, but it was just enough
to allow Vishal Patel to close in without Vishal having to do too much at all. Up the hill now. Charlie Foster's got good speed up to the top of the circuit, through Christmas Corner once again. It's been a change for fourth place. Toby Wykes is through past Lewis Marchant into the braking zone of Ashby once again. Track limit warning for George Lawler. Particular areas for track limits around this circuit. Last corner running out wide beyond the full white line. A rule now, or a way the rules are officiated, that matches what we see in owner racing around this circuit. This corner here, drivers aren't permitted to run out 4 wheels beyond that white line. Everybody's done that perfectly. Run too wide, try and use more of that Cattlegood curb on driver's left. That is likely to be a TLW for you. 10 seconds to go in this one, Jacob. It's in a rhythm. I think Charlie Foster's looking pretty comfortable at the front.
Yeah, it's the last lap, and that is the last big overtaking opportunity that's passed them by there. There's a chance down into Osiers if Vishal Patel can get a bit closer than he already is, and there's a half chance into the boot as well. But I don't think Vishal's going to be close enough. Well, he's got a great run out of that corner. There is going to be a chance into the boot. Charlie Foster goes defensive, or at least a little bit defensive. Vishal Patel can't get the cut back through there, and Charlie Foster will indeed around the last corner to win heat number 10. There's the checkered flag. Victory for Charlie. Vishal Patel, second place, well earned. Phil Holmes fourth. Lewis Marchant comes home in fourth, but as a penalty. Toby Wykes will be fifth. George Lawler sixth. Seventh is Joe Craddock. Nick Hutchinson eighth. And Finn Paris Phillips in ninth. Ben Tompkinson Gray 10th. Lewis Sills 11th. 12th Luke Perman. Harry Berner is 13th, Tim McDonald 14th, 15th, Adam Tamaraz, Luca Mangiapane in 16th, Richard Pike 17th, and last but not least, Thomas Layton, 18th place overall.
Good stuff there from Charlie Foster. Looking to have a best day in Club 100 Seniors so far. We're ready for the next race. We now move into round 3, the final round of the heats for the lightweights, kicking off with heat number 11. So this is where things step up a notch for our lightweights. The last round of heats for each individual driver starts now. Here is the grid for heat number 11. Oliver Flashman on pole has Alex Forward for company on that first row of the grid. Andy Orford desperately needs a good result here and is on row 2 with Dan Seeger. Murtaza Hassan and Luke Winter will go from the third row of the grid for this one. Following up, it's Callum Martin and Fraser Brunton on row 4 with Andrew McWilliam and Max Davidson on row 5. So we're going to see some key battles here for pole position in the A final with a few of those drivers. Sky Lees and Joe Milburn will go from the 6th row of the grid. It's then Curtis Mitchell and Christopher Foxon on row 7. Thomas Holland, another of the BUKC drivers, starts on row 8 alongside Jack Steele. Luca Mangiapane and George Varadi completes the 18 runners in this one. Heat number 11 of 15. Just waiting for a few of the drivers to join the back of the pack. There is your front row. Oliver Flashman on the right hand side of your screen with the navy blue suit, the blue and yellow helmet. Alex Forward, the black suit with the white shoulders and the blue and yellow helmet. Both have looked quick today. Mixed fortunes though for Alex Forward so far in the 2 rounds of heats that we've seen so far. Remember, all of these heats count towards championship points as well, not just to set the grid for the finals later on this afternoon here at Whilton Mill. We're into the tram lines once again. Round 3 of the heats is go. Green light and 7 minutes starts. Good start for Oliver Flashman. Andy Orford straight into second place, has already gone further than he did in the second round of heats. Up to Christmas Corner they go for the first time here in heat number 11. Alex Forward's having a little look. Oh, they're all running a bit deep in the mid-pack there. I think Andrew McWilliams had a decent start, may have gained a couple of positions. Forward down the inside of Andy Orford. Retakes second place through Ashby Corner. Cohen's been replaced by Adam Delmont, our pace kart driver. That means someone out there knocked it over. It's often been quite tricky to spot who knocks the cone over on a first lap. Over 6 minutes on this one to go. And there's Andrew McWilliam in the orange and grey helmet. Kart number 1, the reigning champion, has just moved decisively past Dan Seeger and is already up to 4th place. Where is Fraser Brunton? Just 2 places back. That's a key battle, McWilliam and Brunton, that we need to keep an eye on, Jacob. The story of who's going to be on pole position for the A final.
Yeah, 2 wins apiece so far. McWilliam in the lead of this one, at least the battle between them at the moment. Flashman, though, shooting off at the road. There you go. He's got a decent gap all the way up in the lead. He was 0.8, is more like a second to me going into Ashby. McWilliam, very decisive move on Seeger, as you said. Fraser tried to follow him through but realised there's nothing doing and goes through at Osiers this time around. McWilliam is lining up Andy Orford. Can he do the same thing? He's not looking for it this time around, and will stay in 4th as we cross the line. Fraser now right behind him in 5th. Flashman is up the road. It is about a second's worth of a gap, but it's not as big as he probably wanted to be, knowing who's behind him. And speaking of who's behind him, how long will Glenn Orford be the second in the queue behind him? Fraser Brunton switches to the inside on Andrew McWilliam and takes 4th place. Orford holds on to 3rd, and to the inside goes Dan Seeger on Andrew McWilliam, who's coming out in front. Fraser Brunton has indeed taken 3rd place. Orford still 4th. Seeger now up into 5th. Not the best lap for Andrew McWilliam. He's back down in 6th now.
No, down the order. Has got work to do, and the other worry is that Fraser Brunton will look to use that bit of space ahead of him. Oh, Dan Seeger has a little look at Andy Orford. That backs Seeger up into McWilliam, and Mortaza Hassan there as well, with the kind of teal blue and black race lid, the new race lid that he told us earlier on the paddock walk is worth 5/10 a lap.
Interesting.
And we're propelling him on pretty well right now, going toe to toe with some of the top drivers in the championship. There's your race leader, Oliver Flashman. Hasn't competed in lightweight sprints so far this season now, so we've seen Oliver race a lot earlier on in the calendar year in the British Universities Karting Championship. And he'll know Fraser Brunton very well from that series if Fraser catches, but it's often a thing again in the senior sprints. As the races go by, the season goes on, you start to learn as a driver how different competitors race. Well, what are their strengths? What kind of moves can you send on them that will result in a beneficial gain for yourselves? And that would be an interesting aspect that a lot of these other drivers, say you Andy Orfords, you Dan Seegers, including you Andrew McWilliams, as Seeger moves past Orford there for 4th place. They haven't necessarily raced up against Oliver Flashman, and he's not raced against them previously. So we'll keep an eye on that as the day goes on.
McWilliam up the inside of Orford there, so he's lost out to both Seeger and McWilliam now on this lap. He's got going for McWilliam back, and Osiers doesn't quite put it off. Murtaza Hassan there waiting to pick the pieces of any fallout from that. But it will be Flashman forward, Brunton, and then Seeger, McWilliam, Orford at the end of this one. 2 minutes to go. Not long if we're going to see much more movement at the front of this one. It doesn't look like Fraser or Andrew McWilliam are going to be able to make it 3 wins from 3. Indeed, Flashman's going to join them on 2 race wins. Alex Forward had a disappointing mill heat, but I think is on for his second place. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, he's had 2 really solid results so far today. As that was a move by the number 29 with Winter moving up the standings, past Joe Milburn for 11th place. Oliver Flashman there. 0.9 of a second is Flashman's advantage. I tell you what, Fraser Brunton is at the kind of distance there in third, but if Ford was to catch Flashman and those two then scrap hard on the last couple of laps, Fraser Brunton could actually still win this race, you know, but he's got to hope for a bit of action up ahead that holds first and second places up. Here they are, Flashman through Christmas corner. Alex Forward has taken a good amount of time out of Flashman's lead last time around. That was a 55.6 for Alex Forward last time around, a 56.0 for Flashman. So at that rate, Forward is going to be giving the Reading BUKC man a lot of problems on the last lap, Jacob.
Yeah, he's not quite close enough to look into the boot this time round, as we see Mortaza Hassan defending his 7th place from Callum Martin, who's having another strong round. But here we pick up the leaders. You can see how close it is now, and you'll get a tow up the hill with Alex Forward. They both see the final lap board. Fraser Brunton sees the two of them quite close together in front of him and must be praying for exactly what you've mentioned. But here in the tow then, Flashman has a little look over his shoulder, doesn't go defensive, but they are very close, within half a cart's width. Is there anything doing? Down into Ashby, and now Flashman looks a little defensive. There's a couple more opportunities to go. There could be a battle down into Ozier's. I just don't think Ford is quite there. I think he could have done with an extra tenth or two on that last lap, and yeah, might just be settling for second here, Andrew.
Yeah, has pushed pretty hard here on this lap. Nearly ran wide through Wilkins. So Oliver Flashman is going to put himself in contention for the A final later on today on a first appearance of the season in Club 100 sprints. Flashman takes it, Forward P2, Fraser Brunton in third place. That may well be enough to be on pole position for the final, the A final later on this afternoon. We'll wait and see. Dan Seeger P4, Andrew McWilliam P5 will definitely be towards the front of things in the A final, but not at the very front. We know at least he's been pipped there by Fraser Brunton. Andy Orford needed that, 6th place. We'll see where that puts the 254 after the 15th heat and all the scores tallied up. Mortaza Hassan, Callum Martin, Curtis Mitchell and Max Davison all in the top 10. Got to move on though, because heat number 12 heading out on circuit now.
Okay then, heat number 12. Let's see who we've got going into this one. Starting on the front row of the grid, we have Thomas Northcutt and Max Chapman. Third would be Toby White. Edmund Yaxley Aguirre is 4th, and 5th is Owen Seeley. Vishal Patel in 6th. 7th, Nassi Barnicott and 8th, Dan Shaw. Nick Lacassis will be in 9th with Ian James in 10th. Aidan Marsh and Clifton Malcolm are on row 6. Rounding out the grid, we've got Finn Paris Phillips, Omar Matthew and Romario Ellis, 13th, 14th and 15th. And I think we might have Bradley Pike in 16th as well. Indeed, we do. Here they are then, ready to get going. The 66 of Northcutt and the 16 of Chapman. Around the final corner, approach start finish when those red lights go green like they do now. We are racing. And into the first corner goes Northcutt. Great start from him. He takes the lead of this one. The 75 gets a bit loose around the outside. That's Edmund Yaxley Aguirre as they all come into Christmas corner. There's some sideways action. There's a lot of contact in the mid-pack, but they all manage to stay facing the right way. Northcutt's got a decent lead coming down here into the first corner. Max Chapman has held on to second. There's a little bit of dust kicked up in the background, but again, no one in any major strife.
Yeah, Dan Ward had a bit of a moment, went for some rallycross on drivers left out of Inkermans. There was one driver as well who had to take to the cut through. Apart from that, no massive dramas. There's number 92, and Vishal Patel having a bit of a tussle. That's Eden James and the number 92. He's gained a decent number of positions, but has picked up a contact warning. I think that was from Christmas Corner on that first lap. And Eden James looking to get back into the rhythm of things. Bit of a slide there for Romario Ellis at the back of the field. Still Eden James and Vishal Patel fighting, and over the cone goes Eden James. The question though, was there an option there for Eden James to avoid the cone? Or was he forced into that position? Dan Shaw and Owen Seeley having a discussion as they head down towards Wilkins that time around. So you often see this, I mean, not just on a day like this and with a number of the graduates from the junior class. We always say when it gets to this final round of heats, Jacob, that the tension starts to raise. It gets a bit more frenetic out there. From your experience as a sprints driver, why do you think that is?
You've got a couple of reasons. One, you might have had 2 bad sprints already or 1 bad result already, and know that you need to make sure you get a good one here. You could be thinking, I'm on the cusp of the A final, or even I'm on the cusp of the B final, and I need to make sure I confirm it. Similarly, you could have had 2 great results already and think, I don't want to ruin it. Yeah. I've put some good work in. I've put myself in a great position. I need to capitalise on it. It's whichever way your first few goes, this is your last chance to make sure you're as high up in those finals as you can possibly be, which at the end of the day dictates how well your day's gone, really. So this is, it's almost as if you have at this point you have 1 heat and then a final.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's happened before. And you're racing along those lines, and I think this is the kind of racing you'd see if we didn't have the first 2 heats.
And you want to get that momentum going as well. You want to turn the tide if you need to before those finals. 4 minutes on the clock. Max Chapman currently the fastest driver on circuit. Here's a move coming in from Dan Shaw. Is off there, and there's been an incident between Owen Seeley and Eden James. They were fighting over 9th place, and they've both lost out there. 3 or 4 of the drivers got past. Didn't quite see what the cause of that was.
We got the back end of that, didn't we? It's fighting at the front, the 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We're currently following 3rd and 4th through the group. This is Edmund Yaxley-Aguirre and Toby White battling over 3rd, but Max Chapman is very close to Thomas Northcott at the front as well. You can see them further up your picture, and indeed we pick them up here and there. Northcott has a quick look over his shoulder. I don't think Chapman's close enough this time around. Indeed he's not, but these 2 are a bit closer, and indeed a little bit of a rub there on the exit of the corner. Let's see if there's anything happening down to Ashby. No, they are still as they were.
Aidan Marsh, if I've not mentioned already, has had an ABC takeout penalty from earlier on in the race. So at the moment we'll drop down from 11th place, which is where the number 59 is on circuit. A few track limit warnings coming in. Less cone warnings and curb warnings than earlier on today, so I think that move to put the tyre around the cone at that point there does seem to have worked, getting the competitors back into the right position on circuit. Here's your fight for 3rd place: Edmund Yaxley-Aguirre and Toby White. Toby White looking to the outside, doesn't quite have the overspeed to sling it through there and into 3rd place. 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Now's the time you've got to be making your move.
Yep.
You've got the last lap board is almost start defending notice. If you know you've got people behind you, so it's really when you see 2 minutes on the clock you think, right, now's the time, as there's a lot of dust kicked up on the exit of Ashby there. Someone battling further back in the pack. We continue to follow our lead 2 and 3rd and 4th duo. They'll get 2 more laps. This will be the penultimate lap. They start now as they cross the start-finish line. That battle for 3rd and 4th looks like it's a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th now as well, as Thanasi Barnicot looks to recover from a disappointing first heat and an okay second heat. But again, yeah, like I said, he'll be looking at that and thinking, this is my chance. If I can get these two, then that's a good heat and a decent heat, and I'll get to the A final.
Indeed. There's been a penalty for Omar Matthew for too many excursions outside of the track limits. So Omar Matthew currently in 11th place. He's lost that position, well, he's lost 10th place, I should say, to Eden James, who's looking to fight back after that incident with Owen Seeley. Seeley stranded down in 14th place. That's the kind of result in this third round of heats that really can change the fortunes of a driver in the negative fashion for Owen. 25 seconds on the clock. Here are your two race leaders. Thomas Northcott continuing to have a really good day. He's got Max Chapman for company right now. But Chapman's not within striking distance of going for a move here. Northcott knows it's just gently checking over the shoulder, giving himself the information of where is Chapman, when do I need to defend, do I need to defend, yet still keeping his focus high and speed off of the corners strong. Had to defend there through and into Oziers because it's such a big opportunity for someone to slide down the inside and nip it on the apex there. Northcott has managed this race really, really well, and as long as he can get through the new chicane and the final corner, Thomas Northcott is going to finish his heats with a race victory. Northcott, I'm pretty sure, will be high up the order in the A final and one to watch later on this afternoon. Max Chapman, good result there, P2. Toby Wykes, third. Edmund Yaxley Aguiar in fourth. Thanasi Barnacote in fifth place. Vishal Patel, Nick Lacassas, Dan Shaw, Eden James and Clifton Malcolm in the top 10. Good drive there from Clifton Malcolm, up 3 places. Bradley Pike as well, up 6 to 11th. That's heat 12 done. 3 more to go. Drivers for heat 13 heading out now.
Heat 13 is upon us then. Let's have a little look at the runners and riders in this one. Starting on the front row of the grid, we've got Michael Reeder and Salvador Newman, Will Henn and Adam Sheargold on row number 2. Sam Lovelace, number 5 in 5th place, for Charlie Foster, the 132 in 6th position. Jeremy Dix and Luke Perlman on the 4th row of the grid, Joe Craddock 9th and Rob Starley in 10th. Noah Lockwood's in 11th with Greg Chapman in 12th position. Jason Munson, Jack Hopkins are row 7, Jake Saunders and James Ward are row 8, and then Lewis Sills will complete this grid on row number 9, the 17th kart. We've also got Hugh McDonald in this one, starting 18th overall. Here they come then, ready for this heat 13 of 15 before we go into our DCB A finals. Nice and slow as they come around there. That's probably one of the slower ones we've seen today. Our front row of Reeder and Newman keep it nice and slow, but away they go now. Reeder seizes the initiative and takes the lead of this one, but it's a good start from both on the front row. Newman holds second place. I think that's Sheargold up into third as Newman goes defensive into Christmas corner. There's a good battle behind them as Sam Lovelace looks to take 4th position, and does. He will be there going down into Ashby, followed by Will Henn, who started 3rd.
It's an alternative start there of how things can break down that you don't often see. William Henn, a bit of a slow reaction to Michael Reeder's acceleration. That's what allowed Newman to just get across and take P2, hold up William Henn, who then just got swallowed by Sheargold and Sam Lovelace as well. But hopefully he can rebuild from 5th place on the road as things stand.
I'd say Sam Lovelace needs a good result here.
He does,
Andrew. Yeah. 4th place at the minute is decent enough, but he'll be looking for a couple of positions better. Salvador Newman's had a good day, and will look to have an even better day as he goes up the inside of Michael Reeder to take the lead of this heat. The front 4, though, look at them. Bumper to bumper going down to Ashby. It's going to be Sheargold going for the move on Reeder, and he's side by side with him going into the left-hander. I don't think he's going to stick it out around the outside there as Lovelace comes to the inside of both of them through Osiers and takes second place. Sam Lovelace, although still side by side, is in second place. We've got the 71 of Will Henn trying to get involved as well. Lovelace holds position. They're all getting a bit argy-bargy in behind, but the 55 of Reeder comes in third place with Adam Sheargold now in fourth. Will Henn unable to capitalise on anything. Great racing.
Brave driving there from Sam Lovelace. Heads up driving using his experience. He knew there was going to be an opportunity through Osiers there, but he also knew he couldn't just go full in. It would have risked too much of drivers in such close proximity having a moment, having a spin with another one of the drivers and either falling off the road himself or picking up some form of ABC penalties. That was well dealt with by Sam Lovelace. Now can he set about chasing down Salvador Newman, who I've got to say is really impressing me today. Salvador raced a lot in the junior championship in previous years. He looks to me to be one of the drivers, at least around this place. There's a good scrap here for fourth place going on between Sheargold and William Henn. For your race leader, he looks to be one of the drivers when we were talking about that junior to senior transition, and you see this in owner racing as well. It's often about which of the junior graduates can get on top of the senior mindset as quickly as possible. Who can get the kind of traits of this style of racing quicker than others. Salvador Newman is definitely doing that for me over some of the other younger drivers in this field today. William Henn started to fight back. That's what he needed to do. Back up to fourth place ahead of Adam Sheargold. Meanwhile, a bit further down the order, Lewis Sills is through, up to 13th place and past Greg Chapman.
Yeah, movement all through this field. Oh, Cone gets a little kick there from... It's the battle between Joe Craddock, Noah Lockwood and Charlie Foster behind this, and a couple more as well now. I think they've been battling, have joined that little group. Joe Craddock at the front of it in the red suit. You saw him win that race earlier from pole position. Didn't have as good a second heat, but a solid result here in the top six. Might well see him through to the A final. But he's into pressure now from Charlie Foster. Goes to the inside and takes that position. Craddock's just going to fold in behind him and hope for an opportunity to repass at some point further down the line.
Tidy overtake there from Charlie Foster. Had a good run through Oblivion and Fine Lady and executed that with minimum fuss. Gives a little thumbs up to Joe Craddock as well there, just to say thank you for not racing too hard there, keeping the progress up for both drivers. Meanwhile, further up the order, this is the fight for fourth place. Say a fight, William Henn is starting to edge away from Adam Sheargold. They swapped those two positions about a lap and a half ago. There's the number 55 of Michael Reeder. Still on for a potentially good position here is Michael. Results so far this season for Michael Reeder. Didn't take part in the second round at GYG, so this is the first time we've seen Michael Reeder in front of Alpha Live cameras this season, but a third and a fourth in the heats at Buckmore Park, and was in the end able to get through to the A final as well. Was classified 26th in that A final, but still to get through to it when it's such a stacked field is very good indeed. Now, tyres were being replaced there. Drivers needed to be careful of the yellow flags. Meanwhile, side by side, Foster and Craddock. This is for sixth place again with Noah Lockwood closing in. Noah Lockwood having another good run here in the C3 competition. That's for the novices, for the newer drivers. Not the first time we've seen Noah Lockwood coming through the field solidly up into the top 10 at the moment, Jacob.
Yeah, I want to note we've had warnings of some sort for just about every driver on this grid. Wow. Track limits, cones, contacts. Yeah, if you're in this race, you've probably had a warning, but no penalties.
No penalties.
Just yet. They are pushing the limits, shall we say, but not quite breaking them, which is fine. Sam Lovelace is setting fastest laps out in second place, but Salvador Newman, as I say that, Andrew, two penalties come through. One for our race leader and one for Joe Craddock. racing in the yellows.
You know, when you've watched enough of these races, I could just sense there, as the observer was replacing the tyres, and you see the hand of an observer go up to their lapel almost, that's when we know, oh, hang on a minute, observers are putting a message in. Now, what's probably happened there is the observer, whilst replacing tyres, obviously he's very much got a sense of who's racing under yellows and who's not backing off to observe those yellows. It's probably radioed into race control to say, can you have a look at sector times for the following drivers? And sometimes it can be a whole gaggle of them. Either way, it's been judged that Salvador Newman and Joe Craddock were both racing under yellows there. That will be placed emotions for them at the end of this race. There is the checkered flag. Salvador Newman has his hands in the air saying, well, what's happened there? He takes it on the road, but it'll be Sam Lovelace who takes the 25 points in the end. Michael Reed is third on the road ahead of William Henn, Charlie Foster, Joe Craddock, Adam Sheargold, Noah Lockwood. Jake Saunders had a strong finish to that race as well. Another of the novice C3s up 6 places to 9th. And Jeremy Deeks completes the top 10. But yeah, there's going to be some movements up and down the order in that one. Meanwhile, we're going to move on. Heat 14, penultimate one, is up next. Penultimate heat then for the lightweights, heat number 14. Grid will have for you in a short moment's time. Let's take you through it. Harrison Kirkham has pole position for this one with Jake Chapman alongside on the front row. Nick Hutchinson and Dante Dillon on row 2. Phil Holmes and Johnny Fletcher on row number 3. It's Charlie Wormsley riding Toby Edelston from row 4. Daniel Lizienski and Philip Babalal on row 5. Rana Khan and James Barker are the first of the C3s there on row 6. Dimitri Wade and Benjamin Thompson-Gray on row 7. Harry Berner and Owen Hollowell on row 8. Ben Brewerton completes the 17 runners in this one, heat number 14. Through the cut through, over the old piece of track, into those tram lines once again. Kirkham waiting for the start. Anti-pole side of the grid has not reacted to the acceleration at all there, so it's going to be a very good start for anyone who is on the odd side of the grid. Kirkham leads up to Christmas Corner for the first time. Phil Holmes there into, well, it could be Nick Hutchinson, I think he's through and into P2. I did see Kirkham look to cross there to the right to see, are we ready? Anti-pole side of the grid. There was a hesitation. Kirkham went for it. He didn't go for it before the green light for me. And look at the march that he's stolen on the rest of the field now. Harrison Kirkham, another driver in the mix at the sharp end of the order, is looking to pounce here in the early stages of Heat 14.
Yeah, for the even side of the grid, which includes Dante Dillon, not a great first lap. We'll see them come down. Indeed, yeah, Nick Hutchinson loses a place, Dante Dillon loses a place. So not those two would have wanted, especially not Dante, having had that off earlier on in his first heat. They now track round in 3rd and 7th respectively. Harrison Kirkham though has a solid lead in this one. The rest of the field kind of bunched up. Actually, you can see they're almost all in the one shot coming down into Ozias.
Penalty has come in. It's our first braking formation penalty of the day. It's for Dimitri Wade. If you were with us during the paddock and track walk earlier on, Phil Holmes gets a bit out of shape there through the new chicane. Yeah, but Dimitri Wade will have broken out of those 2 sets of tram lines before they got to the control line, where the transponder line is. So that'll have been watched from race control. They've got their eyes right over the top of it. Oh, as Phil Holmes and Charlie Wormsley Ride get together,
Phil Holmes cuts through the grass and will lose about 4, 5, or maybe even 6 positions for his troubles there, and will have dirt on his tyres for the braking zone of Ashby Corner. Number 57, Daniel Lizensky, right in the middle of all of that, and that has been judged as an ABC bump and pass for Charlie Walmsley ride. So the number 26 will lose positions at the end of this race. Dante Dillon, though, has been able to weave his way through the order. Didn't quite see how Dante did that, which probably means it was some very shrewd
So
driving.
Dante made a move for 6th and then saw the 2, 4th and 5th battling in front of him. One went off the track, as we saw, and then as Charlie Walmsley ride kind of dithered, wondering whether he's going to let Phil Holmes back through or worrying about his penalty, Dante seized the opportunity at the very next corner and up the inside of Ashby took 4th place. Battle though for the lead. Jake Chapman set fastest lap last time round, caught right up to Harrison Chapman, and here they are, bumper to bumper, going down to Ozier's. Chapman might fancy a look here, doesn't go for the inside line, might be happy following Kirkham for now, but every time I seem to mention that they go for a move on the next corner. He hasn't quite done that at the boot, but let's follow them up to Christmas Corner and see what happens. They've got Nick Hutchinson the minute 2 seconds behind them. It looks roughly that, if not maybe a little more, as they come around this time. And then Dante Dillon then in 4th. Indeed it is now 2.6 seconds back to Nick Hutchinson. There he is, and Dante Dillon a further second up the road will be looking to progress as much as he possibly can. As yes, indeed, up at Christmas Corner there is a bit of pod-to-pod action. Harrison Kirkham defends his lead successfully from Nick Hutchinson, who found himself kicking up some dirt on the exit there, the left-hand kink after Christmas Corner. They're not as close going down to Ozier's as they were on the previous lap, but I'm sure they'll be neck and neck going up to Christmas once again next time around. There's 2.5 minutes left for this one. Jake Chapman really wants to get in front of Harrison Kirkham and be the one defending, I think, rather than wait any longer.
Yeah, indeed. It's a spirited drive from Jake Chapman so far on his 17th birthday. Hasn't had a heats win so far this season, but has had 3 second places. So this is not a huge surprise to see a driver who's had good form attacking one of the championship contenders from last year. Jake Chapman, this would be a bit of a brave one, thinks better of it. Wise driving there from Jake Chapman. Could have tried to sling it round the outside in a start of several moves that we've seen around this part of the world in recent years. But thinks better of it on this occasion. Doesn't get squeezed out. It's definitely putting Harrison Kirkham under a lot of pressure right now. Needs to forget that Harrison Kirkham, though quite young in years himself, has already had a good 3 or 4 years racing at the senior level. He's worked his way up through from the C3s each step, taking them with seeming ease. But now he's one of the established names in this championship. It's the newbies who want to take him on and try and take him down, get a feather in their cap whilst they're doing so. Chapman's got a decent run alongside, but again, just the top end of the straight there. Kirkham's able to control Chapman's positioning. This is what we're talking about in terms of the experience and how the drivers will treat these battles differently. Kirkham's got the advantage, per se, of a good couple of years of racing against the likes of Fraser Brunton, your Ed Barses of the world. Drivers who've been doing this for even longer than he has, and he's learnt all of those little tricks of where to position your cars, how to keep a driver who looks quicker. Jake Chapman does look quicker at this stage of the race, but right now Jake Chapman's not had what you would call a definitive, a big open opportunity to get past. We're on the final lap now of this one, up the hill again. Kirkham this time, again, he doesn't go fully down to the white line, but he leaves enough space to mean that Jake Chapman can't go down the inside, but Kirkham can still have a good sweeping line around the outside. This time, though, that was a decent opportunity for Chapman. Oh, and he knows it. He knows that that was the chance. He knows that there was an overlap into Ashby to try and get through there past Harrison Kirkham. Kirkham pinched him to the apex. Very good driving once again from both Kirkham and Chapman. Chapman's still not given this one up. Oh, has a half think about it into the toe of the boot. But Harrison Kirkham's going to secure the win here in heat number 14. Has had to work very hard for it indeed, from a very good drive from Jake Chapman. That's the most animated I've seen a driver at the end of a heat in quite a while. That shows you how much Jake Chapman threw into that one. It's another second place for him. It's a fourth second place in a heat of the year, Jacob. But just from watching that, I don't think that record's going to stand for very long. Jake Chapman's going to win a heat, not today, but very, very soon in this championship if he keeps driving with that much spirit.
I'd be very surprised if he won a heat today, given that there's only one left and he's not in it. But yes, I'd be inclined to agree with you there, Andrew. I'd say it's sooner rather than later.
Yes. One more heat to go then. Heat 15, heading out on track now. Let's take you through the grid then for the final heat of this part of the day. Before we get on to those finals, it's an all C1 front row. Christopher Powell-Taylor and George Lawler on the front row. Zach Watson and Keaton Ford on row 2. Ben Sanders and Leo LaCastro on row 3. Max Sheldon Haywood and Lewis Marchant go from row 4. It's Thomas Mullen and Harvey McBrien on row 5. James Whittaker and Richard Pike start on row number 6. Adam Tamaraz and Caleb Coles on row 7, Walter Stolz and Glenn Williamson on row 8, James Bull and Luke Woodward complete the 18-strong field.
A couple of interesting drivers, 10th and 11th, Harvey McBrien and James Whittaker. They're in contention for the front of C2 at this one with a couple of good results each already. The lights go green, away we go. Chris Powell-Taylor leads them away and leads from the start from George Lawler. Good start from our front row. C1's indeed. George Lawler goes to the inside up the hill, takes the lead from Chris Powell-Taylor, and indeed through goes the other car as well. It's Zach Watson in the red suit, I believe. Yes, indeed it is. And very sideways. We've come a couple of carts towards the back there. Point forward from George Lawler to Zach Watson. They want to break away as quickly as they possibly can. As Harvey McBrien through the tyre wall on the exit of that left-hander, and then coming together with another car in Osiers, I believe. That's not what he wanted to add to his second and third place so far already today. And indeed, there he is, sat on the exit of Osiers. Very, very disappointing there. That's his heat pretty much over.
There's a strange incident down into Osiers there. We'll work out who the other driver was in a short moment's time. But George Lawler, good aggression at the start of this race, has been able to do the hard, not impossible, but still pretty difficult to do. Start from second on the grid. James Whittaker has had an ABC bump and pass penalty, so it will not be a continuation of the P1s for James Whittaker, unless something quite remarkable happens to the other 17 drivers in this race. Drivers have been told there to slow down, and that's for two reasons. One, because of the tyres that need replacing. Oh, Zach Watson's going to have a go here on Lawler into the boot. Lawler was wise to that one. Powell-Taylor's having a go there, but loses out to Ben Sanders, and the cone got knocked over there as well. 5 minutes to go on the clock. I think it was Caleb Coles, the other driver involved in the incident down at Osiers on lap number 1, because Caleb is some 8 seconds off the main pack. Look at this kicking off here. Keaton Ford in there, Lewis Marchant to the back of this group, Max Sheldon Haywood in the orange race suit coming through, and unfortunately for Christopher Powell-Taylor, having a difficult race here, falling backwards.
Yeah, not ideal from the pole start, and he hasn't had an ideal set of heats this afternoon, just earlier on this afternoon either. A switch for the lead though, Zach Watson to the front now, and still challenged by George Lawler, who can't quite get it back and might indeed lose second place. That's the 40 of Ben Sanders up into second place. Good opportunistic move from Ben. It just keeps on changing between this front 7 kart. Zach Watson, Ben Sanders, George Lawler, Max Sheldon Hayward, Keaton Ford, Lewis Marchant and Chris Powell Taylor. There they go, all 7 of them up the hill. You can see them in shot now. To the inside this time, the orange suit of, I think, Max Sheldon Hayward, is it? Not quite pulling a move off there as they come down to Ashby. More movement towards the back of the pack. That's Keaton Ford, I think, in the 1-2-1. Don't take your eyes off this one. It could go any which way in the second half of this final heat of the day.
Absolutely. 3.5 minutes to go on the clock. There is your race leader, Zach Watson from Ben Sanders. And George Lawler in third. Max Sheldon Hayward, another one of the drivers who's moved up the ranks into the seniors, holding good position there in 4th place. And it's a group of pretty much 7 across the line here, all still with a very good chance of a top 3. And James Whittaker trying to join the back of that group as well there in 8th place. And it's the Mullen, Stolch and the Castro trio. At the moment have got the disadvantage of having only 3 as part of their group, of course, against that gaggle of 8 ahead of them. Glenn Williamson has recovered well in this race. Was having some trouble on lap number 1 and now has got up to 13th place. Luke Woodward is through as well, past James Bull for 14th place. Track limit warning for Lewis Marchant. Ben Sanders having to get on the defensive now. This is good for Zach Watson. He'll be able to start edging away from the rest of the field. Sanders a bit loose on the rear axle there, going through the new chicane. 2.25 minutes remaining on the clock. Fastest driver on the road at the moment, Jacob. Lewis Marchant there in 6th place.
He has got the track limits warning though, so that is something came before and something came against us. To the inside goes Max Sheldon Hayward up into 3rd place. Great move there. No one else able to capitalise on the little battle that's going on. Ben Sanders seems quite focused for now on catching Zach Watson. But yes, George Lawler missing out. Max Sheldon Hayward in the bright orange. Now the next closest contender to the top 2. Let's see how this develops. Coming through to the boot. I think we're going to get 2 more laps after this. They'll go on to the penultimate lap when they cross the line. So it's now or never, really, for these guys. If they want a better position in those finals, they've got to start making up some ground. And if you want a shot at the top 2, I think you have to make your way to the front of that pack on this lap. Otherwise, you've got no chance. The only person who's going to benefit from a Ben Sanders and Zach Watson squabble is whoever's in 3rd at the end of this one.
And yeah, they're squabbling themselves here. George Lawler having a go there at Max Sheldon Hayward for that 3rd place. Keaton Ford and Lewis Marchant still very much in the mix. Down the inside goes James Whittaker there on Christopher Powell Taylor. That's good for 7th place, but remember Whittaker does have a bumper pass penalty from earlier on in this race. I think we'll still comfortably make the A final, of course, because we've seen Whittaker get 2 wins earlier on today. But Zach Watson, 1 lap to go after this one. It's kicking off again between Lawler, Ford and Marchant. Whittaker not too far behind as well. Zach Watson to bounce back here. This will be another strong result for one of the younger drivers in this field of lightweights in 2025. Ben Sanders doing a lot of racing so far this season. Another driver who's been competing in the BUKC over the winter and early spring. Down the hill once again. Watson defensive. Oh, Sanders trying to go around the outside into Ashby. Has he got alongside for the next corner? Yes, he has. This could be advantage Sanders. Beautifully done by Ben Sanders to take the lead with a couple of corners to go. Watson's going to have a go back. Oh, there's pod to pod touching there on and off the corner. Max Sheldon Hayward's going to be part of the fight now into the boot for the last heat in the lightweights. Watson has got the advantage again through the chicane for the final time. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be a drag to the line for 2nd place and very tight for 2nd place, but it's Watson from Sanders, from Sheldon Hayward, Keaton Ford in 4th place, Lewis Marchant 5th, George Lawler 6th, James Whittaker 7th before penalties applied, Leo LaCastro, Christopher Powell Taylor and Thomas Mullen in the top 10. Rest of the order, Walter Stolch in 11th, Adam Tamaraz of 1 place to 12th, Glenn Williamson in 13th ahead of Luke Woodward, James Bull, Richard Pike, Caleb Coles and Harvey McBrien, the single retirement in that race. Bit of a feisty one to finish there, Jacob, but that's what we come to expect from these heats.
Yeah, absolutely. We said at the start of that one it was going to be close, and we said at the start of that round you got 1 heat left to make sure you are as high up in those finals as you can possibly be, and certainly they were driving that way as well. A few penalties to apply from that one before we get a look at our grids for the finals. We'll have 4 finals for the lightweights rather than the 3 that we had for the heavyweights: a D final, a C final and a B final. That D final will comprise of 22 drivers. Dimitri Wade will start on pole position. No C1s in there, as it should be. Indeed, no C1s in the C final either, although Harvey McBrien, having had to drop out of that last heat, will start it from pole position. A final wise, we're looking at Fraser Brunton and Oliver Flashman front row of the grid, Andrew McWilliam 3rd, Sam Lovelace 4th, Thomas Northcutt a great position of 5th for him ahead of Harrison Kirkham in 6th. James Whittaker, despite that penalty in the last one, still makes it to 7th. Charlie Foster will join him on row 4 of the grid. Zach Watson, having won that race, makes it into the top 10 in the A final ahead of Dante Dillon, who will start 10th.
Will indeed. In terms of repechage spots from the respective finals, D final to C final, 2 spots. C final to B final, 2 spots again. B final to A final, 4 spots. Questions coming in whilst we've got a little break. Hello, Mr. David Whitehouse, who asks, is the number 18 plate still as powerful as it was when Ian Blake, the GOAT, ran it? I don't know, mate, because no one seems to run it anymore. It's not a seeded plate, so who knows? Maybe Ian needs to come back, roll back the years, and give it a go. Hello to Jack Bromham. How many engines do the karts have? 1, a nice one. From Rotax with preparation by Robinson Sport, 125cc for our Club 100s here in the C category. Bread asks, how many gears do the karts have? 1 single, one single gear. It's been a very busy weekend for gearbox karting out in Valencia, for example, for the FIA European Championships, but single gear here. Is it based in Birmingham? No, it's down in the southeast, down in Sittingbourne, but championships go all over the country. We did used to race in Birmingham as well, way back in the day, at Birmingham Wheels. See, Birmingham Wheels no longer a thing, which is a real shame. But you can get involved. What I would recommend if you're based in the West Midlands is have a look at some of the Club 100 North championships that race at places like here, Wilton Mill. It's not too far from Birmingham. And then also further up in the country as well. Milky Cereal asks, hi, how can I race in this? I once raced Dodgems.
You can't.
You can't. No bandits.
Not allowed.
And
is this Team Sport Leicester? No, it's Team Sport Northampton.
Are you allowed to punt people off? Absolutely not.
That's against the rules, yeah.
Are
there stroke motors and do they use vegetable oil? Also, Christine, be quiet. We'll have no bullying in the chat. They do not use vegetable oil and they are 2-stroke motors. Greg Smith, that's not a question. Don Bartositis just says Yousuf. I don't know that's a question either. Do they use milk? I do when I'm racing, but that's a little secret that I've been trying to keep from the other drivers. Not many people know that it makes you go faster. I mean, my results speak for themselves, Andrew, and I'll leave it at that.
Good stuff. Well, that's past a bit of the time, and now we're just about ready for our D final. All right, time for the first of our finals here at Whilton Mill this afternoon for the lightweights. It is the D final. 2 spots in the C final available for the 22 drivers ready to take on this one. Dimitri Wade and Adam Tamraz on the front row. George Verardi and Omar Matthew on row 2. Walter Stoltz and Jack Hopkins start on the third row of the grid. It's Clifton Malcolm and James Barker from row 4. Aidan March and Luca Mangiapane start on row 5. Hugh McDonald and Caleb Coles go from row 6. James Bull and Ben Brewerton on row 7. Romario Ellis and Greg Chapman start on row 8. Christopher Foxton and Thomas Holland start on row number 9. Keep going to the 10th row of the grid, where we find James Ward and Richard Pike. Rana Khan and Sky Lees complete the 22 competitors for this one. I don't think I've ever commentated on a D final before.
I've commentated on loads. If anything, it's getting a bit old for me.
So the majority of the drivers here, well, we'll find out officially in due course, but I think we have got all novices in this one. I do like the lesser finals though, because it gives us a bit of an opportunity to talk about some of the upcoming drivers. Second Fester asks, wait, Tom Holland is racing? No, it's not Spider-Man.
It's the guy from The Rest is History podcast.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
There was a Thomas Holland, I'm trying to remember what car racing series it was.
Spider-Man.
No. It was
Spider-Man
It was
racing
something
series.
on a British GT support. Oh, was it? I think it might have been. No, it wasn't Gillette Juniors. Basically, there was a Tom Holland on an entry list that I tried to convince.
No Way Home.
My sister was actual Tom Holland to try and develop her interest in motorsports. It didn't work. She wasn't having it. Out on circuit, it's not Rob Newman going around as one of the testers this afternoon. Other questions coming in. I think I saw one that said, what is a go-kart? Well, it's a frame, it's got some bumpers on it, an engine, 4 wheels, a steering wheel, and it goes around the track really, really fast. What else have we got?
Would you rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow? It depends what type of tree it is, really. Any chance I could book on and race now? Yes. If you can make your way down to Whilton Mill, I will make sure that you get an entry into the C final. Just go and see me before you sign on.
Head across to the CLUB100 website. The office is open tomorrow as well for entries. I will be honest, there's not a lot of availability for the rest of the season, so but you can get involved and you can get on the reserve lists as well. What is a Salvador Newman? Well, it's a driver who we'll be seeing later on today.
You'll find out. Here's the answer to that one.
So that is all good. Oh, let's talk about iRacing as well. People with 500 iRating. Even mine's not that bad. But yes, keep your sensible questions coming in, and we'll give those a proper answer ahead of this D final. Just waiting for all the carts to be checked over and confirmed as good to go. Fuel in them as well. Big thanks to all the hard-working team for CLUB100, of course. Massive effort behind the scenes from a big team that do this on many a weekend across the country, and not necessarily just with CLUB100 as well. But Barnaby, of course, our clock the course this weekend. Paul, Dante, Tim Hill, saying our customer liaison, Johnny, Els, Rob, Joe, Tom, Sam, Nikki and Sam. I could go on, but I've just heard the whistle go, which means that our D final is rolling out onto the grid. Actually, we've done the grid already, so I can keep going. Catherine, Molly, James, of course, on the admin. Matt on the fuel. Carson, Don, Bobby and Carl all in the mechanics bay. and Stephen Julie should mention it as well, medics. We hope genuinely that they've not had a busy day, and long may that continue. Maybe the worst thing that they could have today is the last time I was here for Club 100 at Whilton Mill. I fell over on a sizable rock in the summer. It's the first time in 10 years that I'd been to the medics here at Whilton Mill, and I wasn't even racing.
Can't take you anywhere.
12 minutes, of course, for the lightweight D final. 2 spots in the C final up for grabs. And looking forward to this one. Into the lines, away we go. Green lights are illuminated for our all-novice C3 final. Very even start across the front row of the grid. Oh, bit of a moment there for the 131 of Romario Ellis, who falls to the bottom of the order. But it's Dimitri Wade who leads off of Christmas Corner for the first time. Very close in the middle of the pack there. So this is a good chance now for Dimitri to break away and leave everybody else scrapping for P2. There's a spinner in the middle of the pack. That's falling down the order. Contact warning for Jack Hopkins in the early stages of this race. But Dimitri Wade from the front row of the grid has had a very, very good start there and can start to settle into a bit of a rhythm. Hopefully get one of those places through into the C final. Number 86 cutting underneath there. That's Walter Stoltz, who getting quicker across the course of the day. Oh dear, that's going to be someone stuck on the new curb. That might need a recovery of the driver hopping out, spin the front bump around and get going again. George Verardi has come through as well. Bit of a surprise to see George here in the C final. He's a novice in terms of sprints, but has done a good number of Club 100 experience rides before, so has maybe a bit more racing miles underneath him than others in this race. You can tell that. It's up to second place.
Yeah, good start from the front 3 really. They've got a significant gap to the rest of the field and look like favourites to be going through into the C final. Hand in the air there for the yellow flag, I believe, which is still replacing the track furniture. The car is now free, as you can see. There's the curb, but yeah, got caught up there as round come Wade, Verardi and Hopkins to start a new lap. Matthew, Saltz and Tamarad aren't out of this, but they've got some work to do if they want to catch up with these 3. And indeed, there's a change there for second place. Jack Hopkins gets ahead of George Verardi. Yeah, there's a sizable gap you can see there back to these 3 who need to start working together now if they want to find themselves in the D final.
Indeed, so 9.5 minutes to go in this one. Further down the order, Romario Ellis has started to come back through, is up to 15th place ahead of Sky Lees and James Ward. James Ward has also lost out to James Barker rather, and Hugh McDonald. So that's all changes in the region of 15th down to 19th spot. Here on your screens, this is the fight for 4th place. Oh, Omar Matthew a bit wide there. Walter Stoltz with nowhere to go at that moment. And Adam Tamaraz is going to have a go into oblivion. They give each other racing room, though. That's good to see. This fighting is allowing others to break away. Down the inside there looks Tamaraz on Stoltz. Quite able to commit to the move. Luca Mangiapane there in 7th place in the blue suit with the white helmet. Where did Luca start in this race? 10th on the grid, so has gained 3 places so far.
Not bad showing for him as the 86 dives to the inside of the boot. That's a good move. Walter Stoltz on Omar Matthew, but Omar Matthew hangs it on. I'm not sure he's going to be able to for much longer, and indeed through goes Walter Stoltz. Decent move in the end, but they have lost out a little bit of time there, and quite rightfully Walter points forward to say we've got to start catching up to the guys in front. Yeah, I think it's time for these guys to settle down and see if they can't make up some ground for a lap or 2 It's still a whole heat worth of time left in this one. 7:45 on the clock.
Forcing driver wide penalty for Ben Brewerton. That is one of our drivers a bit further down.
He's in 11th.
11th place. Had gained some spots in the early stage of this one. Richard Pike's having a good drive, by the way. He's started 20th on the grid in this race and he's already up to P12. Meanwhile, here's a scrap between the number 63 of Omar Matthew and Adam Tamaraz in the 109. Oh, Adam gets down the inside there and takes that position. Luca Mangiapane there in 7th place to potentially gain some positions. All of these positions as well relate through to championship points. So if drivers don't qualify through to the C final, they still want to get as high up the order as they can for those championship points. A lot of these drivers, I would say, across the course of the season, they will have an aim of, well, firstly making a C final, then maybe getting in the top 10 of a C final, and then maybe even into a B final. And I don't mean that as a discredit to these drivers. You've got to recognise that, again, there's a lot more entries into a lightweights race meeting than there were in previous years. We've all got to recalibrate ourselves as to what is a stellar result for any of our novices. So down into the new complex once again. Half the time has gone in this one already. Dimitri Wade did hold the fastest lap of the race. That's just been taken by Adam Tamaraz on that 56.347 that's just popped up on our screens in the box. So right now, Wade and Hopkins on their way through. Hopkins with a 2.2 second advantage over George Ferrari. Meanwhile, out there on circuit, Richard Pike has got through past Ben Brewerton for 11th. Hugh McDonald and James Ward have both overtaken Sky Lees for 16th and 17th places respectively.
Yeah. Dimitri Wade looking good value for his lead at this point, despite, as you said, Andrew, losing out on the fastest lap. Here we have Veraldi being challenged though by Walter Stoltz for 3rd place. With 5 minutes left of this one, Stoltz might think that if he gets ahead of Verardi here, he could maybe hunt down Jack Hopkins in 2nd place. Certainly looks like he's got the pace at the minute as he crawls all over the back of the 27. Looks to the outside here and doesn't quite manage to get the move off there. He's going to be side by side into left-hand kink, but that's not the side you really want to be on the exit of that. He's going to line up an inside at Ashby's, but can't do anything about it. So Verardi under a lot of pressure from the man behind him now in Walter Stoltz.
Best part of 5 minutes to go in this one. Walter Stoltz has got to get past quick, you feel. George Ferrari defending towards the boots once again. And this is bringing the likes of Adam Tamaraz and Omar Matthew into the discussion for 3rd place. Stoltz has got through. So this is an important lap now for Walter Stoltz. We'll keep an eye on it. Now that Walter's got clear road,
Tamaraz
through, well. Tamaraz on Ferrari. Ferrari's hopes of going through to the C final starting to fade, unfortunately. Walter Stoltz's gap is 4.3 seconds to Walter Stoltz, so pretty much a second a minute is what Walter Stoltz needs to close in on Jack Hopkins here, which, given that Jack Hopkins is also the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, I think that's going to be too much to ask, unfortunately, for Walter Stoltz in this particular D final. You never know. Whoa, there's a move and round goes George Ferrari. That was a move attempted by Omar Matthew for 5th place, and George Ferrari will look to recover his kart back onto circuit now, but that is all the hopes gone for George Ferrari, and unfortunately he'll lose championship points with that spin as well, as will Omar Matthew. That is unsurprisingly called as an ABC takeout on the number 63. That will be +6 positions at the end of this race.
Yeah, not ideal for either driver at this stage of the day. Nothing you can do to make up for it now. You can see the disappointment there on his body language. now drop down the orders. Varadi, who was sitting third not too long ago, now down in the doldrums of 20th, 21st. We'll see when he crosses the line. Yes, indeed, he has come out in 20th. There he is. An unfortunate way to finish the day, but that's racing sometimes. Back up front, Dimitri Wade. We pick up with, is that Jack Hopkins directly behind him? No, that's the back marker of James Bull. So there's now Jack Hopkins, not just quite close enough, and judging by their pace over the last few laps, in fact the last lap was bang on identical. No, sorry, I'm misreading that. The last lap was separated by 200ths, and they've been around about that sort of pace. Very level for pace. It's just why you've not seen that gap deviate much from the second and a half or so that it is currently through the race.
More questions coming in. Can you bring your own kart to racing Club 100? I mean, you can, but you will be promptly disqualified.
Yeah. First session.
Yeah. And can I modify the exhaust carbon fuel before a race? I mean, yes, I can, but you'll be promptly disqualified.
Yeah, you wouldn't get to do the race if you did that, but it is physically possible. Most things are.
Do the karts have a passenger seat? No, but that's a business idea.
I disagree with that. You can get a man on the side pods.
That is true, you can.
And arguably one both sides, although
like a McLaren
very
F1.
much, very much to the detriment of your pace, especially if your friend is of the larger variety.
Some would say that Gordon Murray stole the idea for the one up front, two of the
I don't think
seats
there's any
formation.
question about it.
50 seconds to go. Dimitri Wade leading this race and doing a very good job at the front, and all very much from the start of things, from the very get-go, getting that lead, getting that gap, doing a repercharging final. I think the best way you can when you start on the front row, just get that gap, get into a rhythm, let everybody else fight over P2. Jack Hopkins in second place. It is being closed in on by Walter Stoltz, but again, the gap's simply too big. And it was up to 4.5 seconds with the amount of time that Walter had left. What was it, 55.776 last time around, 56.8. So he's now closing in at 1 second lap, but again, this is because traffic's starting to come into play. So we are on the last lap. There is your race leader, Dimitri Wade. And this will be a good feeling for Dimitri to get through into the C final, and then you never know beyond this point. We have seen drivers be able to pull their way through two finals before, and Dimitri Wade will have the chance to do so in the C final later on today. We'll be joined by Jack Hopkins, Walter Stoltz in third, Adam Tamaraz fourth, Omar Matthew fifth, but remember has at least one, I think two penalties in this one. Luca Mangiapane in sixth, Aidan Marsh, Caleb Coles, Ben Brewerton and Christopher Foxon will come over the line inside the top 10 on the road. 11th for Christopher Malcolm. There goes, Clifton Malcolm. 12th for Hugh McDonald. 13th right at the end there for Romario Ellis, Richard Pike, Greg Chapman all in the top 15. I think something has happened to James Ward towards the end, because James Ward is still falling down the order. There is James Ward having a little discussion. Not too happy there. Sky Lee's P16, James Barker P17, James Ward 18th, Brana Khan and Thomas Holland 19th and 20th. Two drivers off the lead lap were James Bull and George Varadi. So there we go. That's the D final done and dusted for today. We will be bringing the C final to you very, very soon. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon at Whilton Mill for Club 100 Sprints. And 3 more races to go today. If you've missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. And same goes for Glanny Gores as well for round number 2. And more broadcasts to come up across the course of the season as well. I think the next one that we've got, I know we've got some ones at Clay Pigeon and Rissington coming up as we get into the summer. Yeah, it's been a good day so far. Jacob, what are you expecting from this C final? Another 2 places up for grabs.
Well, we've got Harvey McBride on pole position. He had a 2nd place in his first heat, a 3rd place in his 2nd heat, and then was punted out of his final heat. So he would have been eyeing up the front of the A final and has found himself at the front of the C final. So not only will he want to win this one, but he'll want to win the next one as well. Andy Warford's been unlucky. He starts this one in 8th. He had 2 unlucky heats in his first 2, but a strong showing in his final one, finishing in 6th place. It'll be interesting to see what he can do. I think Glenn Williamson was a little unlucky as well. He starts this one in 6th. If I had to pick one other, it would be Thomas Layton, who's down in 21st. It's a tall order for him to get himself up into those repechage positions. But I think there's a possibility he can make his way through this pack. We'll see what happens. Obviously 22 drivers qualified for this outright, and they'll be joined by Dimitri Wade and Jack Hopkins to make it a 24 kart grid. Brief pause here whilst we weigh those 2 drivers. Any more questions for us, Andrew?
Yeah, I was asking about the pace car. Yeah, it's got 2 engines.
It does.
It's got the hardest tyres in the world, which is why it drifts around everywhere and pulls off circuit. And so hopefully we don't need to see it for a full course yellow today.
Have you driven it?
Yeah.
When did you do that?
BUKC at PF International, I want to say over COVID. It's around 2020.
I vaguely remember. Yeah.
Well, no, it won't have been 2020. It'll have been 2021. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Good fun. Especially as you come out like round the bowl.
I quite like
under
it,
the bridge.
Yeah, well, I haven't done PFI, but
yeah. C finalists are out on circuit. Their race for those 2 spots in the B final is next. Let's whiz through the grid for the C final then. Harvey McBride and Jeremy Deeks on the front row. Luke Woodward and Lewis Sills on row 2. Curtis Mitchell and Glenn Williamson on row number 3. Andy Orford and Max Davidson on row 4. Bradley Pike and Finn Paris Phillips on row number 5. Jake Saunders and Phil Holmes go from row number 6. Robert Starley, Jason Munson on row 7. Row 8, Joe Milburn and Luke Pearman. Owen Hollowell and Harry Burner on row number 9. And the rest of the order filing through.
Gray is 20th, Thomas Layton 21st, 22nd Jack Steele, and then Dimitri Wade and Jack Hopkins. D final 23rd and 24th.
We're going to go around again. No, we're not. Adam Delmont's going to pull into the pits. Over to Harrison Chapman to control the pace at the start of this one. 24 drivers. 2 of them will go through into the B final. Let's find out who those drivers are going to be over the course of the next 12 minutes. Good start for Harvey McBride at the front of the field in the red suit. Into the first braking zone. Luke Woodward up to 2nd place as well, using that inside line from row number 2. Down into Ashby Corner for the first time. Thomas Layton towards the back of the field. Oh dear. The number 98, I thought I saw someone breaking formation. So did race control, and it was Finn Paris Phillips breaking formation. So that will be Finn out of contention of going through to the B final here today. Change for the lead. Luke Woodward in kart number 46 through past Harvey McBride.
Yeah, Danny Tours has got the job done. Was eyeing him up for the first half of the lap, really. And it'll be interesting to see now if these 2 do battle or if they try and gap the field. They'll both want to be, as I said about Harvey, but Luke certainly on this pace will want to be in the A final as well. They've got no business battling early on in the C final if that's their aim for the day. They look like they're capable of building up a gap to the rest of the pack and should be comfortable doing so. Whereas the rest of the pack a little closer together and may find themselves squabbling over those remaining repechage places.
Have we talked about C3s through to the B final? No, only one has got through. Leo Castro's down as a novice,
C2,
but as a C2 novice. Noah Lockwood's the only C3 driver that is through to the final. So if we don't see, similar to what we talked about with the super heavyweights this morning, if we don't see any C3s going through in the top 2, that would mean Noah Lockwood is confirmed as the C3 winner. Now at the moment, of course, Luke Woodward would be one of your C3 runners going through. Here's another one of them, Glenn Williamson down the inside. He wants to go through as well. That's a nice move for 4th place on Jeremy Deeks.
Out front, Luke Woodward, fastest lap, and looks to be going even faster this time around. He's got a bit of a gap now back to Harvey McBride. It was 1.1 seconds last time around. It was more like a second and a half to even 2 seconds. We'll see on the timing screen when it comes back around. Harvey himself did have 7/10 back to Lewis Sills. It does look about a second. The difference, I'd be interested to see if Lewis has the pace to catch up with Harvey for 2nd place, as over the line they come again and again. A fastest lap, 56.4 from Luke Woodward. He's a whole 7/10 faster than the chasing pack. Luke Woodward looking very, very good value for this lead and the C final win. Harvey McBride slightly faster than the next top, 2nd place C3 man in this race. Indeed, going to be challenging for that C3 podium towards the end of the day. Lewis Sills, but Glenn Williamson's in that conversation as well. Currently 4th in class. Realistically, needs to be a little bit higher if he wants a chance of getting on the top step of the C3 podium.
2nd penalty in through the course of this race, and it's unfortunately for our D final winner, Dimitri Wade, ABC takeout. So the slight hope of a dream of going through to lesser finals is over. Someone's asked, can they run over things to gain a power up like in Mario Kart? Absolutely not. Someone in the BUKC tried to do like that with stolen pace cards at this point of the track a few years ago. Strictly forbidden ever since. Also took out all of Alpha Live's cabling for the live stream we had that day.
It was good.
It was fantastic, but it was bad. 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Luke Woodward, barring any disasters, has got this race won. It's all down to 2nd place now, and whether Lewis Sills and Glenn Williamson can close down Harvey McBride, or whether Glenn Williamson can get through past Lewis Sills, 2 C3 drivers here, and then try and get up the road. Let's have a look at the lap times that time around. 56.2 for Woodward, 56.9 for McBride, 57.0, 57.1 for Sills and Williamson. So all those gaps are spreading out. As here goes Glenn Williamson. I just had a sense that move was coming. As Lewis Sills takes to the grass there. Feels he was forced wide.
Not sure he needed to, though.
No, I'd agree.
More like a choice than...
Yeah. So 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Now will Glenn Williamson start to increase the pace? Because we have seen Glenn have some good speed earlier on in the proceedings. Contact warning for Benjamin Tompkinson Gray. Contact penalties. That's not an ABC penalty for Owen Hollowell that's just come up on our screens in the box. It's one of those for multiple contact warnings. So Owen Hollowell, where is Owen at the moment in the field? 21st. Yeah, so unfortunately a little bit off being able to get into the top 2 here today.
I think we've lost our transponder, Andrew. Tompkinson Gray isn't showing on our timing screens, but has got a warning for contact, so must still be out there somewhere. Have a look out for the 22.
5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That gap between second and third place is staying pretty stable for Harvey McBrien, who's doing exactly what he needs to do, just staying consistent with the pace and going slightly quicker than Glenn Williamson at this point. This lap's going to be pretty telling though. Oh, it is. So 56.6 for McBrien, 56.2 for Williamson. The gap is less than a second. We've got a race on here for the second promotion spot into the B final.
It's the first time Glenn's gone significantly faster than Harvey. Although speaking of significantly faster, Luke Woodward's pace is absolutely blistering in this one, and if he can keep that up in the B final, I would fancy his chances of an A. Really impressive stuff, a 55.8 in that one. That's quicker than pretty much any of this field managed in their heat, and in fact I think it is quicker than anyone in this heat.
Bradley Pike through there past Curtis Mitchell. That was for 6th place, so another one of the Pike brothers having a good race here. Saw Sam earlier on in the heavyweights. Just over 4 minutes on the clock to go. The gap continuing to close for second place, although Harvey McBrien has responded to the pace of Glenn Williamson. Has just put his own fastest lap in so far in this race of 56.4. Glenn Williamson has got a decent amount of time here to reel McBrien in. Doesn't need to push too hard right at this stage. I mean, he will be at obviously 98, 99%, but very easy to overstep the mark if you try and rush things and do it too quickly. Phil Holmes, I could see, was having a go there. Thomas Mullen for 8th place. I think for Williamson has got to trust that he's going to be in the tow. He is now in the tow. That will help. Has a think about going for the move into the toe of the boot. Again, it's just a little bit too tight through that part of the course now since the introduction of the new chicane. McBrien checks over the shoulder, sees the situation now that Glenn Williamson is challenging for this second place, the final spot in the B final. 3 minutes and 15 to go. McBrien is going to have to make that Club 100 cart as wide as possible for a good few laps here. Glenn Williamson has got to stay calm and pick his moment, Jacob.
Yeah, he had 3 looks on the start-finish straight there. Almost one as if it was a cursory glance. The second one, oh, well, there is someone there. And the third one, wait, well, who is it then? Not sure he recognises his fellow BUKC competitor. But yeah, Glenn Williamson is right there. Not as close as he was last lap, going into the boot. But still fancies a little look going into the right-hander.
Yeah, curb warning for Thomas Mullen for touching the monster curb. Over the line again. Well, 1 lap down. Harvey McBrien defended that pretty well. I think if you're Glenn Williamson, you've got to get Harvey McBrien properly off the racing line. You've got to almost do one of those moves to half go for the overtake. Oh, look at this. This is Curtis Mitchell and Jeremy Deeks both wanting 6th place as they run up the hill. Yeah, if you're Williamson, you've got to get McBrien off the racing line. Set up the move in one corner to go for it in the next, or try and do that down the inside, but there was a little bit of contact there. Williamson knows to get through and make it stick and make sure that he's not going to get any kind of placed emotions. It's got to be clean. That's a nice way to do it, though, down the inside into the boot. We saw a few of those moves in the heavyweights earlier on today. There was nothing Harvey McBrien could do about that attempt from Glenn Williamson. Now the roles are reversed. Williamson needs a big lap here, Jacob, to pull away from kart number 77.
He needs a big 2 laps. That's all there is till now. Between now and the checkered flag, Harvey gets the toe up the hill but doesn't manage to have a go back at him into Christmas Corner. Perhaps he thinks it's a bit early and wants to do it later on in the race, but there's only a few overtaking opportunities left to do so. There was a contact warning for Glenn Williamson for that initial attempt at the overtake this time last lap. This left-hand corner here, as we have a little look at Luke Woodward far, far away from these two, going through the boot now for the penultimate time. Rounds the last corner and sees the final lap board. ABC BAP coming in for Max Davison. And yeah, we cut back now to the battle for second place, coming over the start-finish line. There is a little bit of a gap. There's been a 10th eked out by Max Williamson, and as long as he hooks up these next couple of corners, Harvey McBride has a quick look over his shoulder. There's no one there, Harvey. You've got to overtake him if you want into the B final.
Yeah, or force Glenn Williamson into some form of error. But the meters are ticking down for Harvey McBride to do that. It's another good run through Ashby Corner. Both Woodward and Williamson just ticking off the corners now. 55.7 last time around for Luke Woodward. I hope he's got something in reserve for the final, because this pace is really, really good indeed. Luke Woodward out of the final corner will take the C final, and one of those two repechage spots through to the back of the grid for the B final. And with a really good drive, determined drive and a pump of the fist there, Glenn Williamson makes it through. So it'll be two C3s through into the B final. That means we've got 3 in that B final. So that's our podium. Williamson, Woodward, and already through to the B final
is Noah Lockwood.
Of course, we don't know the order of those 3 yet. We'll find that in the B final, but it's going to be those 3 on the podium in some form for the C3 category. Still good points for Harvey McBride there with that 3rd place. Lewis Sills and Bradley Pike in the top 5. Jeremy Deeks, Curtis Mitchell, Max Davidson, Andy Orford, and Jake Saunders in the top 10 on the road. Again, these results are provisional. This is before penalties have been applied. Thomas Mullen 11th, Finn Paris Phillips in 12th place. Phil Holmes, Dimitri Wade, Rob Starley, Luke Pearman, Jason Munson, Joe Milburn, Thomas Layton and Jack Hopkins take us to 20th place. Jack Steele, Owen Hollowell and Harry Burner are your 23 finishers. Somewhere in there as well was Benjamin Tompkinson Gray, because as noted, we don't think his transponder was working in that race. Okay, so 2 more races to go. The drivers who've qualified through from that C final will have a quick weight check, make sure that they did that race legally, and then we'll be on to our B final. And for the drivers, this is a good opportunity. 4 places or up for grabs in the A final. A quick update on when can you see Club 100 broadcasting next. The next broadcast, because we go into the summer, of course, when Alpha Live get very, very busy. Cadets and Juniors at Rissington, looking forward to that on the weekend of the 21st, 22nd of June. Not only because that's the new DDMM home circuit, about 20 minutes from the flat. So that'll be myself and Reeve Taylor, if I've got my memory working for that one. Clay Pigeon as well on the first full weekend of July. That's another Cadet and Junior South one. The next seniors action will be Bayford Meadows for the sprints on the 10th of August. You doing that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing the rest of them.
You're doing all the rest of them.
Big boy.
I won't be. You're the big boy. You'll be in charge for that one. Ella Park as well. Another Cadet and Junior South one. That's on the weekend of the 6th and 7th of September. And then Shennington for the seniors on the 5th of October. And we've not forgotten about the North Championships as well. We've got Warden Law on the weekend of the 25th and 26th for that one. And of course, it wouldn't be Club 100 broadcasting without some finales at Buckmore Park. So we've got the Cadet and Juniors South finale on the 8th and 9th of November, and then the seniors again on the 23rd of November. If you want all the details or reminders of when those dates are and when we're live streaming, head across to the Instagram. I've pinned the calendars at the very top of the page. You can't miss it. If there's a little live thing next to the date, that means we are broadcasting. Meanwhile, let's get ready then for the B final. 4 places up for grabs in the A final. Who's going to be competing for them here? In the B final, Leo Lacastro starts on pole position. Johnny Fletcher alongside on the front row. Callum Martin and Edmund Yaxley Aguilar will all be looking to hold their positions to qualify through. Max Sheldon Hayward and Alex Forward are on row number 3. Nick Lacasas and Toby Wykes row 4. George Lawler and Michael Reeder completes the top 10. Such is the depth of quality. We've got a heat winner in this B final. Eden James is there on row 6 alongside Owen Seeley. Row 7, Keaton Ford and William Henn. Murtaza Hassan and Nick Hutchinson on row 8. Philip Babalal and Christopher Powell-Taylor go from row number 9. Next row, row number 10. There's our lead C3. Noah Lockwood starts 19th on the grid, is joined by Luke Winter on that 10th row. Thanasi Barnacote and Charlie Wormsley Ryder, the last of the automatic qualifiers, through on row 11. And then our 2 drivers from the C final, you've just seen them qualify through. It's Luke Woodward and Glenn Williamson. So, plenty of strong drivers in this penultimate race of the day. Adam Delmont in the Pro Kart pace kart there with his twin engines and his working brakes. We saw that earlier, that's why they all locked up. We'll go around the final corner. I do believe we are good for a race start. Pace kart pulls off 2 drivers left to allow the 24 runners into the tram lines. Eyes on the lights, the green. 12 minutes for the B final are underway. Very good start for pole sitter Leo Lacastro, who will lead through the first couple of turns, 3 wide. This is going to be one of the busiest runs into Christmas Corner today. Nearly 4 wide in the middle of the pack. Half a spin for someone in the middle of the pack there. But yet they've all made it through. All 24 runners are on their way in through Ashby Corner.
Yeah, I think that might have been Johnny Fletcher who had half a spin.
Yeah.
He's not had the best of starts and has found himself a fair few places back from second. Indeed it was Johnny Fletcher, who now looks to be in 6th, maybe 7th or 8th place. Not what he wanted from this, but Leo Lacastro, however, has got exactly what he wanted. Pole converted into an elite race lead. He's joined by Max Sheldon Hayward in that top 2.
And a tiny gap back to 3rd place that could just be enough for this top 2 to break away from the rest of the field. It's Nick Lacasas and Callum Martin also in repechage position right now. They similarly need to work together on this lap to try and drop Toby Wykes. This is where the tactics come into play immediately. For Callum Martin, that's a nervous place to be. You're inside the cutoff at the moment, but one mistake can put you outside. There's Johnny Fletcher and Michael Reeder getting together for 6th place. That's going to hold them up into Aussies once again. Castro and Sheldon Hayward doing a really good job at the moment. Sheldon Hayward trying to point forward to Lacastro to say, yeah, let's hold this formation. This is absolutely fine. We're nice and safe, in a good position for going through to the A final. No need to fight at this stage with 10 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, the trio behind them are obviously fighting over the last 2 places. They're not fighting at the moment, but I can imagine that might get a lot feistier as the minutes tick down. Nick Lacasas has a little bit of a gap, and to the inside goes Max Sheldon Hayward, sees the opportunity and takes it. You're in 2 minds in those situations, Andrew. You do want to stay behind and work together if possible, if the guy in front of you is on equal pace or maybe even faster. But if the opportunity presents itself like that just did, and you think you can go faster yourself, you have to take it. Simple as, because the working together only works if the strongest member of the team is pulling his weight. So yeah, Hayward now decides that he will be the leader, hopes that Leo Lacastro will play the team game and not fight too much, and will probably return the favour if he makes a mistake and let Leo Lacastro back through to show what they can both do. But yes, they're not getting away from these 3. They would want to, but Nick Lacasas, Callum Martin and Toby Wykes are right there and all within a chance of that A final.
They are indeed. A couple of penalties coming in. Johnny Fletcher, if you've not mentioned already, ABC bump and pass. That'll be a +4. Owen Seeley, the same penalty earlier on in the race. Just 2 touch on C3, because the likelihood is the C3 winner will be determined in this race. Glenn Williamson, one of your qualifiers from the C final, is on an absolute storm of a drive here. Already up 9 places, has got past both Noah Lockwood and Luke Woodward. So at the moment, Williamson would be your winner in C3 here today. There is the 3rd, 4th, 5th group on your screens for a moment. Lacassas, Martin and White. What's their pace like? 57.0 for Lacassas, 57.0 for Martin, 56.6 for Toby White. As there goes Callum Martin through. And I understand why he's made that move, Jacob, because with Toby White looking quick in 5th place, you don't want to be sitting right on the bubble there. Oh, as Johnny Fletcher has taken an unorthodox line out of Inkerman's there. Feels a bit aggrieved. Was there a contact involved in that? When you're in 4th place and you can sense a quicker driver there in 5th, it's like, right, I've got to get forward. I've got to get that track position. So yes, it's disrupted the flow a little bit, but now all the pressure is off Callum Martin's shoulders and onto Nick Lacassas to see if he can hold off Toby Wykes.
Yeah, being there myself in a B final, knowing that I'm in that last repechage spot, seeing someone come up behind me, and I think, well, someone's going to do some overtaking in the next lap or so, and it's going to have to be me. Yeah. So, yeah, GYG last year, I thought, right, well, top of the hill, that's what I'm doing, and yeah, that's what you got to do to get yourself into those A finals from these positions. The top 5, Andrew, are quite far ahead of 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. We're having a little battle there in the background, although Toby White has actually dropped back off the back of Nick Lacassas. So yeah, the top 4 at the minute looking comfortable as we approach the halfway stage. Hayward and De Castro don't seem to be fighting too much and are pretty even on pace. Then we've got Martin, who's worked his way to the front of that trio. Lacassas and White's there. The others two aren't out of this, Edmund Yaxiagia and Alex Forward, but there's some work to do in the second half of the race if they want to be challenging for those spots come the end of it.
And another question I'll be interested in your take on this, Jacob, with these kind of B finals. So put ourselves back in the shoes of Callum Martin, that he's made that move into 3rd place. You know, he's going quicker now. It's almost like, I've got a nice bit of clear air in front of me. I can get into my own rhythm. I'm not being dictated by, as it was then, Nick Lacassas, who might have been driving a little bit nervous, knowing that he's at the front of a quite close pack of 3.
Yeah. Some drivers like it one way, some drivers like it the other. Some like, to focus on their own race. Others like to have that marker in front of them.
Yeah.
To just use as a benchmark, and any mistakes pick up on. If you've got a little bit of a gap back to the next person, then personally I prefer to be in behind, know where I'm quicker than the other driver, and if I do need to make that move, then I can on that knowledge. There's plenty of battling going on here. That's getting a bit rough and tumble actually there for the 72. That's Philip Babalai in the wars as they come up through Christmas Corner. This is proper B final train. This is down into Ashby they come. There's 10, 12 carts there, almost bumper to bumper.
Yeah, a lot of potential points to be made up for this group of drivers. That's got Keaton Ford, Keaton Ford was at the front of it. Johnny Fletcher in the black and silver and yellow helmet trying to fight through there. Here's your duo for the lead. Not necessarily a battle at the moment, because again, they're just ticking the time away. 4.5 minutes to go, continuing to lap quickly. Both have just set a personal best. 56.2 for Sheldon Hayward, 56.1 for Lecastro. Again, just eking that gap out. It's up to 2 seconds, as here's a chance for the 94 of Alex Forward down the inside of Yaxley Aguilar. That's for 6th place. Now, what can Alex Forward do? We saw Alex was very quick earlier on today, and I think may feel a bit aggrieved to be in this B final, based on the pace that we've seen at times for the driver of entry number 94. Owen Seeley was having a go there as well at Yaxley Aguilar. 3 minutes 40 to go.
Front, Andrew. He's taken over from Sheldon Hayward again. Again, like you said, it's not much of a battle at the front. Tell you where there is a battle, though, further back in the field for C3. It's gone a bit wrong for Glenn Williamson. He's now a couple of places behind Luke Woodward, separated by C1 George Lawler as well. So the battle for C1 is between... Sorry, the battle for C3 is between 3 C3s and 2 C1s for position at the minute. And there we go for third place. Andrew, who's that to the front of that one?
Toby Whites has got through, so Nick Lacasas went for a big move down the inside of Callum Martin for third place. It didn't look fully planned to me. I think maybe Lacasas just suddenly realised, oh, hang on a minute, I need to break down the inside to avoid any kind of incident with Callum Martin, and that just opened the door for Toby Whites to step through. I'll say thank you very much indeed, Nick and Callum, getting together and leaving me with one of the easiest overtakes to step through into third. But that battle is well and truly on now. Toby White is pointing forward. That's more of a psychological one to the drivers behind, almost to say, please do not send it into Christmas corner. Don't need that with 2 1/4 minutes remaining in this race. There's no, I say there's no hope, there's very little hope of Whites, Martin, Lacasas having the pace to close in on Lecastro and Sheldon Hayward, unless Lecastro and Sheldon Hayward do something rather silly.
This is that overtake or be overtaken situation, Andrew. Whilst Toby White says, let's work together, for Callum Martin, it's either overtake Toby or have Nick Lacasas overtake you and be dropping out the rapid charge positions. For Nick Lacasas, he's not in the rapid charge positions. It's overtake.
Got to do something.
It's no point pointing, gesturing, do whatever you like.
But now there's big news. This may be it. ABC bump and pass penalty for Callum Martin. And, it's just a curb warning at the moment for Nick Lacasas. I thought both of them had penalties. Right, so now what do you do if you're Nick Lacasas? A, have you clocked that it's the number 60 ahead of you and they've got a penalty? So right now Nick Lacasas is in a repecharging position. But hello Alex Forward there in kart number 94 with the yellow and blue helmet. Whether he knows it or not, Alex Forward is one overtake away from going through to the A final here. ABC takeout penalty for Johnny Fletcher. That's not going to be important in terms of these repecharging positions. It's been a bit of a torrid B final for Johnny on this occasion. This is going to be a really intriguing way to finish this race. 40 seconds to go. Last lap board is out. Lecastro and Sheldon Hayward are in the lead of this one. May battle for the win here of the B final plate. But this is the intriguing fight on your screens. Heading up to Christmas corner now for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th on the road. Sheldon Hayward's going to take the lead away from Lecastro here in the B final. But what's happening behind? Wykes is gone. Wykes is through. Lacasas has got through as well. Has got 4th place on the road. I think that's the right move. Don't wait on penalties. Get that track position. Leave the rest of them fighting over 5th place on the road and 5th place only in terms of those championship points. 0 seconds on the clock. Here come your race leaders. Max Sheldon Hayward comes out of the final corner. Great scrap here with Leo Lecastro. Very entertaining run. That's a B final win for Max and qualification for the A final. Max will be joined by Leo Lecastro, Toby Wykes and Nick Lacasas. Good drives from all 4 competitors there. I've got to give it to Nick Lacasas. That was not an easy situation to deal with, but he did it in a positive manner on the front foot. Don't leave it to chance. Get the job done out on track. Not have to rely on penalties. Eden James came back there late on. 5th place on the road. Alex Forward, Callum Martin, Owen Seeley, Edmund Yaxley Aguilar and Keaton Ford all in the top 10. Callum Martin will drop, of course, because an ABC bump and pass penalty is +4 positions. Johnny Fletcher, 11th on the road, has penalties to be applied as well. Christopher Powell-Taylor, 12th. George Lauder, 13th. Provisionally, Glenn Williamson is your winner in C3. That one went back and forth across those 12 and a bit minutes. 14th on the road for Glenn. Michael Reeder, 15th. Noah Lockwood, 16th. Thanasi Barnacote, Nick Hutchinson, Luke Woodward and William Henn in the top 20. Lockwood 2nd in C3. Woodward 3rd in C3. William Henn, 20th as mentioned. Luke Winter, Charlie Walmsley-Ride, Philip Babalal and Mortaza Hassan complete the 24 drivers in that one. Mortaza Hassan was actually a retirement in that race with 9 laps to go.
Yep, so 4 drivers to weigh from that one, so a short break to the A final.
Indeed, and say a big final on the way for our lightweights. And a bit of a story so far this season. Brunton and O'Regan one final win apiece. Rory O'Regan not here today, but that won't be necessarily the end of things for Rory's championship bid, because of course drop scores will come into play later on in the year. But on form, who would you say is your favourite for this one today, Jacob, as we go towards that A final?
Oh, I never bet against Fraser.
Yeah.
He's on pole position from the number of points that he's garnered from his heats, which means he's had the best day so far. As I mentioned, we recently crowned him BUKC Male Driver of the Year, having seen him finish no lower than 2nd throughout the entire BUKC season. And he was lightweight Drivers' Championship as well. He's been driving flawlessly over the last year and a half or so.
Let's see if we can do it in the A final, though. The Sprint Lightweight A final for round 3 here at Whilton Mill is next. So there will be practice laps ahead of this A final for the lightweights. Let's look at how the 26 drivers in this one line up here at Whilton Mill. Fraser Brunton on pole position, looking for his 2nd A final win of the year. Oliver Flashman on debut this season in the sprints, it's alongside on the front row. Andrew McWilliam and Sam Lovelace go from row number 2. Thomas Northcott's had a very impressive day, starts on row 3 alongside Harrison Kirkham. James Whittaker, Charlie Foster, 2 of the dark horses perhaps in this race, go from row number 4. Zach Watson and Dante Dillon form up row number 5. It's then Ben Sanders and Max Chapman going from row 6. Jake Chapman on his 17th birthday starts on row 7 and has the experience of Dan Seeger for company in the midfield. Dan Shaw and Joe Craddock start on row 8. They're ahead of Vishal Patel, and 2024 Club Driver of the Year Lewis Marchant on row 9. Toby Edelston and Salvador Newman complete the top 20. They're ahead of Daniel Lizensky and Adam Sheargold on row 11. Max Sheldon Hayward, winner of the B final, is on row 12 alongside Leo Lacastro. They'll resume their battle from that B final. Toby Wykes and Nick Lacasas passed the test of getting through that B final as well. They complete the 26-strong field. Keep your comments coming in here for us at Whilton Mill for the last race of the day. If you've missed any of the action, don't worry, you can watch it back on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. If you're new around here, do make sure that you press that like button and the subscribe button. Thank you very much for joining us on what is a very busy day for motorsport. No motorsport spoilers in the chat, of course, as we get to the last race of the day. The drivers there in dummy grid. Those drivers at the back just stepping over from the B final. They've been weighed, all checked and verified that they completed that race legally, and we'll get into their machinery for this last race of the day. If you missed the heavyweights earlier, I said no spoilers, but I'm probably going to give you a bit of a spoiler now. It got a bit tasty in the heavyweight A final, particularly on the last couple of laps. So we know that races around here can go down to the wire, even in this new era. Yeah, there's maybe less overtaking opportunities around Whilton Mill than there were in previous formats, but I think there's going to be a lot of action, Jacob Harris, particularly up into Christmas Corner. Big dives on the brakes. Drivers that we've got here in this A final are not afraid to put a move in.
Yeah, no, we've got plenty of drivers who've won heats so far today, plenty of drivers we've seen diving up the inside at various locations on this track, plenty of drivers who've put in very, very quick lap times in the 55 seconds region. In fact, I think most of, if not all of the drivers going out here have set a lap time that's representative of the top pace available today.
So the whistle sounds, that indicates to the drivers that they can head out on circuit, starts their reconnaissance laps that they've earned virtue of being here in the A final. Drivers will be checking over their karts, and I wonder here as well, you know, we're talking about the graduating junior to senior drivers this year, and something I've noted over the last few years of these competitions is that the juniors have a lesser tendency to change karts than, say, the more experienced seniors, particularly the heavyweights. Like sometimes you almost see any driver in the top half of the field will have a think about changing karts here. Why do you think that might be?
I think you've hinted at it in asking the question in the word experience. The more you drive these karts, the more of these karts you drive.
Yeah.
And you get a feel for which ones you don't like, which ones you do like.
Yeah.
And a better understanding of which one might be slightly on the lower end of the bell curve in terms of performance.
Yeah.
And that just comes with time. The junior drivers simply haven't had that amount of time in the seat. And you know, haven't sat in that many of them. The heavyweights field especially, I feel, is a bit of an older group of people.
True.
The lightweights just tend to be younger people who haven't quite realised that your metabolism slows down as you age, as I've found out to my detriment over the past few years. And you just get that feel for it. The more karting you do, the more CLUB100 you do, and it comes with the territory of being a more experienced driver. So yeah, that's it for me. You could also argue that the heavyweights change it more often because they're a bit more sensitive about their weight.
Yeah.
But there's a good point. The counter argument to that is they are all supposed to be the same weight, although obviously heavyweight is full of people who get as close to 90 as possible rather than lightweights, which I think there's a lot more people who are getting as close up to the limit as possible, the threshold as possible, rather than down.
Right on cue, the two drivers who I think have been in the pits for kart changes are two of our more renowned drivers. Two drivers as well who've also got experience of testing the karts as well.
There you go.
That's an interesting one there. Dante Dillon and Fraser Brunton have both changed karts. Now, there is an arguable disadvantage that they've now had less laps to get their machinery up to temperature. When the Rotax Evo engines came in, I remember when I was racing back then, in the latter 2010s, it was the thing that was often said to us of like, you've got to wait, you've got to be patient in some regards for a couple of laps to let everything get up to temperature, and then you'll see, oh right, yeah, this one's really singing and in tune with me as a driver. So interesting there that Dante and Fraser have both gone for kart change. Might mean that they're not quite as quick in the early stages, but if they've had a bit of the racing luck in some regards, if they've got machines that are in tune with them, with driving styles of course as well, how hard a driver likes to attack the brakes, apply their throttle, it all comes down to these fine margins. There is Fraser Brunton, who's got to work his way up to the front of the field. And I think this could be a really open one. Really, really open final. Particularly if the anti-pole side of the grid, controlled by Oliver Flashman, gets a good start here. Fraser Brunton will work his way forward. Two drivers who've raced against each other and competed in championships against one another in the BUKC now go 1-to-1. Well, I say 1-to-1, 1-to-1, and then there's 24 of the drivers on the grid as well, wanting to have a piece of the discussion here today. Could it go round again? No, Adam Dale once again has not been reminiscing about Eurovision last night. It's indicating to the drivers that he's needing another lap to get more drivers into position. I think, yeah, this is Andrew McWilliam's gone for a kart change as well. And Harrison Kirkham possibly has gone for one. So again, it's a lot of the more experienced drivers who are a bit more confident of going for a kart change and chancing their arm to find one that they really, really like. There's Charlie Foster on your screens. See, Charlie's gone for one as well. That's why he's moving through the order. Okay, so that's one of our younger drivers going, yeah, let's try this this move out that a lot of the more experienced seniors do and see if it works out. Sometimes it can't work out. Sometimes if you go for a kart change and you get a kart, you know, you don't get to go, oh, I'll have that one over there. You get what you're given. And with the tolerances, it could be one that doesn't suit a driver as much to their driving style. But all of them within the same tolerance, of course. All of them driven by the testers to make sure that the performance over a lap is equal. Whatever they've got, we're ready to go now. Fraser Brunton and Oliver Flashman on the front row of the grid for the round 3 Club 100 Senior Sprint Lightweight A final here at Whilton Mill. Eyes on the lights. Away we go for 12 minutes, and it's a very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Oliver Flashman did not get a good one there. Brunton will lead in the early stages, but he's under attack here straight away from Andrew McWilliam. Thomas Northcott's trying to go around the outside there in the green helmet. Brunton has held the lead. McWilliam up to second place. Good start as well for James Whittaker, who's up to third. Down the hill into Ashby Corner. Oh, there's a spin in the background for Dan Seeger. I think Max Sheldon Hayward is caught out by that. Zach Watson's gone round, and Dante Dillon's down the order. Dante Dillon's down the order to probably about 18th place. It has not been the kind of day that Dante Dillon would have wanted here at Whilton Mill. Meanwhile, championship rivals Fraser Brunton, Andrew McWilliam, they lead with the dark horse of James Whittaker nearby in third.
Yeah, a bit of chaos further back through the field, and it's still getting a bit argy-bargy in there. Dante Dillon narrowly avoided the grass coming down towards Ashby, but then afterwards was powerless to avoid it. Dan Seeger's race is severely compromised. He's down in 25th, and Zach Watson, I think we saw going backwards there as well. As around the outside, Sam Lovelace has a look at James Whittaker, but doesn't manage to make the move stick at all.
No, not on that occasion. James Whittaker's not going to be allowing someone to go around the outside of him on lap number 2. There was some close quarters racing between Harrison Kirkham, Oliver Flashman and Thomas Northcott as well. Fraser Brunton having to work really hard here on defence. Lovelace again tries to go around the outside of Whittaker. A bit of a gesture there between Lovelace and Kirkham. Two drivers who know each other very well. Maybe looking to work together across the course of the next 10 minutes. Fraser Brunton out of the final corner on lap 2, but it's quite a train forming behind the Cardiff University man who won yesterday in the SP60 lightweights round with a double race victory over those two 30-minute races. Whittaker down the inside of Andrew McWilliam, and McWilliam on the grass, back onto the road. Lovelace nearly out of contention there as through will step Harrison Kirkham. Good positioning there from Kirkham to take third place. But that was a bit of drama for Andrew McWilliam. Zach Watson still circulating there at the back of the field. Is that the opportunity now for Fraser Brunton? For the first time in this race, he doesn't need to think about defence. He's got a gap now to James Whittaker in second place, and then the rest of the order, well, I say the rest of the order, they've caught Whittaker, and through goes Harrison Kirkham into second place. Key lap this, though, Jacob. They've got to get organised to bring Brunton back.
Similar incidents at the top of the hill to the heavyweight A final, Andrew,
Yep.
on the exit of Christmas Corner. And there was one a couple races ago, I can't remember if it was a final or a heat, where I said it looked like more of a choice to take to the grass as Sam Lovelace dives up the inside there. I'm not saying Andrew McWilliam chose to go across the grass here, but had Anwar decided to do that in the heavyweight A final, it might have looked more like a forcing the driver wide, and it got him a better result in the end had he made that choice himself. Who knows? I'm just speculating about both.
Penalty, it's a big one. ABC bump and passes off the road there. Who was that? It was the number 17. It was the birthday boy, Jake Chapman, who was up to 5th place. He's going to fall down the order now. But penalty for the driver in cart number 3. Harrison Kirkham in 2nd place has received an ABC bump and pass penalty. That is the end of the hopes for Harrison Kirkham to win this round of the lightweight sprints. What does he do now? Does he serve as the lead man for Sam Lovelace to try and close down Fraser Brunton? He's of course got to try and gain himself as far up the order as possible to still score good championship points in this race. But that's our first real big bit of drama. Penalty for Kirkham. He will not win the final here today.
Yeah, he's currently second on the road, a second down from Fraser, who looks to have built up a little bit of a gap. I think, though, Kirkham and Sam Lovelace know exactly that, and there's a little tap of the cone there on the exit of the corner for someone there in the top 10.
Charlie Foster.
Dante Dillon's making good progress, back recovering from his detour onto the grass. What is that, 9th place now, I think? He was 10th last time round. I want to say he's a little higher than that. No, he isn't. He's still in 10th. Just looks close to the front because it's so tightly packed, this field. He's one ahead of Dan Shaw. As up the inside goes Sam Lovelace. I said earlier on that every time I think people are going to work together, they overtake each other. But surely Kirkham will push Lovelace towards Brunton now.
I was just going to say, I think that is more of a tactical switch between these two drivers who are good pals off the circuit and have raced together in endurance formats before. I was having a look at the lap times last time around. All of the top 4, all on a 56.3 of some description. In that order of Kirkham ahead of Lovelace, they were not pulling Fraser Brunton back in. So I think they've done that switch. Give it a go in this formation. See if there's more pace. And there is more pace. 56.1 that time around for Brunton. 55.770 if you're Sam Lovelace, a new fastest lap of the final so far. And he's dropping Harrison Kirkham. So if Sam Lovelace is going to win this race, he may have to do the chasing all on his own, similar to what we saw with Anwar Barul-Smith in the heavyweights earlier on in the morning and early afternoon session. Vishal Patel's on the move there. I think that was a move on Dan Shaw for 11th place. Sam Lovelace, who has had wins so far this Club 100 season in the SP40 competition, if my memory serves me correctly, back at Buckmore Park. It was one of the wins on a Saturday. He has won rounds of the lightweight sprints as well, but not for a while. Is this just the kind of day that Sam Lovelace needs to spark his title bid into life?
It will do him a world of good if he can even maintain this position. We've got Andrew William there as well, hoping to stay in contention, currently down in 5th. In terms of the C2 lead, we got James Whittaker in 4th, Jake Chapman in 6th, Oliver Flashman in 7th, and Thomas Northcutt in 8th as well. They're all in this gaggle of carts here, or rather Flashman and Northcutt. Ben Sanders as well, a little bit further behind, joined by Dante Dillon. So it's all to play for both podiums in this race.
Change for 4th place. Andrew McWilliam down the inside of James Whittaker into Osier. So don't count out the reigning champion from this debate for the race win. At the moment, McWilliam would inherit a place on the podium once Harrison Kirkham's penalty has been applied. Sam Lovelace has just thrown in a 55.486, and look at him now. He's all over the back of Fraser Brunton here with 4.25 minutes to go. This is very reminiscent of what we saw in the heavyweights earlier on today. The question is, can Lovelace find a way through? Brunton feels the need to defend. Lovelace looking to the outside. I wonder here as well, does Fraser Brunton try and play a tactic that we've seen a lot in UK karting so far this year? Back the field up, get more drivers involved, and hope they start fighting for second place. I think that's exactly what Fraser Brunton's trying to do. Harrison Kirkham is pointing forward to Sam Lovelace to say, no, you keep focused on the leader. I will hold here in third place. Fraser Brunton trying to back it all up, trying to get more drivers involved, cause a bit of chaos behind him, and then try and break away again. 3.5 minutes to go. This is a bold play from Fraser Brunton. It's a risky play, but I have seen it work several times so far this year.
I'd say you're on the money with that call, Andrew. It does seem to be what Fraser's doing. Harrison Kirkham seems to want to say, don't worry about that, Sam. You go get him. Unfortunately, it's not solely up to him. Andrew McWilliam now looking to the inside, also has a say in that decision. And I hazard a guess that Andrew doesn't fancy playing the team game with a 2 in front of him as well. Certainly not with a chasing pack right behind him of C2's hungry for a podium.
And there's been a change in the C2 lead. Jake Chapman, what a 17th birthday it would be if he could win in C2. He's there 5th place on the road. No move yet from Sam Lovelace past Fraser Brunton. And again, this is not Fraser Brunton's 100% speed. I can assure you of that. Again, Lovelace has got to try and work him off the racing line. Get a slipstream or get a side-by-side, pod to pod for one of the braking zones. This could be an opportunity. Oh, as Harrison Kirkham's being shuffled down the order. Jake Chapman apologises there as here comes Lovelace again, and in comes Andrew McWilliam. Andrew McWilliam for second place. Lovelace fights in there, holds on to second place on the road. Kirkham's off on the grass, nearly rejoins right in front of the field. Ben Sanders is involved there as well in the number 40. Thomas Northcott's going for a bit of rallycross this time out of Ashby Corner. So this is the tactic. Back everybody up. You know there's going to be attacks from further down in the top 10. The drivers such as your Flashmans, Dante Dillon, their eyes are going to go wide. They think they can get a podium, and that's when you try and break away when you're the leader.
Dante's up to 5th. Andrew, he's very much the beneficiary of this Fraser-caused chaos. And Lovelace to the inside of turn 1. Now he's going to try and force his way through there. Not sure it's worked out for him, but
I think it has.
Here we go, 3 abreast, going up to Christmas Corner.
It is indeed. It's now McWilliam on the inside. Brunton's going to throw it down the inside. There's contact between all 3 of them. Brunton retakes the lead. Whittaker now up to second place. Dante Dillon is back in this for the race win. He was off the road on lap 1. Oliver Flashman's now up to P4. It's possible that Sam Lovelace has missed his opportunity to end his barren run since round 1 last year. Oh, as wide there was that Harrison Kirkham having contact with the tyres. Yes, it was. Harrison Kirkham's out of contention. Penalty for Lewis Marchant as well for hitting the monster curb. There's going to be one more lap of this one as Jake Chapman. I don't think Jake Chapman had an option there of going through past Oliver Chapman. He was being shoveled from behind. Oh, it's absolute chaos in the second half of the field. Thomas Northcott's out of contention as well. Fraser Brunton leads his... Fraser's got a penalty. ABC bump and pass. Fraser Brunton, that's it. He can't win this race. James Whittaker is now in position. Could it be a C2 win at Whilton Mill? We saw this a few years ago. A great C2 performance from Peter Knight back in the day. It is the kind of circuit that can throw up a bit of a surprise result. James Whittaker, may not know it, is sat on a round victory, but Jake Chapman's still there as well. He could take the round victory if he can find a way through past James Whittaker into the last couple of corners. This has been a very dramatic, sometimes controversial final. As through steps Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon's going to win this race out of the final corner. Brunton takes it on the road but has a penalty, and Dante Dillon has one of the most remarkable victories he has ever had in CLUB100. He was well down the order, on for a dropped score on lap 1, and with a last corner overtake on 2 drivers through a part of the circuit that many say you can't overtake on anymore. Dante Dillon
emerges as your round winner for round 3 of the Club 100 Lightweight Sprint Championships. Jacob Harris, I've been commentating on these races for quite a few years now. I don't think I've ever seen a final quite like that.
Absolute madness, Andrew. Look at that finishing result. Look at all the red plates. They've just completely wiped each other out. The beneficiaries of the C2s, but more importantly, Dante Dillon, he just stayed out of the chaos.
Yeah.
And I think he had his fill of it in his heat and earlier on in the final, stayed out of it for the last couple of laps and finds himself on the top step of the podium. Fraser will still take second in C1 because now that 4-place penalty only drops him back behind C2s. James Whitaker takes a win after a very impressive day in the C2. Jake Chapman on his birthday, a silver trophy for him as well, and Ben Sanders will pick one up as well in the 40. But yeah, that last lap, I think Chapman fancied top step of the C2 podium, pushed Whitaker a bit wide, and Dante took advantage of the both of them slowing down, took the lead, the net lead of the race, and will be a very happy young man, I'd imagine.
A somewhat baffling statistic as well. I was just checking back of like, when was the last time Dante won an A final? I just reminded myself, of course, he didn't win an A final last year. So it's his first win in an A final since round 2 in 2023. It's remarkable considering he's been second in the championship the last 2 years. But that was the last time. I mean, he nearly won the championship last year through sheer consistency of never having won an A final. Just check it just to make sure that I'm not talking complete competence. Yeah, that is Dante's first A final victory in over 2 years. Didn't do it on the road, of course. Fraser Brunton's ABC bump and pass penalty is what's given him it. But what a drive from Dante Dillon. And as you say, Jacob, he kept himself out of trouble, even if that meant going wide onto the grass on lap 1. Dante Dillon gives himself an A final victory in scarcely believable ways.
Yeah, I think Fraser would want to contest that bump and pass, but realistically, looking at where Sam Lovelace and Andrew McWilliam finished, he's not going to have much luck on that front. It was a little bit of a last-ditch attempt to keep hold of that lead that he fought so hard to keep up until that point. But yeah, at that point, I think Lovelace and McWilliam had got the better of him, and I mean, similar to the heavyweight final again, earlier his only option was to dive bomb up the inside. This time, contact was made, and the penalty was given out.
Well, there we go. That's the end of the day for our senior sprints here for Club 100. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM and at Andrew Mather commentary, at Jacob T Harris across your social medias. Big thanks to the Alpha Live crew and everybody out on circuit today, to the two Lukes, to Stuart, to Laura, to Matt, to Ollie, and of course our producer Stuart as well. Thank you to all of the Wilton Mills staff once again for laying on their services here today. Great to come back to this part of the world, and to the whole Club 100 team led by Molly Viger this week. The next time we will have Club 100 broadcasting will be the cadets and juniors for the South divisions at Rissington on the weekend of the 21st and 22nd of June. Do hope you can be with us for that one, whether it's at the circuit or online for your live broadcast. The next time we will have the seniors on your screen will be the midsummer. So the 10th of August at Bayford Meadows is the next time that we will have a live broadcast round of this particular championship. There are, of course, rounds between now and then. Round 4 at Rissington on June 29th, and then a trip to Rocking Rye House on July the 13th. All of the details, if you want to get involved, club100.co.uk. It's all on there, the timings, the schedules, the pricings, everything to get involved. Jacob Harris, last words from yourself today?
Good.
Good.
Good. Very good.
That's how we're going to end then for round 3 here at Whilton Mill. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Jacob Harris. We will see you next time out for more Club 100. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.